a while ago, and the seal on that, on the demise of what could have been a patch-up was put last night, right here as well. Let's listen in to all the reactions that are coming in, and then we'll cut across to our reporters.
अरे कोई फैसला नहीं हो भाई। सारे एमएलएज का एक ही मामला सोच था कि पहले अशोक गहलोत जी को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने दो, इसके बाद एमएलएज की राय ले लो, और राय लेने के बाद जो भी हाईकमान फैसला करे, सोनिया गांधी फैसला करे, हमें मंजूर है।
सर लास्ट में क्या निकल कर आया, क्या जो इस्तीफे लिए?
अशोक गहलोत जी को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने दो, एमएलए से हमारी सबकी राय ले लें, इसके बाद कांग्रेस हाईकमान जो फैसला करेगा वो हमें मंजूर है।
मुख्यमंत्री जी ने मीटिंग बुलाई है, तो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने खुद नहीं तो कहा था मैं अभिभावक हूँ, तो मुख्यमंत्री जी अभिभावक कहकर और एमएलए की राय को महत्व नहीं देंगे क्या? अशोक गहलोत जी को भी महत्व देना चाहिए। मैं कह रहा हूँ खुल के, अशोक गहलोत जी की भी जिम्मेदारी है कि जब उन्होंने अभिभावक कह दिया तो अभिभावक हम मान रहे हैं ना, तो आप इनसे पूछो तो सही ये क्या चाहते हैं।
सीएलपी मीट नहीं होने जा रही है, मान लिया जाए।
सीएलपी मीट, ये संसदीय कार्य मंत्री ने मीटिंग बुलाई है, हमेशा धारीवाल जी मीटिंग बुलाते हैं, मीटिंग हो गई ना। और गरीबी, बेरोजगारी, महंगाई के खिलाफ राहुल गांधी जी आह्वान करेंगे, सड़कों पर हम जान दे देंगे। बीजेपी सरकार के खिलाफ जब भी आंदोलन होगा, संघर्ष होगा, राहुल गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में, सोनिया जी के नेतृत्व में। और सीएम है ना अशोक गहलोत जी। अभी तो यार ये बात तब आएगी जब अशोक गहलोत जी है, अभी तो सीएम। अभी अशोक गहलोत जी के पास एक ही तो पोस्ट है, मुख्यमंत्री है। अभी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने दीजिए, तब बात करेंगे। तो कौन मना कर रहा है? वो तो खुद ही कह चुके हैं। यहाँ एमएलए जी कह रहे हैं एक ही तो पोस्ट है।
सर कितने विधायक गए हैं और जाएंगे?
92 विधायक है मेरे पास जो गिनती है।
अशोक गहलोत मुख्यमंत्री है और अशोक गहलोत मुख्यमंत्री जी रहेंगे
राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष पद के साथ।
देखो, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अभी तक राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनेंगे तब की बात अलग है, लेकिन आज माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अशोक जी गहलोत हैं और हम सब उन्हीं को चाहते हैं।
तो आप लोगों ने इस्तीफा दे दिया है?
हमने, जब तक मुख्यमंत्री जी हमारी बात नहीं सुनेंगे, इस्तीफा है ही हमारे।
कौन बात नहीं सुन रहा है?
जैसे हमारी पूरी बात है, हमारी सबकी एक ही बात है, सारे विधायकों की मंशा को सुना जाए, ताकि राजस्थान की जो मंशा है वो आलाकमान तक पहुंचे।
विधायक जी कौन आपकी बात नहीं सुन रहा है?
सब सुन रहे हैं हमारी बात।
अरे कि मैं सुनवाई नहीं हो रही,
सबकी सुनवाई होगी, चिंता ही मत करो।
क्या फैसला लिया गया?
हम अध्यक्ष जी के पास जा रहे हैं और सारे के सारे विधानसभा से इस्तीफा दे रहे हैं।
गोविंद मेघवाल दे राहत।
राजस्थान में जो भी कुछ हो रहा है बहुत चिंताजनक है जी। वहाँ के एमएलएस के जज्बात और उनके एहसासात की इज्जत करनी चाहिए। वहाँ के एमएलए जो चाहते हैं, जिसको मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं, उसे मुख्यमंत्री बना देना चाहिए। गलत फैसला कांग्रेस पार्टी को नुकसान पहुंचाएगा। राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ दो ही सरकारें हमारे पास हैं। अगर राजस्थान के अंदर कोई गलत फैसला हुआ तो उसके नतीजे गलत निकलेंगे।
Rajasthan development, we don't know details. We are only know about the media report. So anyway, Congress President already sent a senior leadership, Mallikarjun Kharge as observer, and also Congress in charge General Secretary Ajay Makan is also there in Jaipur. They are meeting with the senior leaders, our Chief Minister, PCC President, and other senior leaders, MLAs, and they are conveyed to High Command decision or whatever the decision from the MLAs. The views, these leaders are taking views of our leaders and MLAs. After that, they convey to Congress President. Congress President will take appropriate action.
All right, viewers, there's a deep irony. It's deeply ironic, and that's where the dichotomy lies, because Ashok Gehlot was the man picked by the Congress to be the Congress president, someone who would rise above everything else, keep the party together, make everything possible that the party becomes, strong, especially in the current circumstances. The same man, and that's where the irony lies, is now touted. And clearly, there's no way that the kind of rebellion would have taken place yesterday for those 6-7 hours if it did not have the approval of Ashok Gehlot. So the same man who was touted to be the Congress president, bringing the party together, today stands accused of engineering these huge fault lines of engineering a rebellion which goes against the grain, not just of what Sachin Pilot stands for, but against the grain of what the party high command wanted. Will the Congress high command go ahead and still continue putting their hand unofficially so over the nomination of Ashok Gehlot as party president? Well, that remains to be seen, because many senior leaders now within the Congress already openly talking about how the Congress can actually now give the mantle of president to Ashok Gehlot after the deeply embarrassing situation, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan has put the Congress High Command in. Well, the Congress High Command themselves to blame. All of that played out in national television, should have played out behind closed doors. The meetings with the MLAs all should have happened before, then what we saw unfold, the huge amount of drama and the mockery that was made of the party yesterday. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastav, National Affairs Editor, in this conversation. Rahul, we began the show with something that we were discussing last night as well with Rajdeep. After what has gone down, will the Congress still, choose Ashok Gehlot of being their party president? Because, it is deeply ironic. He's the man who had to rise above everything, put the party together, strengthen it. And he's the man who stands accused of engineering a mini rebellion of sorts in Rajasthan.
Preeti, apart from the long CV that Ashok Gehlot has, the lone factor working for him to be handpicked and trusted by the Congress's first family was a trust factor. Now what you have the situation? You have a situation in which Sachin Pilot won rebellion, Ashok Pilot won rebellion, both of them are quits. What does the Congress party do in Rajasthan? And I think Ashok Gehlot has lost the trust. I think the Congress party will have to go back to the drawing board, and I don't know how the future will turn out. I think the stage is getting set for Sonia Gandhi becoming eventually the president of the party, because I think in the current status, if Ashok Gehlot goes on to become president of the party, what if he expels somebody like a Sachin Pilot? For example, you read out those 3 conditions that the MLAs have made. One is wait till the 19th of October for the discussion on Rajasthan. What it means is that the supporters of Ashok Gehlot, MLAs and others, want that Gehlot should remain Chief Minister of Rajasthan till the time he becomes the president of the party. Now, as a president of the party, can somebody remove him from the Rajasthan Chief Minister's post? Can anybody trust him that he will not act against Sachin Pilot? I think now the Congress is caught in a situation in which there are very little options left for Sachin Pilot. I think there are very little options left for even Ashok Gehlot, barring remaining in Rajasthan. And I think for the Congress High Command, I think they have virtually no options but to go back to the safest route of perhaps having somebody from the family, somebody like Sonia Gandhi, who still can be called the final veto despite the signal from Rajasthan that there is no ultimate veto. The buck doesn't stop anywhere in Congress. Sonia Gandhi could it well be as the president. I think the Congress's presidential election have been derailed by Ashok Gehlot.
Right, well, he did never quite wanted the job. It was quite clear. He was deeply reluctant. And by doing what he has he made that position of being the unofficial Gandhi candidate completely untenable? Well, that's what is being speculated, and deeply at that. Stay with me, Rahul. Let's come across to my colleague Sneha, who's going to take us through the options that the Congress has in front of it right now. What does the Congress do? It's got its back towards the wall with what happened yesterday, and we'll cut across to Dev, who'll get us the latest coming in from Sachin Pilot's camp.
Thank you so much for that, Preeti. I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now to tell our viewers why this is code red Congress. Rajasthan, one of only 2 Congress-ruled states in the country right now. Rajasthan polls just 14 months away. Gandhi loyalist number 1 has disobeyed Parivar, that's Ashok Gehlot. Public defiance of Gandhi family writ. This dampens undoubtedly the Congress's high-profile yatra before 2024. Back to you. Back to you, Preeti.
All right, there you have it. Sneha taking you through the options there. I want to cut across right now to Dev, who's getting us up to speed on what is the strategy of Sachin Pilot. Because Sachin Pilot viewers, by those three demands, have completely been cut out of the dynamics. Now it's not so much of the Gehlot camp versus Sachin Pilot. Sachin Pilot is now just a pawn in what is a direct confrontation between the Congress High Command and the rebel MLAs. Dev is joining us outside Sachin Pilot's residence, which is not quite far from where I'm standing. I'll ask Ravikant Totawar to actually give you an understanding. This is the Chief Minister's residence, 8 civil lines. Sachin Pilot actually lives just about 300 meters from where I'm standing, and Sachin and Dev joins me from there. Dev, what are you picking up from the Sachin Pilot camp? He is, in all probability, going to make his way to the national capital, to Delhi as well, a little later than the observers. But one message that seems to be coming from his MLA loyalists, and those are just a handful of 15 or 18, and even that number seems to be dwindling already, is that what happened yesterday was a rebellion of sorts which was right out in the open to destabilize the Rajasthan government.
Well, Preeti, I can tell you that in this entire sequence of events which happened right in front of our eyes on Sunday, Sachin Pilot quite clearly has emerged as the aggrieved party out here. The party high command also, Preeti, quite clearly is not willing to buy the argument of what happened almost 2 years ago. That is something which has happened, and that's in the bygone era. Outside Sachin Pilot's residence, I can tell you, Preeti, some developments have started happening. A few of his supporters, loyalists have started trickling in. We have tried speaking with a few of the people, but they have quite clearly, Preeti, and perhaps maybe even understandably, आप पायलट साहब के घर के अंदर से आ रहे हैं, ये बताइए क्या कुछ बात हो पा रही है? So you saw, Preeti, perhaps that, you know, these people are not willing to speak, the loyalists, the supporters who are turning out and have emerged from inside. They're not willing to speak much, but also importantly, Preeti, as the day progresses, the number of MLAs from the pilot camp, which you correctly mentioned that the numbers have dwindled, what we have understood is that it has gone down by three MLAs, and party loyalists who are from the pilot camp have apparently switched sides and gone to the Gehlot camp. But few of the MLAs who still remain in the pilot camp are perhaps slowly...
I'm going to stop you there. Let's listen in to the MLA from Ashok Gehlot's camp. Let's listen in.
आपके नेता हैं या नहीं है सर?
बिल्कुल नेता
ठीक है।
है।
अब आप अगर आपके नेता हैं और आप विधायकों में इतनी नाराजगी थी, इस्तीफे तक की नौबत कैसे आ गई सर? उनके तो अच्छे आला कमान से जाके बात कर सकते थे, अपनी बात कह सकते थे। क्या वो बात कही नहीं या मानी नहीं गई, तब आज इस्तीफे तक की नौबत आई है क्या सर?
अब आपने कह दिया, अब मैं इसका जवाब दे देता हूँ। मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी से लगातार एमएलए की बात होती रहती है। जब ये बात आई तो मुख्यमंत्री ने, जब आपको याद है राजस्थान में बीजेपी ने षड्यंत्र किया, पूरे देश में बीजेपी सरकारें गिराने में लगी हुई है, तब अशोक गहलोत जी की जब मीटिंग हुई थी विधायकों के साथ, उन्होंने कहा मैं तुम्हारा अभिभावक हूँ, इस लड़ाई में बीजेपी को जवाब देना है। रात आप बताइए 1.5 महीने तक लोग होटलों में रहे। बीजेपी का, मैं आज फिर कह रहा हूँ, आज तक कहने पे कह रहा हूँ, बीजेपी का अभी फिर षड्यंत्र शुरू हो गया। बीजेपी के नेता राजस्थान की सरकार को अस्थिर करना चाहते हैं। मैंने पहले भी कहा था वो हुआ, और अभी भी मैं कह रहा हूँ।
सर, दो चीजें समझ में आई हैं आपकी बात से, दो चीज समझ आई कि आप ये कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी अभी भी षड्यंत्र रच रही है, मैं मान गई। आप दूसरी बात कह रहे हैं कि गहलोत के साथ ये जो विधायक हैं संपर्क में थे, तो कल जो पूरी कहानी की पटकथा है वो गहलोत की कलम से लिखी गई क्या?
बिल्कुल नहीं लिखी गई। गहलोत साहब की बात तक आप मुझे ये बताइए, गहलोत साहब के साथ तो मैं था ना सुबह से। गहलोत साहब ने मीटिंग रखी अपने घर पर, और जब हम वापस आए तब तक 70 विधायक धारीवाल जी के घर पर जुट गए थे। गहलोत साहब ने बुलाया ना कल विधायकों को, तो विधायकों नहीं पहुंचे ना मुख्यमंत्री निवास में। उन्होंने कहा कि विधायक, अब मैं और डोटासरा जी जो हमारी पार्टी के प्रेसिडेंट वापस गए बातचीत करके। माकन साहब और खड़गे साहब से मैं मिलने गया, कनौट माता जी 7 बजे मीटिंग थी और 6 बजे मैं पहुंच गया था, दोनों से मेरी मीटिंग थी। और अच्छी बात थी तो मैं धारीवाल जी को लेने गया, वहाँ विधायकों ने धारीवाल जी को भी नहीं आने दिया।
प्रताप सिंह खाचरियावाल जी, एक बात बताइए ना, गहलोत को तो चाणक्य कहा जाता है, जादूगर कहा जाता है, वो पहले स्थितियां भाप जाते हैं। जब वो ये भाप जाते हैं कि बीजेपी किस तरीके से अटैक करने वाली है, विधायकों को लेने वाली है और सरकार बचा लेते हैं, वहां वो बगावत के सुर यानी इस्तीफे के सुर को समझ नहीं पाए। सर, ये कैसे मुमकिन है? वो कैसे नहीं बता पाए आला कमान को कि ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है? मैम,
एक बात आप मानकर चलिए, मैं कब मना कर रहा हूँ, एक अशोक गहलोत को बनने में 50 वर्ष लगते हैं। पार्टी में अशोक गहलोत जैसे नेता 50 वर्ष में बनते हैं। हमारी भी जिम्मेदारी है, हम भी उनका सम्मान रखें, लेकिन गहलोत साहब के और विधायकों के अच्छे रिश्ते हैं। क्या गहलोत साहब उनको आदेश दे? जब वो गहलोत साहब के एक आदेश पर राहुल गांधी, सोनिया गांधी जी आदेश पर अपनी जान देने को तैयार है, तो क्या गहलोत साहब की, राहुल गांधी जी की, सोनिया गांधी जी की जिम्मेदारी? अपनी बात तो कह ही सकते हैं, ये हमारे परिवार का मामला है। यदि
सर, बात कहना अलग है, यहाँ तो इस्तीफे हो गए ना सर। टेबल पे बुलाया गया था, बैठक की गई थी कि आइए बैठक करें, बैठक में नहीं गए, इस्तीफा दे दिया। सर, बात कहाँ हो रही है?
आप मुझे ये बताइए, जब एक बार पार्टी के सारे विधायक यूनाइट होकर और सीपी जोशी जी के यहाँ गए, हमारी पार्टी के विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष हैं, वो खुद कांग्रेस के बहुत सीनियर लीडर रहे हैं, और वहां जाकर हम वापस गए उनको लेने के लिए। आज मैं वापस अभी खड़गे साहब, माकन साहब से मैं भी मिलूंगा, और ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, वो हमारे परिवार के लीडर हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के, उनका सम्मान है। राहुल गांधी जी की यात्रा चल रही है, बड़ा समर्थन मिल रहा है, जरूरत होगी
ठीक है,
एक आह्वान, ये तो मुझे अच्छा लगा कि वो सबको आह्वान नहीं करे, नहीं तो लोग तो वहां जाके उनके साथ पैदल चलने को चला।
ठीक है प्रताप जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। तो कुल मिलाकर अभी भी कांग्रेस यही कहती नजर आ रही है कि हम परिवार हैं, बर्तन एक साथ होते हैं तो खटकते हैं, लेकिन सब सही है, ऑल इज वेल। क्या वाकई ऑल इज वेल चल रहा है राजस्थान की पॉलिटिक्स में, और क्या सचिन पायलट का होगा पलटवार? आगे रहेगी इस पर नजर। एक छोटा सा ब्रेक, देखते रहिए आज तक।
All right, you just heard one of the loyalists of Ashok Gehlot actually telling our sister channel Raj Tak that Ashok Gehlot had absolutely nothing to it, something which nobody would quite believe. Ashok Gehlot has been the man, who's known as the Jadugar, or rather magician of Rajasthan. He pulled out another rabbit out of the hat yesterday, and the sequence of events in terms of stealth, if how it happened, I just want to take our viewers through that. In the afternoon, Ashok Gehlot visited the Tanot Mata temple in Jaisalmer. He gave a statement which then seemed to send out a message that finally Ashok Gehlot is looking at bearing the hatchet with Sachin Pilot, when he said after going to the temple, time has come now for the new guard, the next generation, to take over the reins. Many suggested it was Ashok Gehlot, who was going to be party president soon, rising above everything else and handing over the mantle to Sachin Pilot. But that didn't quite happen, because onwards from Jaisalmer, as the Chief Minister came to Jaipur, his MLA started collecting at his closest aide's residence, who was Shanti Dhariwal. And that is where the unofficial CLP took place, and a resolution was passed that the MLAs will not go by what the High Command wanted. They were very clear. They were willing to resign in the face of having Sachin Pilot lead them to elections in the next 1 year. And then, of course, we all saw what went down, completely public humiliation of not just Mr. Pilot, but the Gandhis themselves. I want to bring it in this Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, who's looking at things closely. Rahul, the fact that Ashok Gehlot clearly, his footprint, or his, this is vintage Gehlot politics. Many local journalists would tell us here, everybody was quite expecting it, even though he was saying the right things of new generation taking over, and the works. Where does it leave Ashok Gehlot now? In all probability, do you see him now continuing as Chief Minister of Rajasthan and not coming to the center stage as possible President of the Congress?
Preeti, as I said, and we were discussing earlier, the lone factor working for Ashok Gehlot, in comparison to several senior leaders in the Congress party, Mallikarjun Kharge, Digvijay Singh and several others, was of course political acumen, his long-standing perhaps association with the Congress, and with most of the activities in the Congress. The big factor was the loyalty factor, the trust factor. I think also working was that his elevation meant that the Congress wanted to send out multiple layered signals that a senior leader in the party, democratically, not just anybody from the family, can head the party president's post, can run the party, but there also was to send out a signal that somebody like Sachin Pilot, the second generation of the party, will now be taking over. The young guns will be taking charge of the party, say in a state like Rajasthan. Now, that's exactly the step which Rahul Gandhi wanted to take in 2019, when after the elections, the first working committee meeting, Rahul Gandhi said that there were seniors in the party who acted in the interest of their own families than the interest of the party. That young versus old thing, the Congress felt that perhaps will start getting settled with Gehlot as the party president. Sachin Pilot can take over. I think all those plans have been derailed. I think Ashok Gehlot has lost trust. Very importantly, I think the entire question of that Bharat Jodo element, Preeti, that in politics there are no quick fixes. The Congress's real challenge has been how to create a fix in the party and fix all the troubles which dog the party, which have led to the decline of the party, that you think that you need a Bharat Jodo Yatra to revive the party. I think the horse was put behind the cart. The Congress party will have to go back to the drawing board on several issues now. What next as far as the party is concerned? That question has gone much deeper than I think what it was till day before yesterday. Because the party is unsure how it will be led. Because I think in a given situation that Ashok Gehlot, I don't think can now be trusted to be taken over, to be taking charge. I think he has signaled that he will like to remain in Rajasthan. Rajasthan is more critical to him. If he goes to Delhi to go on to contest the elections, he wants to keep Rajasthan. That's the condition the party high command will have to accept. Now, if it accepts a demand like this from a regional player like Ashok Gehlot, who could have become the party president, I think the authority of the party would be gone completely at the high command. And I think it will be much worse than what it is today. So I think the High Command will have to take a decision that Ashok Gehlot could well not be coming to Delhi. Even if they try to create some kind of a solution by calling all the leaders. I have just spoken to people close to Sachin Pilot's camp, and I am told that Sachin Pilot is not heading to Delhi. So he is going to sit out and wait for the Congress High Command to settle the mess. What I think that there is clarity that there was a promise made to Sachin Pilot at the time when the government was formed that Sachin Pilot at some time in future will be taking over as a party chief minister. Then came the rebellion, and at that time again there was a kind of a solution offered that in some time future date that may happen. And I think in the last few months I know that Sachin Pilot, whosoever he was meeting, was telling everybody, don't come to me with anything right now, wait for September to end and perhaps I'll be in a position to resolve the issues which you're bringing to me. I think he was waiting to be chief minister because there was some kind of an indication. Just before he went to Kochi last week, he met Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. The indications were very clear. Ashok Gehlot met Sonia Gandhi later. And again, the indication was that there is a formula worked out in which Sachin will take over. I think all that is over. So there is very little left for Sachin Pilot in the party, because if he stays, Ashok Gehlot becomes party president. I think his troubles are going to increase. And if he doesn't, then how does he survive in Rajasthan now with 80 odd MLAs virtually backing Ashok Gehlot? I don't think Ashok Gehlot is going to make life easy for Sachin Pilot in near future. I think even Sachin Pilot is at a very, very critical crossroad.
Well, and I'm sure Sachin Pilot actually knows that. We constantly spoken, viewers, about the failure of the High Command of actually being able to assess what's really gone down, but also the top management of the Congress party to look at the two observers who were sent. Both Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge were completely caught in the dark. They were twiddling their thumbs at JW Marriott Hotel while this entire rebellion was taking form at Shanti Dhariwal's residence. Completely clueless, even yesterday, even till this morning, constantly trying to gain contact with the rebel MLAs, failing to do so. Classic of where the Congress stands today. Something I still remember in 2018 when Ashok Gehlot was made the chief minister. I was standing actually right here at that point of time. Ghulam Nabi Azad and Jyotiraditya Scindia were the two observers who had to see the smooth transition of Ashok Gehlot taking power. Sachin Pilot wasn't happy at that point of time because he thought that the success of the Rajasthan elections was primarily because of his hard work. He was promised the chair of Deputy CM. He took Deputy CM in lieu of hoping that in 2.5 years his time will come as Chief Minister. Well, it's just a year of elections again to Rajasthan. That time hasn't quite come. The spotlight also now, viewers, on the failure of the top management, if one would say, of the Congress party. Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge have failed miserably on the job that they were entrusted to perform. And now just going back after the MLAs, the rebel MLAs have clearly told them, my way or the highway. It's the highway for both of them. They're going to be on their way to Delhi very soon. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Sneha, who's going to take us through the latest developments, or rather, the issues facing the Congress.
Thank you so much for that, Preeti. Undoubtedly, there were several errors that was essentially committed by the Gandhis. Failure completely to handle the situation in Rajasthan. How did they then not see this coming? Gandhis actually expected a smooth transition in Rajasthan. Gandhis also failed to gauge even Gehlot's play. We'll talk about those errors of the Gandhis in a moment from now again, but for our viewers, quickly, let's give them an idea about the assembly strength in Rajasthan and what do the numbers really look like. In an assembly of 200, 101 is the majority mark. Congress has 108, 85 plus with Ashok Gehlot. Clearly, that means trouble for Sachin Pilot. Just about 19 with Sachin Pilot. As far as the BJP is concerned, they're hovering around the 71 mark. And of course, these are 13 other MLAs who are pro-Gehlot. And 8, of course, are the other MLAs in the assembly. Talking about the errors that were committed by the Gandhis. Gandhis were expected. In fact, they were expecting a smooth transition in Rajasthan. They failed to gauge Gehlot's play. They were caught off guard. The crack team was clueless. Sonia thought a word, in short, discipline with the party. They were confident about this entire game. Rahul Gandhi thought the Yatra, the Bharat Jodo Yatra, would unite factions, but clearly there was failure on that front as well. Back to you, Preeti.
All right, Piers, what you just heard were the various options or the errors in front of that lie in front of the Congress party right now. I want to now, also get you. What is exactly going on where Ashok Gehlot is concerned? And complete, the silence this morning or the lack of activity is making up for what went down till late last night till about 1 a.m. Was hectic activity both where I'm standing, the Chief Minister's residence, and about 200 meters away from here, which would be the residence of CP Joshi, the Speaker, where the bus of MLAs, which was to come here for the official CLP, never quite made it, but went to the Speaker's residence, just right here and handed over their resignations. Heavy drama through the course of the night. Of course, this morning a little slower. Everybody absorbing the public display of mockery, which the BJP clearly having the last laugh right now of what went down. Dave, would you take us through? Are you in touch right now with the Congress, with the Gehlot camp MLAs? Because even till till about 10 a.m. there were attempts made by both the observers before they gave up of trying to build contact and maybe hold that one-on-one, which was to be held. Dave, over to you.
Preeti, quite apparently, it's been a slow... Preeti, thank you so much. It's been a slow morning, both for the Pilot camp and the Gehlot camp, as you clearly mentioned. But I can tell you, Preeti, that things are out of the hands of the MLAs now. And if anyone believes anyone asserting that this was not something which was orchestrated by Ashok Gehlot, then that person clearly does not know what is actually happening on the ground in Rajasthan. This has a clear stamp of authority of Ashok Gehlot, and the MLAs are clearly playing as stooges in this entire game of Gehlot, the wildly shrewd politician in Rajasthan. He's the biggest game changer that the history or the politics of Rajasthan has seen. And I can tell you that Ashok Gehlot is quite wary. He's quite aware of his legacy. He knows that he's been thrice the union minister of the country. He has also held on to the chief minister's post 3 times, Preeti. He has also been the state president of the Congress in Rajasthan. For the first time when he was elected the chief minister, that was back in 1998. Then again in 2008 he became the chief minister, and then he became the chief minister, which he currently is, in 2018. He knows for a fact that, in Rajasthan, under his rule, never ever the Congress has been able to return to government. The party has not repeated itself. But right now there is activity outside Pilot's residence. Preeti, I can tell you that supporters have started coming in. We see... सर आपसे बात करना चाह रहे हैं सर एक बार बात कर लीजिए सर। क्या कुछ लग रहा है, क्या कुछ आगे का रणनीति बन सकती है पायलट कैंप की? सर
हमें आला कमान भरोसा है और आला कमान सही समय पर सही काम करेगा।
पर सर ये बताइए, क्या सचिन पायलट पर्सनली जो कुछ हुआ है उससे आघात फील करते हैं? वो उनको लगता है कि बिट्रेयल हुआ है?
सचिन पायलट बहुत बड़ा नेता है। पहले वो ऐसा एक बार देख चुके हैं, उनका नंबर था, इसके बावजूद ही उन्होंने अपने सब्र की है। तो वो छोटे मोटे दिमाग का आदमी नहीं है, वो बहुत लंबी रेस का घोड़ा है हमारा।
तो क्या कुछ चल रहा है सर, मंथन क्या चल रहा है अभी?
आपको बहुत जल्दी निश्चित रूप से काफी कुछ सामने आ जाएगा और आला कमान जो भी फैसला करेगा वो अच्छा फैसला करेगा।
सचिन पायलट आज दिल्ली जा सकते हैं सर? आज दिल्ली जा सकते हैं सचिन पायलट? क्या
ये कांग्रेस है, सीएम की कुर्सी है, एक कुर्सी जा रही है, एक कुर्सी आ रही है, तो निश्चित रूप से आप मानिए कि थोड़ा बहुत तो हल्का फुल्का रहता है। इस पार्टी में चलता है, कोई नई बात नहीं है, पहले भी चलता है, वो पायलट साहब बताएंगे।
आज जो कुछ हुआ, अशोक गहलोत से नाराजगी है क्या सर? आपको लगता है अशोक गहलोत से नाराजगी है क्या पार्टी में?
वो सबको सब मालूम है। यहाँ एक ही प्रक्रिया है हमारे यहाँ कि जो भी फैसले किए जाते हैं वो आला कमान द्वारा किए जाते हैं।
क्या पार्टी आला कमान से खुद सचिन पायलट ने बात की है? प्रियंका, राहुल, सोनिया गांधी जी से बात हुई है सर उनकी?
वो वही बता पाएंगे।
एक सवाल सर ये भी उठ रहा है कि जिस तरह से चीजें की गई, कई आरोप लग रहे हैं कि पहले से प्लानिंग की गई थी गहलोत कैंप के द्वारा।
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, की होंगी तो भुगतेंगे जिसने की है। या आला कमान का फैसला चलेगा और सब लोग आला कमान के निर्देशों पर काम कर रहे हैं। जो बगावत करेगा उसको भुगतना पड़ेगा।
अब एक एक करके पायलट कैंप के विधायक और भी आएंगे सर यहाँ पर पायलट?
मुझे पता नहीं, मैं सब मिलने आया हूँ, वो आएंगे नहीं आएंगे सब होगा।
क्या इसको आप आला कमान के खिलाफ चुनौती मानते हैं गहलोत गुट की? जिस तरह कल विधायक दल की मीटिंग में नहीं आना, इस्तीफा सौंपना, किस रूप में
आप क्या मानते हैं? आप ही बताइए, आपसे पूछते हैं।
साफ तौर पर जो प्लानिंग थी वो थी कि 7 बजे की मीटिंग होनी थी, विधायक नहीं पहुंचे गहलोत गुट के। आपको लगता है क्या? आपको लगता है क्या
मीटिंग बुलाई थी 7 बजे, ऑब्जर्वर्स को आना था 7 बजे, हम सबको सूचना थी 7 बजे। आला कमान के फैसले के तहत जो चीफ विप ने फ़ोन किए उसके जाना था हमको CMR में 7 बजे। इसके बाद में अलावा कोई और कुछ हुआ है तो वो किस में आता है वो सब आप जानते हैं।
सर गहलोत गुट तो कह रहा है कि वो तो जैसलमेर गए हुए थे, उनको तो पता ही नहीं था, उनकी पीठ पीछे ये सब चल रहा है। आपको लगता है ये बात किसी को हजम होगी क्या?
आपको हजम नहीं हो रही तो और किसको होगी? चलिए, thank you.
Well, so clearly, Preeti, you heard a loyalist of Sachin Pilot mentioning that that this was something which was, clearly hurtful. That the pilot camp is still licking its wounds, and as I mentioned, Preeti, slowly and steadily, members of the pilot camp will started coming in, and they will be going into a huddle at Sachin Pilot's residence. Activity has started, slowly but steadily increasing out here. During the last couple of hours, there was not much activity, but in the last 15 to 20 minutes, Preeti, activity has started picking up. You see all of the posters and the placards that are outside Sachin Pilot's residence. Earlier, Preeti, this street used to be filled with the supporters of Sachin Pilot, but right now, supporters are not that many, but slowly and steadily they are arriving at Pilot's residence. Sachin Pilot, is taking all of these developments, Preeti, with a pinch of salt, and he believes that this is something which could have happened. Also importantly, Preeti, I spoke with Sachin Pilot a few days ago at his official residence around 3 to 4 days ago, and he mentioned to me that he has spoken to close to 100 MLAs, out of which 90 were from the Congress camp itself, from the Congress party itself, and he mentioned that they are being, shown a different picture.
All right, Dave, we're going to come right back to you. Just give us about we're going to come right back to you. Hold that thought. Stay with us. It's interesting, viewers. They was talking to the supporters of Sachin Pilot, some of the MLAs there. One now clear line coming in from the Sachin Pilot camp that now they depose their faith in the Ala Command, the High Command. The High Command will decide, because earlier on, of course, there was indication that the High Command wanted Sachin Pilot to succeed Ashok Gehlot, and now they are saying that the High Command's orders will be complied with, and the High Command will decide what action needs to be taken. But clearly, the rebel MLAs want nothing to do what the High Command wanted. They've given exactly what they want and their conditions to the High Command, vice versa. We'll come back to Dev as well as Rahul Srivastava. Do stay on with us. Our continuous coverage from Jaipur.
Obviously, the biggest and most talked about story internationally right now is the death of Queen Elizabeth II. After a week of a particularly anti-colonialist drive taken by the government, strangely, a day of mourning was declared.
I find it unnecessary, Shiv. You have messages that come in from the Prime Minister, which is, okay, fine. You know, he's the Prime Minister, he's sending out a message of condolence on behalf of the nation. But then you take that forward and then announce 1 day of mourning in India. What was the need for that?
You want to reach out to the Raj in every way, or at least the United Kingdom as it stands today. Free trade pacts, student partnerships. You want to build a stronger relationship with UK, but we will decolonize by changing the name from Rajpat to Kartavya Path. Change my name also tomorrow, Rajdeep to Kartavya.
So what's bogus and hypocritical is not the name change. What's bogus and hypocritical is the mourning.
You know, doing good Kartavya, you will be called Kartavya.
Going back to the topic
Kartavya. Prime Minister Modi himself has been very diplomatically correct when it comes to global relationship. I think Modi has aced it. So this is basically just protocol.
A certain respect for Queen Elizabeth, the individual. And therefore, if the state decides to give 1 day mourning, theek hai yaar. Why debating? And that too in English. That too you are debating in English. The language of the Queen.
My view, if you are getting rid of St. George's Cross, if you're getting rid of Rajpath and those things, which is why it looks a little jarring to me.
Mourn the Queen, but don't show your allegiance to the empire like that by declaring state mourning.
Fact remains, special relationship is a two-way street. Hand over Vijay Mallya, hand over Nirav Modi. Do not hide Indian fugitives in your country, and don't let the British Museum look like an active crime scene.
All I'm going to say now, I personally believe that the India-UK relationship is way beyond the royal family, and that's the way it actually should be.
An extreme heat belt is going to impact over 100 million people. The research was conducted by First Street Foundation, and it says that by 2053, an extreme heat belt will impact people across the US. This will cover regions stretching from Texas, Louisiana to Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin. Heat index or apparent temperature is what the outside temperature feels like to the human body when relative humidity is combined with air temperature. A key finding from the study was that heat exceeding the threshold of the National Weather Service's highest category called extreme danger or above 125 degrees Fahrenheit was expected to impact 8.1 million people in 2023 and grow to 107 million people in 2053. The biggest predicted shift is in the local temperature of Miami-Dade County in Florida. This county currently sees 7 days per year as its hottest temperature of 103 degrees Fahrenheit. By 2053, this number is expected to increase to 34 days. The study predicts that temperature spikes are a result of using air conditioners. The study warns that this will lead to more frequent and longer lasting high temperatures. The study used satellite-derived land surface temperatures and air temperatures between 2014 and 2020. This helped them understand the relationship between them. It also looked into elevation to see how much area is absorbed by water and distance from surface water to the coast. The model was scaled to future climate conditions. It used the middle of the road scenario. The report says that these increases in local temperatures result in significant implications for communities that are not acclimated to warmer weather relative to their normal climate.
Staying with Rajasthan, the political war over the Rajasthan Chief Minister post intensifies. Let's take a look at the top developments. Miffed Rajasthan MLAs who threatened to resign on Sunday are posed to meet the observers. Rajasthan Cabinet Minister Pratap Singh said that MLAs are not going to meet them as all of them left for their respective homes due to Navratras. Amidst the political crisis, AICC observers Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken will submit the report to the top leadership. The next step will be to decide after the discussions what next, and that is going to happen with the High Command. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi took stock of the situation in Rajasthan, sending senior leader KC Venugopal to Delhi. Venugopal will likely be meeting Congress President Sonia Gandhi in the evening. Deeply disappointed with the political war in Rajasthan, former Rajasthan Governor Margaret Alba took to Twitter and said that events unfolding in the state are unfortunate. She's added that senior leaders must be prepared to sacrifice their personal ambitions. BJP took pot shots at Congress, hinting at imposition of precedence rule in the state. The Saffron Party has asked the Congress MLAs to stop pretending to resign.
Here's the latest news break coming in. Sachin Pilot and all of this has finally reacted. Sachin Pilot says he's going to stay in Delhi, in Jaipur as of now. That's the indication coming in from the Sachin Pilot camp. He will stay in Jaipur, in all probability, waiting for the High Command to get back in touch with him, and only then he will take the call. On the other hand, the two observers, viewers, there's news also coming in from Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge. They're waiting at the hotel, which is the JW Marriott. They want to once again speak with Ashok Gehlot to see if middle ground can be reached somehow and the MLAs can be spoken with. Indication now coming in, and this is operative, viewers. While Sachin Pilot has decided he's not going to Delhi, he's going to stick it out in Jaipur. He, in all probability, will wait for the Congress High Command to get back to him with a decision, because this is also a huge slight, if you look at it, to the Congress High Command. What we are also getting to understand is that Mallikarjun Kharge conveyed to Ashok Gehlot, conveyed to the band of rebel MLAs, the 92 of them, that, they've seen a lot of these political hardball, through the years. They're not going to succumb to pressure. They're not going to succumb to pressure, and which is Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Makan as observers, that the High Command has made its point clear. They will not succumb to those three demands. So there is development there. And if nothing comes off it, if there is no climb down, then both the observers will make their way back to the national capital by this afternoon. I want to immediately bring in, Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor in this conversation. Rahul, with what we've been talking about, the weakening of the High Command, even though extremely weak in the face of the regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot, 92 MLAs have shown the Congress High Command its place. But now word coming in that Sachin Pilot to stay in Jaipur, and importantly, the High Command is dug in its heels. It seems it's come to the existence of the proverbial High Command here, because they are saying those 3-point agenda, or the 3 points that the MLAs want accepted before they even come to the talking table, is not accepted to the Congress High Command. They don't want any conditions. They want to hold talks with the MLAs without these conditions. There is a clear message which has seemed to go from Mallikarjun Kharge to Ashok Gehlot, which seems to suggest that the Congress party has seen a lot of pressure tactics over years. They've sat in the opposition as well, but they will not fall prey to, muscle flexing and holding the government to ransom by these 92 MLAs. A strong stand that the High Command seems to be taking.
Preeti, I think this is the only stand the High Command can take, because if it doesn't, especially after what happened, that the High Command wanted X thing to happen, the MLAs went ahead and did the Y thing, and now they are saying that we want the Z thing to be done before we do anything. I think if the Congress party, the High Command accepts all this, then I don't think it will be called the High Command, it will be called the Not So High Command. And I don't think that the Congress really wants a position that should happen, because remember that there is a rebellion, part rebellion brewing, trouble brewing in Jharkhand. There is a rebellion brewing in Chhattisgarh. Now, if you have that kind of situation, remember, Karnataka, there is a tussle between the top two leaders. Who's going to listen to the High Command? So the Congress High Command right now, but has very little option but to stick to its guns. See, we sent across a message that this is going to happen, that there should be a meeting of the MLAs, there should be a smooth transition before Ashok Gehlot moves to Delhi to file his nomination. That hasn't happened. MLAs has acted in a certain way. So no demands will be accepted, and eventually our line remains the same. Now Sachin Pilot, I think, is being wise. Instead of jumping into the bandwagon, throwing political statements, I think he had maintained a certain amount of restraint and silence in the last few weeks, especially when the barbs from the Ashok Gehlot faction reminding about the rebellion had intensified. He stayed quiet because he thought that the party high command is backing him, and eventually that's what perhaps seemed to be the last agreed arrangement last time when Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot met Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. Now he has very little option, Preeti. He has to either stay quiet or take the next move, which could well be leaving the party, and that is why I think Sachin Pilot might be giving the party high command the last option the high command has before Sachin Pilot decides his long-term political future course.
Right. Well, we're going to come right back, Rahul, because even where we've constantly spoken about the weakening of the Congress High Command, it seems it's come to the very existence of the High Command right now. And the proverbial Congress High Command digging in its heels says we will not succumb to blackmailing, we will not succumb to muscle flexing or pressure. You cannot set conditions before talks. We are happy to sit in the opposition. Digging in its heels, it seems. Because, like I said, viewers, it's now come to the existence, the sheer existence of the writ of the High Command. We're going to keep a keen eye on all political developments as they take place. What we can also add, Sachin Pilot will stay put in Jaipur, possibly waiting for a word coming in from the Congress top brass, which for now has dug in its heels, saying will not succumb to pressure tactics, no conditions before talks. A quick break, stay with us, back soon.
individuals from this building have commented. Deborah Lipstadt, our special envoy, commented on this. She called these comments, she said she was deeply alarmed by this rhetoric. She made the point that rhetoric of this nature is inexcusable. In some 75 years after the end of the Holocaust.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the top stories, the headlines this Monday morning. Another Congress state implodes. Massive escalation in Gehlot versus Pilot saga as Rajasthan Chief Minister gears up to contest for Congress president polls. 92 Gehlot loyalist MLAs threaten to quit if Pilot is made the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Congress High Command back in damage control mode. Gandhi emissaries Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge in Rajasthan, but they failed to broker a truce or peace. BJP and Aam Aadmi Party mocked the Bharat Jodo Yatra amid Rajasthan churning. AAP claims Congress finished in the state. BJP declares 2023 assembly elections in Rajasthan a done deal. Big relief for Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez. Patiala House Court grants actor interim bail. ED has earlier named Jackie as an accused in the multi-crore extortion case led by conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Bill Gates praises Prime Minister Modi's empowerment schemes, says should be a blueprint for many countries. Pakistan Minister Maryam Aurangzeb has been heckled on the streets of London. Protesters shout, "Chorni, chorni" chants. Minister maintains calm. This is a big, breaking, exclusive piece of information, a mega scoop on Rajasthan Congress implosion. Sources have told India Today exclusively that Kharge says rebellion has been sponsored by the Chief Minister. Gehlot may not file nomination in that case. Pilot is turning towards the Gandhis, counting on them to act on Gehlot. Congress set to give in fact Gehlot a show cause on this crisis. Congress is all set to show cause Gehlot on this crisis. Pilot is counting on Gandhis to act on Ashok Gehlot. Mallikarjun Kharge said that this rebellion was sponsored by the Chief Minister. Preeti Chaudhary is in Jaipur tracking all of those developments. Also, Dev Ankur is with us. So it's clear that nobody is buying that theory, Preeti, that Ashok Gehlot was completely unaware about what was happening vis-a-vis his MLAs sending in their resignations, and that he really is the mastermind behind this rebellion. That certainly means bad news for Ashok Gehlot as far as the Congress High Command is concerned.
Well, you know, nobody quite believed it from the word go, Sneha. With what went down yesterday in a matter of 6 to 8 hours had classic footprint of no one else but the politics of Ashok Gehlot. And clearly, the observers, the High Command, Sachin Pilot, who's very close to where I'm standing at the Chief Minister's residence. Sachin Pilot's right here. Nobody would be fooled into believing that what went down yesterday with 92 Ashok Gehlot loyalists, that's the operative part. Ashok Gehlot loyalists coming together, stitching a rebellion, and Ashok Gehlot has absolutely no clue about it. You know, it's rather bizarre to even
in a
think
moment
of.
from now, be with us. Our consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai is also with us. Rajdeep, good morning and thank you so much for joining us at this point in time. What do you make of what has been said by our sources? Clearly that Mallikarjun Kharge has been sent in as an observer to Rajasthan, has clearly said that this tamasha, this rebellion was sponsored by Ashok Gehlot himself, and by him saying that I was not aware that all of this is going on, I wasn't even there, that really makes no sense. What next for Gehlot then?
You know, Sneha, you might recall exactly 24 hours ago we had spoken. And at that time it seemed that Ashok Gehlot, barring a last-minute surprise, would vacate the Chief Minister's chair for Sachin Pilot. However, anyone who has known the kind of relationship that Mr. Gehlot has had with Mr. Pilot in recent years would have known that Mr. Gehlot was never going to make it easy for Mr. Pilot, and that became amply clear yesterday. Now it seems that with the manner in which this rebellion has been staged or sponsored, to use the word that Mallikarjun Kharge has reportedly sent to Sonia Gandhi, it would seem that Ashok Gehlot finds himself in a situation where he is unlikely now to have the confidence of the Congress so-called High Command, i.e. the Gandhi family, to contest for the president's election. It seems that Ashok Gehlot has actually chosen to remain Rajasthan Chief Minister if possible, rather than become Congress President. He seems to believe that being Congress President at a stage like this is a crown of thorns, and he would much rather remain in his comfort zone in Rajasthan than go to Delhi, which will now further complicate the entire issue of Congress presidentship, and also suggest that here is a regional satrap who can now openly rebel against the Gandhi family and possibly hope to get away with it. So the ball really now has been left by Ashok Gehlot in the court of the Gandhis. Are the Gandhis now willing to accept that Ashok Gehlot is someone who cannot be challenged on his home turf in Rajasthan? Are they willing to accept that perhaps they judged Mr. Gehlot wrong when they virtually asked him to come to Delhi to become Congress president? And do they at all have a plan B? So I think it is the Congress leadership now which finds itself in the midst of a huge credibility deficit, unable to impose its writ on.
खरगे जी और मैं हम अलग से बैठ करके 1-to-1 सबकी बात सुनेंगे और कोई फैसला नहीं हो रहा है। जो आप बात कहेंगे वो बात हम दिल्ली जाकर के बताएंगे और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सबकी बात सुनने के बाद 1-to-1 हर एक से बात करने के निर्देश हमारे पास में हैं। लिहाजा उसके बाद में शांति धारीवाल जी, डॉक्टर जोशी और प्रताप काचरियावास, ये तीनों विधायक उनके नुमाइंदे के तौर के ऊपर हमारे पास में आए और उन्होंने 3 शर्तें रखी। सबसे पहले तो उन्होंने कहा कि बेशक आप अगर रेजोल्यूशन पास करना है कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के ऊपर छोड़ने का, तो बेशक रेजोल्यूशन पास करें, लेकिन उसके अंदर फैसला उसका 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में होना चाहिए। तो हमने कहा कि अगर अशोक गहलोत जी रेजोल्यूशन मूव करते हैं कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के ऊपर सब चीजें छोड़ी जा रही हैं और 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में, क्योंकि अब अशोक गहलोत जी खुद ये कह चुके हैं कि वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के उम्मीदवार हैं, तो 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में जब वो खुद अध्यक्ष बन जाएंगे तो अपने ही रेजोल्यूशन के ऊपर अपने आप को ही एम्पावर कर रहे हैं, तो इससे बड़ा कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं हो सकता। तो ये आप इसको मत करिए। लेकिन उन्होंने कहा नहीं, ये पब्लिकली आपको कहना पड़ेगा और रेजोल्यूशन का हिस्सा बनाना पड़ेगा कि बेशक रेजोल्यूशन आज पास हो लेकिन 19 अक्टूबर के बाद ये इंप्लीमेंट होगा। दूसरा, हम लोग जब कहा कि हम सबसे अलग अलग एक एक करके बात करेंगे तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, हम ग्रुप्स में आएंगे। तो हमने कहा कांग्रेस की हमेशा से ये प्रथा रही है कि हम लोग सबसे एक एक बात करते हैं ताकि फ्री फ्रैंकली बगैर किसी दबाव के जो भी विधायक कहना चाहे वो अपनी बात कहे। तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, हम लोग ग्रुप्स में आकर के आपको बात कहेंगे और ये भी आपको पब्लिकली कहना पड़ेगा। तीसरा, उन्होंने जो पॉइंट जो उन्होंने बोला कि 102 जो विधायक उस वक्त लॉयल थे, अशोक जी के साथ में थे, उनमें से ही कोई बनाया जाना चाहिए, सचिन पायलट या उसके ग्रुप में से नहीं बनाया जाना चाहिए। तो हमने कहा कि आपकी भावना, जब हम सबसे एक एक करके मिलेंगे तो जो आपकी भावना है एग्जैक्टली वो सारी की सारी भावना जो व्यक्ति कर रहे हैं वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम बताएंगे और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा उसके बाद में अशोक गहलोत जी से बात करके, सबसे बात करके फैसला लेंगी। तो इसलिए किसी को ये बात की चिंता नहीं करनी चाहिए कि आपकी बात की भावना और आप लोगों की सोच नहीं जा रही है। लेकिन वो इंसिस्ट करते रहे कि ये तीनों के तीनों रेजोल्यूशन का हिस्सा होना चाहिए और इस कंडीशन के ऊपर रेजोल्यूशन होना चाहिए। तो हमारा ये कहना था कि रेजोल्यूशन कभी भी कांग्रेस के 75 वर्ष के इतिहास में स्ट्रिंग्स लगा करके कंडीशनल रेजोल्यूशंस नहीं होता है। रेजोल्यूशन एक लाइन का होता है और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को सारी बातों की जानकारी दी जाती है जिसके बाद में डिसीजन लिया जाता है। और कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट के साथ में नहीं होना चाहिए कि आज जो रेजोल्यूशन मूव कर रहे हैं वो इलेक्शन लड़ रहे हैं और कल को वो अगर कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष बन जाते हैं तो वही अपने ही रेजोल्यूशन के ऊपर फैसला कल करें, तो ये कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, इसलिए ये गलत है। लिहाजा हम लोगों ने उनको, खरगे जी के साथ में मैंने उनको मना करा कि ये कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, एक एक से हम लोग अलग बात करेंगे और सबकी भावना को लेकर के जाएंगे और सबकी बात सुन करके ही कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा फैसला करेंगी। तो ये मैं बात आप लोगों को बताना चाहता हूं। उसके बाद में हम लोग इंतजार करते रहे, वो लोग नहीं आए और अब हम वापस खरगे जी और मैं हम दिल्ली जा रहे हैं और अपनी पूरी रिपोर्ट हम लोग कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम लोग सौंपेंगे।
बात आप मानते हैं कि अनुशासनहीनता हुई है और आप लोगों से मिलने नहीं आए, क्या ये अनुशासनहीनता है?
देखिए, अभी हम लोगों को या आपको या किसी को भी आइडिया नहीं है कि कितने विधायक थे, कौन विधायक थे जिन्होंने इस्तीफा दिया है या नहीं दिया है। ये आगे समय आएगा और हम लोगों के कांग्रेस के ये सभी के सभी विधायक हैं। हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि हम सबके सब कांग्रेस के विधायक, हम सबके सब लोग बैठ करके हम बात करेंगे और इसका आगे का रास्ता निकालेंगे।
अजय माकन जी, एक छोटा सवाल, इस तरह की एक मीटिंग धारीवाल जी के यहाँ बुलाई, क्या उनके ऊपर किसी तरह की अनुशासनात्मक कार्रवाई की पार्टी सोच रही है या सोचेगी?
देखिए, प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो ये अनुशासनहीनता है ही है। जब एक ऑफिशियल मीटिंग बुलाई गई है और उसी के पैरेलल अनऑफिशियल कोई मीटिंग बुलाए तो ये प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो अनुशासनहीनता है। आगे इसके ऊपर देखेंगे क्या कार्रवाई होगी।
अजय माकन जी, ये अशोक गहलोत के इशारे पर हो रहा है, तो आप उनके लिए क्या संदेश दे रहे हैं?
हम किसी के लिए कोई संदेश नहीं दे रहे। कांग्रेस पार्टी सबके सब लोगों सब मिल करके ऐसे समय में काम करना चाहिए। राहुल गांधी जी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा शुरुआत करी है, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी के खिलाफ, ध्रुवीकरण के खिलाफ, देश के अंदर बढ़ती हुई गरीबी और अमीरी के बीच में खाई के खिलाफ। तो ऐसे समय में सारे कांग्रेस को एकजुट होकर के राहुल गांधी जी के हाथ को मजबूत करना चाहिए। यही हम
short word in English. Sir, Marcus sir, one short word in English.
And Rajdeep continues to be with us. Rajdeep, clearly, what embarrassment. These are emissaries sent by the Gandhis to Rajasthan. They've not been able to meet the MLAs and are coming back. I'm just wondering what happens really to the high command culture really within the Gandhi family. I think that's the end of the Congress high command culture, isn't it?
Well, you never write an end to anything, but yes, long the high command is dead. Long live the high command. seems to be what Ajay Maken seems to suggest, that a high command which has been completely undermined by MLAs is the same high command which will now decide what happens next. The truth is, and you're absolutely right, it's a massive embarrassment to the Congress leadership. It is a massive embarrassment to the Gandhi family, to their political and moral authority over this party, which they have controlled for so many years. I think it is very clear now that the Congress leadership is in no position to impose its decision-making on any of the regional satraps. Mr. Ashok Gehlot virtually has signaled rebellion. When Mr. Maken was just now asked about whether this meeting that was called at Mr. Dhariwal's residence was a sign of rebellion, he seemed to say yes, there was indiscipline. The question is, what can you do about it? Because if the MLAs are in the majority, and remember, elections to Rajasthan are just about a year away, what action are you willing to take? Are you willing to sacrifice your kaput? Are you willing now to accept that Ashok Gehlot will not listen to you when it comes to Rajasthan, and that you will have to accept any candidate put up by him? And in the process, are you still going to carry on with your plan to make him the next Congress president? Because what is the message you then send out to the party? That you can defy the Congress leadership, i.e. the Gandhi family, and yet remain Congress president and virtually have, run the party exactly the way you want. So I think for the Gandhis now, this is the ultimate moment of truth. Can they in any way retrieve any of their authority? Do they have a plan B, as I keep saying, in terms of who becomes Congress president or or how they intend to work this out in Rajasthan? I think at the moment they are clueless. There is a lack of political managers. Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge clearly have not been able to even convince the MLAs, forget about Mr. Gehlot, to fall in line. So I don't really see much hope in an early resolution to what has happened. But sources are telling me that Ashok Gehlot, as of now, doesn't intend to come to Delhi tomorrow or day after to file his nomination for Congress president, which was the original plan. And remember, the deadline for Congress nomination filing for president ends on the 30th, which is on Friday. So we don't now know even whether Ashok Gehlot will actually file his nomination until the situation for him becomes clear. He's been very clear, unless he gets his person in Rajasthan, he will not file his nomination, and he will only vacate the Rajasthan Chief Minister's chair after he becomes Congress president, not before.
Rajdeep, you said that unless Gehlot has his way, he's not going to be filing for nomination. Hypothetical question once again, a situation where Gehlot indeed goes ahead and files his nomination, can the Gandhis even allow him to do that right now? The manner in which this trust on a Gandhi, on Gehlot, who's been a Gandhi loyalist, has been betrayed. The trust factor is so important if you were to be leading a party like the Congress party, which right now is in tatters. Can they ever trust Ashok Gehlot?
They may not trust Ashok Gehlot, but they may have no choice. You see, once you've gone ahead with this process, claiming you are looking for a free and fair election, that this time there will be a non-Gandhi, we will stay neutral. If you are going to stay neutral as you claim, then Mr. Gehlot has every right, if he so chooses, to file his nomination. But my sense is, given the way the Congress traditionally operates, Mr. Gehlot in a way has drawn a Lakshman Rekha and made it clear that first I must have my way and only then will I submit to your writ. Now, is the Congress leadership willing to accept that? Do they have an alternate to Mr. Gehlot who could be Congress president? There is a buzz, will Sonia Gandhi continue as Congress president till this issue is resolved? Remember, Shashi Tharoor, among the other, is the one G23 member who has already taken these nomination forms. We don't know whether he will formally file. But there are lots of, therefore, imponderables that will have to be sorted in the next week. There will be lots of twists and turns.
Rajdeep, be with us. Just coming back to you in a moment from now, because we have some news just coming in. Now it's getting worse for the Congress because poster wars have erupted in Rajasthan. Posters backing Pilot as the Chief Minister in Jaipur. And Gehlot versus Pilot war has escalated in the state, with several MLAs also have come out and said that they do believe that Gehlot is behind this rebellion and that Gehlot is the mastermind of all of this. So some posters have come up in Jodhpur with Sachin Pilot's posters, Pilot for the Chief Minister. Expected, Rajdeep?
Absolutely. The party is so deeply, there is a lot of bitterness that has prevailed ever since Sachin Pilot rebelled 2 years ago. The truth is, Ashok Gehlot has never forgiven Sachin Pilot for the manner in which he thought Sachin Pilot tried to bring down his government. And it's not just Mr. Gehlot. There are MLAs loyal to Mr. Gehlot who also feel the same way. So I think, this is not a normal faction fight. This is a faction fight which is almost a fight to the finish. Because I think the Gehlot camp is also aware that if Sachin Pilot was to take over, it would mark a true generational change and end of an era. And they don't want that era to end. Because for the last 20 years, Mr. Gehlot has been the towering figure of the Congress in Rajasthan and has number of IOUs and people with whom he's had close relationships. So, did Sachin Pilot overplay his hand, as some are suggesting, by virtually claiming tacitly, at least in private conversation, that he had the backing of the Gandhis? Did the Gandhis misread the situation on the ground? Were the Gandhis convinced that Ashok Gehlot would bow out without a fight? I think the lack of political intelligence in the Congress, the failure to have adequate crisis managers has been thoroughly exposed. And that's not going to be fixed overnight, which is why, as I said, I don't know how the Gandhis now can really rein in Ashok Gehlot. Ashok Gehlot is not going to give up Rajasthan. That is 100%. Whatever happens, he will either ensure that he continues as chief minister or someone close to him becomes the chief minister. Whether he now files his nomination for Congress president is a huge question mark. It will not happen in the next couple of days, which is the original plan. So maybe the Congress will have to look for an alternate now for Congress president to Ashok Gehlot.
Just going to come back to you in a few moments. Going across to Preeti Chaudhary, who's also getting asked the very latest on that. The poster war has erupted. Preeti, what are you picking up from the ground about what to expect? At least, I won't even say tomorrow, because tomorrow is when Gehlot was supposed to file for his nomination. In the next few hours or so, what's really going on in both of these factions?
Sneha, I couldn't quite hear you. Can you ask me that question?
Yes, I was asking you, what are you really picking up as far as Sachin Pilot's camp is concerned? These posters have come up clearly. There are a handful of MLAs who are in fact with Pilot, but what difference does it really make at the end of the day when Gehlot has actually led this rebellion with 85 plus MLAs with him?
Well, where the posters are coming up, Sneha, it is but expected, because there will be a bit of a push by those who've been loyal to Sachin Pilot. Let's just go back, Sneha, the last 2-3 days, because when word started building up that the high command at that point of time had put their proverbial hand on Sachin Pilot to take over from Ashok Gehlot if and when he steps down. Where I'm standing, this is the Chief Minister's residence. Right there, my camera person Ravi Kant will show you. On this road is where Sachin Pilot lives, just 300 meters down the line. This road started completely jamming up with people across Rajasthan hoping to come and pay regards to the future chief minister. Sachin Pilot also unofficially had told a lot of MLAs, a lot of other leaders in Rajasthan to wait till September for the picture to become clear. So when you talk about these posters, understandably, there is going to be a pushback for those who supported Sachin Pilot. This road might be empty now, but it was chock-a-block, till yesterday morning, because it seemed Sachin Pilot would be the chosen one. And by last night, if all had gone to plan and had gone down tamely, then Sachin Pilot's name would have come as a one-line resolution, or that the High Command will decide who will take over when and if Ashok Gehlot steps down. And the High Command clearly wanted Sachin Pilot. So the posters aside, in terms of loyalists, let's just break it down in sheer numbers. What is interesting is when we just heard Ajay Markan say, one of those demands which the rebel MLAs had also put was that it will not be a one-on-one interaction between the observers and the MLAs. They'd come in groups. Now, Sachin Pilot's camp says that a lot of the MLAs yesterday were coerced and forced into joining this rebel bandwagon. Even in the evening, if we saw, 4 o'clock is when Shanti Dhariwal asked and said that, to hold this informal CLP of these MLAs in Rajasthan. the numbers grew very slowly, from 15 to 20 to 25 to 30, and got stuck at 30 for a very long time. Then it moved to 50. A lot of MLAs that were actually coming here for the official CLP were turned away from here, and they were actually told to go to Shanti Dhariwal's residence before they actually come here. A lot of them were very surprised. The BSP MLAs, the independents, they all came here and then made their way back to Shanti Dhariwal's residence. Who was Shanti Dhariwal? He's the closest confidant of Ashok Gehlot. He's a cabinet member. He's been very, very close to the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. So in that context, it all ties in. And it's now being used by Sachin Pilot's camp, where they say that some of these MLAs are actually with him. But if you actually look at it in sheer numbers, over 80 MLAs, Sneha, stand by the side of Ashok Gehlot, and Sachin commands the loyalty of about 30 to 35 MLAs. And even that now, in the current context, could be debatable. So the numbers clearly lie with Ashok Gehlot as we speak. So in that context, Sachin Pilot was hoping that the proverbial High Command would step in and make that decision and, clean the passage, clear the lines for him to take over, something which was promised to him in 2018. I still remember I was here, covering the election, and Ashok Gehlot was unanimously chosen to lead the Congress in Rajasthan. At the behest, Sachin Pilot at that point of time was rather cut up because he thought that the victory was stitched together by the likes of him, who worked through, and he did. He worked extremely hard through the election. And he wanted the CM's chair, but he had to settle for Deputy CM with the promise that in 2.5 years, the Chief Minister's chair would move to him. That quite didn't happen. What happened is now we are standing 1 year away from elections, and Sachin Pilot, in a huge slight, has now once again been completely cut away from the situation. What is also interesting, Sneha, at this point of time is that now it's not so much about Sachin Pilot versus Gehlot. This has come to the rebel MLAs versus the High Command. It's come down to the writ of the High Command, the very existence of the High Command. What is the use of, the High Command per se if it cannot exercise and implement its writ of what it wants? So in that context, the words that we heard Ajay Markan speak mirror that it might be a weakened High Command, extremely weak in the face of a strong regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot, but it has no other choice but to dig in its heels to even stay relevant in the scheme of things of being the final word in the Congress. So it is interesting, to see how things will pan out in the next days to come. For now, Sachin Pilot stays here in Jaipur. He's waiting for the Congress top brass to come up with a decision, get back. Both the observers tried this morning once again to build contact with the MLAs, speak with Ashok Gehlot. That didn't quite happen. And Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Markan will make their way all the way back to Delhi and submit a report. It's mockery of the Congress. They should have thought this over. All of that went down in the public glare yesterday should have happened behind closed doors before we even came to it. But that's been the nature of the Congress, Sneha, if we've seen in the recent past.
Yes, undoubtedly. Preeti, be with us. I'll just come back to you in a moment from now. We're staying with this. We're talking about the political war over Rajasthan Chief Minister's post, and that is only intensified and become just so public. The Gehlot faction MLAs adopted a stand on Sunday evening. So this is what happened. They are against Sachin Pilot's candidature to be the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Over 80 Rajasthan Congress MLAs submitted their resignation letters to the Assembly Speaker CP Joshi at his residence. Gehlot's loyalists want the next Chief Minister to be someone who had supported the government during the 2020 Pilot rebellion. Now, firing fresh salvos at Sachin Pilot, the Gehlot camp accused him of being a BJP tool who tried to topple the government earlier in Rajasthan. According to sources, in an attempt to troubleshoot, Sonia Gandhi has directed observers Ajay Markan and Mallikarjun Kharge to speak with the MLAs. Meanwhile, the loyalists of Sachin Pilot have raised their voices for him, calling him the only one who can revive and strengthen the party in the state.
मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी से लगातार एमएलए की बात होती रहती है। जब ये बात आई तो मुख्यमंत्री ने, जब आपको याद है, राजस्थान में बीजेपी ने षड्यंत्र किया, पूरे देश में बीजेपी सरकारें गिराने में लगी हुई है। तब अशोक गहलोत जी की जब मीटिंग हुई थी विधायकों के साथ, उन्होंने कहा मैं तुम्हारा अभिभावक हूँ, इस लड़ाई में बीजेपी को जवाब देना है। रात आप बताइए 1.5 महीने तक लोग होटलों में रहे। बीजेपी का, मैं आज फिर कह रहा हूँ, आज तक चैनल पे कह रहा हूँ, बीजेपी का अभी फिर षड्यंत्र शुरू हो गया। बीजेपी के नेता राजस्थान की सरकार को अस्थिर करना चाहते हैं। मैंने पहले भी कहा था वो हुआ, और अभी भी मैं कह रहा हूँ।
सर, दो चीजें समझ में आई हैं आपकी बात से, 2 चीज समझ आई कि आप ये कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी अभी भी षड्यंत्र रच रही है, मैं मान गई। आप दूसरी बात कह रहे हैं कि गहलोत के साथ ये जो विधायक है संपर्क में थे, तो कल जो पूरी कहानी की पटकथा है वो गहलोत की कलम से लिखी गई क्या?
बिल्कुल नहीं लिखी गई। गहलोत साहब की बात तक आप मुझे ये बताइए, गहलोत साहब के साथ तो मैं था ना सुबह से। गहलोत साहब ने मीटिंग रखी अपने घर पर, और जब हम वापस आए तब तक 70 विधायक धारीवाल जी के घर पर जुट गए थे। गहलोत साहब ने बुलाया ना कल विधायकों को, तो विधायकों नहीं पहुंचे ना मुख्यमंत्री निवास में। उन्होंने कहा कि विधायक, अब मैं और डोटासरा जी जो हमारी पार्टी की प्रेसिडेंट वापस गए वहां बातचीत करके। माकन साहब और खड़गे साहब से मैं मिलने गया हूँ, कनौट माता जी। 7 बजे मीटिंग थी और 6 बजे मैं पहुंच गया था, दोनों से मेरी मीटिंग थी। और अच्छी बात थी तो मैं धारीवाल जी को लेने गया, वहाँ विधायकों ने धारीवाल जी को भी नहीं आने दिया।
प्रताप सिंह खाचरियावास जी, एक बात बताइए ना, गहलोत को तो चाणक्य कहा जाता है, जादूगर कहा जाता है, वो पहले स्थितियां भाप जाते हैं। जब वो ये भाप जाते हैं कि बीजेपी किस तरीके से अटैक करने वाली है, विधायकों को लेने वाली है और सरकार बचा लेते हैं, वहां वो बगावत के सुर यानी इस्तीफे के सुर को समझ नहीं पाए। सर, ये कैसे मुमकिन है? वो कैसे नहीं बता पाए आला कमान को कि ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है? मैम,
एक बात आप मानकर चलिए, मैं कब मना कर रहा हूँ, एक अशोक गहलोत को बनने में 50 वर्ष लगते हैं। पार्टी में अशोक गहलोत जैसे नेता 50 वर्ष में बनते हैं। हमारी भी जिम्मेदारी है, हम भी उनका सम्मान रखें। लेकिन गहलोत साहब के और विधायकों के अच्छे रिश्ते हैं। क्या गहलोत साहब उनको आदेश दे, जब वो गहलोत साहब के एक आदेश पर राहुल गांधी, सोनिया गांधी जी आदेश पर अपनी जान देने को तैयार है, तो क्या गहलोत साहब की राहुल गांधी जी की, सोनिया गांधी जी की जिम्मेदारी? अपनी बात तो कह ही सकते हैं, ये हमारे परिवार का मामला है। यदि
सर, बात कहना अलग है, यहाँ तो इस्तीफे हो गए ना सर। टेबल पे बुलाया गया था, बैठक की गई थी कि आइए बैठक करें, बैठक में नहीं गए, इस्तीफा दे दिया। सर, बात कहाँ हो रही है?
आप मुझे ये बताइए, जब एक बार पार्टी के सारे विधायक यूनाइट होकर और सीपी जोशी जी के यहाँ गए, हमारी पार्टी के विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष हैं, वो खुद कांग्रेस के बहुत सीनियर लीडर रहे हैं, और वहां जाकर हम वापस गए उनको लेने के लिए। आज मैं वापस अभी खड़गे साहब, माकन साहब से मैं भी मिलूंगा, और ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, वो हमारे परिवार के लीडर हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के, उनका सम्मान है। राहुल गांधी जी की यात्रा चल रही है, बड़ा समर्थन मिल रहा है। जरूरत होगी
ठीक है,
एक आह्वान, ये तो मुझे अच्छा लगा कि उस सबको आह्वान नहीं करे, नहीं तो लोग तो वहां जाके उनके साथ पैदल चलने को चला।
फैसला क्या हुआ? अरे कोई फैसला नहीं हो भाई। सारे एमएलए का एक ही मामला सोच था कि पहले अशोक गहलोत जी को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने दो, इसके बाद एमएलए की राय ले लो, और राय लेने के बाद जो भी हाईकमान फैसला करे, सोनिया गांधी फैसला करे, हमें मंजूर है।
सर, लास्ट में क्या निकल कर आया? क्या जो इस्तीफे लिए?
अशोक गहलोत जी को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने दो, एमएलए से हमारी सबकी राय ले लें, इसके बाद कांग्रेस हाईकमान जो फैसला करेगा वो हमें मंजूर है।
Dipinder Shekhawat, an MLA who supports Sachin Pilot, is now joining us. What do you make of what's really going on in the state of Rajasthan? Do you see this as betrayal? Were you all expecting something like this to happen? कि 80 MLAs अपना रेजिग्नेशन दे दें और इस तरह का टर्न ऑफ इवेंट्स ऐसे हो कि अशोक गहलोत ये क्लियर कर दे कि अगर मैं यहाँ नहीं रहूंगा तो पायलट तो बिल्कुल रह ही नहीं सकते, सचिन पायलट मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकते राजस्थान के। दीपेंद्र शेखावत जी,
हाँ बोलिए।
मैं पूछ रही थी कि आपको उम्मीद थी कि इस तरह का रिबेलियन होगा, एमएलएज अपना इस्तीफा देंगे, अशोक गहलोत ये क्लियर कर देंगे कि अगर मैं राजस्थान का चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं रह सकता तो सचिन पायलट को तो बनने नहीं दूंगा।
देखिए, 50 वर्ष से मैं इस पार्टी में सक्रिय हूँ, स्टूडेंट लाइफ से। मैंने अभी किसी राजनीतिक इतिहास में ऐसा नहीं देखा, मैं कहीं पढ़ा कि कांग्रेस में इस तरह की कोई बात होती है।
तो ये हुआ क्या है राजस्थान में? अशोक गहलोत के जो सपोर्टर्स हैं, जो सारे एमएलएज हैं, विधायक हैं, उन्होंने तो इस्तीफा दे दिया, बात भी नहीं की अजय माकन से, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे से, और इस्तीफा दे दिया।
दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है ये स्थिति, कांग्रेस में कभी नहीं होती। हर बार फैसला होता है, हाईकमान पे छोड़ा जाता है, और कांग्रेस संगठन पूरा संगठित है, पूरा कांग्रेस परिवार संगठित है, और इस तरह की बातें न तो कभी पहले आई है, न कोई उम्मीद करता था।
मीटिंग हुई थी कल, क्या मीटिंग हुई थी इसके बारे में हमें बताइए।
मीटिंग हुई कहाँ, हम लोगों को मुख्य सचेतक महेश जोशी ने टेलीफोन करके कहा था कि 7 बजे पहुंचना है
जी
CMR।
उसी मीटिंग के पहले इस्तीफा दे दिया गया, तो ये एक बिट्रेयल हुआ। और जो कांग्रेस हाईकमान ने जो ऑब्जर्वर्स को भेजे थे, उनकी क्या इज्जत रह गई, हाईकमान की क्या इज्जत रहेगी? दीपेंद्र शेखावत,
देखिए दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है हमारा और पार्टी का इस तरह की घटना हाईकमान के प्रतिनिधि जो आते हैं वो हाईकमान ही माना जाता है। और मीटिंग बुलाई है ऑफिशियली, चीफ विप ने बुलाई है, हम लोग पहुंच गए CMR, इंतजार करते रहे, हम लोग 12:30 बजे वहां से वापस आए हैं इस संदेश के बाद कि अभी चले जाओ।
क्या आपको ये भनक थी? मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आपको शक था ऐसा कुछ होगा, क्या आपको उम्मीद थी कि ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है?
कभी कल्पना नहीं कर सकते कि कांग्रेस में कभी ऐसा हो सकता है।
आगे चल के क्या उम्मीद है आपको? अभी सचिन पायलट का क्या कहना है? वो इस समय राजस्थान में ही है, उनकी क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगी? क्या वो कांग्रेस हाईकमांड से बात करेंगे? कितने MLAs है जो पायलट को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, इसके बारे में हमें बताइए।
देखिए सचिन पायलट का कहना एक ही है कि जो हाईकमान तय करेगा वो फैसला मुझे मंजूर है। कुछ MLA जो CMR पहुंच गए थे गेट पर, उनको कहा गया कि नहीं मीटिंग यहाँ नहीं रखी है, शांति धारीवाल के घर रखी है। इस कंफ्यूजन में भी कुछ लोग वहां गए हैं और इंडिविजुअल एक से हाईकमान के प्रतिनिधि जब बात करने को तैयार थे तो बात करनी चाहिए थी। कोई गिलवा शिकायत है तो उनको कहना चाहिए था। सीक्रेटली कहने का मतलब ही ये होता है कि खुल करके बात कर सके। उस बात को इन लोगों ने टाला, एक अच्छा संकेत नहीं।
और ये बेइज्जती है, कांग्रेस हाईकमांड की बेइज्जती है, और जो दिल्ली से आए हैं माखना मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे की बेइज्जती है।
ये इतना इस तरह से कटु शब्द मैं तो प्रयोग नहीं करता, लेकिन दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण स्थिति है, ये मैं जरूर कहूंगा।
मैं पूछना चाहूंगी कि पायलट, सचिन पायलट के साथ अभी 10 या 15 MLA से ज्यादा नहीं है, तो उनके पास कोई ज्यादा ऑप्शन भी नहीं है। गांधी परिवार के पास, सेंट्रल लीडरशिप के पास भी कोई ज्यादा ऑप्शन दिख नहीं रहा है इस समय, क्योंकि ज्यादातर के जो विधायक है वो अशोक गहलोत के साथ है।
आप जो गिनती गिन रहे हैं 25-30 लोग तो रात को वहाँ CMR पे इंतजार ही करते रहे थे, जो कि पायलट समर्थक ही थे, और उसमें इजाफा हुआ है। पहले जो लोग थे उसके अलावा राजेंद्र बुढ़ा भी आया है वहाँ, रघु शर्मा भी आया है वहाँ, वो मदेरना भी आई है वहाँ, जाहिदा भी मिनिस्टर है वो भी वहाँ थी। तो ये गिनती उचित नहीं है गिनना।
लेकिन रास्ता क्या निकलेगा अभी इस समय, क्योंकि ये क्लियर है कि जो विधायक है 80 विधायक से ज्यादा वो अशोक गहलोत के साथ है, वो सचिन पायलट के साथ नहीं है, और वो सचिन पायलट को मुख्यमंत्री बनने नहीं देंगे। तो रास्ता कैसे निकलेगा? इसका मिडिल पाथ क्या होगा? क्या कोई कंसेंसस कैंडिडेट होगा? क्या वही होगा राजस्थान में जो पंजाब में हुआ है?
देखिए ऐसा है, ये राजनीतिक दाव पेच हैं जो चल रहे हैं। होगा वही अल्टीमेटली जो हाईकमान चाहेगा, और हाईकमान उचित निर्णय करेगा राजस्थान के इंटरेस्ट में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के इंटरेस्ट।
लेकिन ऐसा तो क्लियर है इस समय कि हाईकमांड की जो हाईकमांड चाह रहा था कि विधायक से बातचीत की जाए, और उन लोगों ने मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे और अजय माकन को राजस्थान जाकर विधायकों से बात करने के लिए कहा था। विधायक तो हाईकमांड की कोई बात मानने को तैयार ही नहीं है, तो फिर हाईकमांड जो चाहेगा वो कैसे होगा? ये क्लियर है कि जो हाईकमांड चाहता है वो तो होने से रहा।
मैंने आपसे अर्ज किया कि हाईकमांड पर ही छोड़ा जाएगा अल्टीमेटली। ये खाली आंख दिखाने की चर्चाएं हैं और कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ। दूसरी चीज, अब मंत्रिमंडल के सदस्य हैं, चाहे उनका झुकाव किधर भी हो, उनको तो बेचारों को वहां जाना ही पड़ेगा। कुछ विधायक है जिनको कुर्सी मिली हुई है या लाल बत्ती गाड़ी मिली हुई है, उनकी भी अपनी जगह अपनी मजबूरी है, लेकिन बहुत विधायक ऐसे हैं जो इन दिनों सचिन पायलट के पास आए हैं और ये कह करके गए हैं ईमानदारी से हम आपका साथ देंगे, और ये लोग वहाँ बुला लिए गए, उनके साथ चले गए। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मन से वो लोग चले गए। स्थितियां सामने आ जाएंगी, आप देखिए आ गया।
क्या आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि इस समय अशोक गहलोत राजस्थान से नहीं हिल रहे, क्योंकि ये बातचीत हो रही थी कि कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शंस में वो अपना नॉमिनेशन फाइल करेंगे, वो कल होने की बातचीत हो रही थी। क्या आपको लगता है कि वो अपने पोजीशन से टस से मस नहीं होंगे राजस्थान में?
देखिए अशोक गहलोत जी ने खुद ने भी कहा है कि मैं दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ अध्यक्ष चुनाव में, और कांग्रेस में हाईकमान जो तय करेगा उस सबको मानना पड़ेगा, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। हाईकमान तय करेगा, उनको यहाँ रहना है, दिल्ली जाना है या कोई और काम करना है, वही काम सब करते हैं, वही काम अशोक गहलोत साहब भी करेंगे।
ठीक है, लेकिन इंडिकेशन तो इस समय ये है कि वो अपनी मन की करेंगे और इसलिए 80 विधायकों ने रिजाइन कर दिया है।
अभी सामने ये स्थितियां तो देख के आप हाईकमान के पास रिपोर्ट जाने दीजिए। आज दोपहर में जा रहे हैं ये लोग और स्थिति स्पष्ट हो जाएगी।
अशोक गहलोत का शुरुआत में ये कहना था और वो ये अभी भी कह रहे हैं कि ये एमएलएज जो हैं उनसे बिना पूछे ये इनकी मंशा है। ये उन्होंने नहीं कहा कि आप रिजाइन करो, इस तरह से रिबेलियन करो। शायद वो नहीं चाहते कि सचिन पायलट मुख्यमंत्री बने, इसमें मेरा कोई हाथ नहीं है, ये अशोक गहलोत का कहना है। क्या आप मानते हैं ये बात?
देखिए, जो लोग उनके नजदीक हैं, उन्हीं के द्वारा तैयार किए गए नेता हैं, वो लोग अगर ऐसा कर रहे हैं तो किसके समझ में आएगी कि बिना उनकी कंसेंट के ये सब हो रहा है। पूरा देश इस बात को जानता है।
जी, बने रहिए हमारे साथ। दीपेंद्र शेखावत, सतीश पूनिया, राजस्थान बीजेपी चीफ भी हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। इनफैक्ट वी आर बीइंग जॉइंड बाय केएल बायरवा, हु इज आल्सो अ पायलट लॉयलिस्ट। पूछना चाहूंगी मैं केएल बायरवा की कैसे देखते हैं आप इस सिचुएशन को? सचिन पायलट के साथ इस समय कितने विधायक हैं, क्योंकि ये तो क्लियर है कि 80 विधायक से ज्यादा अशोक गहलोत के साथ ही है।
हेलो
जी,
हेलो, आवाज आ रही है?
जी आवाज आ रही है। मैं पूछ रही थी कि सचिन पायलट के साथ इस समय कितने विधायक हैं?
विधायक सचिन पायलट के साथ जितने भी हैं वो सब आलाकमान के साथ हैं। क्वेश्चन ये उठता है कि 7 बजे मीटिंग बुलाई चीफ विप ने सीएमआर में, फिर इसके बाद में ऑब्जर्वर्स को आना था 7 बजे। इसके बाद जब एक अचानक चीफ विप ने 5 बजे अलग से मीटिंग बुलाई तो लोगों ने विश्वास किया कि चीफ विप बुला रहा है तो ठीक है भाई, मीटिंग का स्थान चेंज हो गया होगा। आज अगर बात करते हैं आप कि सचिन पायलट के साथ कितने हैं, अशोक गहलोत जी के साथ कितने हैं, तो एक काम करिए कि जो मुख्यमंत्री का पद है इसको एक बार हटा दीजिए, ठीक है, और फिर दोनों को अलग अलग बिल्कुल पूर्ण रूप से वो कोई पद पर नहीं है दोनों, और फिर आप चेक करिए कि किसके साथ कितने विधायक, आपको खुद पता चल जाएगा।
हाई कमांड, आला कमांड का क्या भी ये इस पूरे एपिसोड में उनकी क्या इज्जत रह गई है? मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे, अजय माकन आला कमान के बोलने पर राजस्थान आए, विधायक की मीटिंग बुलाए, वो पहुंचे भी नहीं उस मीटिंग के लिए। कैसे देखते हैं आप इसे? इसमें हाई कमांड का जो कल्चर है क्या वो खत्म है इस समय कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
हाई कमान तो हाई कमान है, 3 बार मुख्यमंत्री हाई कमान नहीं बनाया है, और जितने भी पद हैं वो सब हाई कमान देता है। हाई कमान का कभी पद खत्म नहीं हो सकता, और जिन लोगों की ये गलतफहमी है कि हाई कमान कमजोर हो गया है, उनको एहसास हो जाएगा बहुत जल्दी कि हाई कमान क्या होता है। इसलिए हाई कमान के मुकाबले में अगर कोई इस तरह की स्थिति पैदा करेगा तो उनको खुद को नुकसान होगा, हाई कमान को नुकसान नहीं होगा, ये खुद एहसास कर लेंगे।
लेकिन इस समय ऑप्शन क्या रहता है? ऑप्शन क्या रहता है हाई कमांड के पास? वो तो चाहते हैं कि सचिन पायलट राजस्थान के चीफ मिनिस्टर बन जाए, मुख्यमंत्री बन जाए, और यहाँ दिल्ली में अशोक गहलोत के रहते कांग्रेस सेंट्रल लीडरशिप की जो भी इशू है वो भी सॉल्व हो जाए। अब तो कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं बचा कांग्रेस हाई कमांड के पास।
ऑप्शन बहुत खुले हैं हाई कमान के पास, और हाई कमान हर चीज को विचार किए हुए है। अभी यहाँ से जो एपिसोड देख हमारे ऑब्जर्वर आ रहे हैं वो जो रिपोर्ट करेंगे, तो रिपोर्ट करने के बाद में सबको पता चल जाएगा क्या है। इसलिए आपको मैं बता देता हूँ, हाई कमान हमारा कमजोर नहीं है, हाई कमान हर चीजों पर मुद्दों डिस्कस किए हुए है, और जैसे ही पोजीशन होगी वैसे ही क्या नाम है ना आपको ये आपके सामने आ जाएगा।
जी, एक और सवाल पूछना चाहूंगी, और प्रीति चौधरी भी मेरे साथ जुड़ चुकी हैं, मेरी कॉलीग जो इस समय जयपुर में है। लेकिन इसके पहले क्या आपको उम्मीद थी, क्या आपको भनक थी कि इस तरह का कुछ होगा, कि एमएलएज इस तरह से रिवोल्ट करेंगे, इस तरह से रिजाइन करेंगे, और ये जो ट्रांजिशन है ये स्मूथ नहीं होगा? केएल बायरवा,
देखिए 2 चीजें हैं कि न कोई ऐसी भनक वाली बात थी, न ऐसा कोई मतलब था। मुख्यमंत्री निवास पर जहाँ पर ये मीटिंग होनी थी, वहाँ संपूर्ण लोगों का खाना बनाया हुआ था, वहाँ पूरी तैयारियां थी। ये अचानक जिस तरह की क्या नाम ये चीफ विप ने एक अलग वो सेक्शन के तहत
और ये अलग बुलाकर ये जो वो किया है, ये तो बिल्कुल अब एक ये कह सकते हैं कि पार्टी के खिलाफ एक कार्य है जिसको आलाकमान देख रहा है।
Preeti is also now joining us. Preeti, you'd like to ask a couple of questions to KL Bhairava, who is in fact from Sachin Pilot's camp.
Right. Sneha, there's one quick question I want to ask Bhairava Sahab. Bhairava Sahab जी, देखिए आंकड़े तो बाद में उसी पे आ जाते हैं कि किसके पास कितने नंबर है। अगर गहलोत कैंप के जो आंकड़े हैं वो कहते हैं कि 90 से ऊपर इस्तीफा देना चाहते हैं, तो फिर इसके आगे आला कमान भी क्या कर पाएगी? क्योंकि जो आंकड़े पायलट साहब के पास कितने हैं, नंबर कितने हैं सर?
ये नंबर का खेल नहीं है, ये आला कमान के फैसले का खेल है। और जब से भी ये चल रही है बात है, जब अंत होगा तो इसी पे होगा कि आला कमान क्या चाहता है। आला कमान जो चाहता है वही राजस्थान में होगा।
तो भैरवा साहब, अगर आला कमान चाहे कि ये जो 3 मांगे हैं गहलोत कैंप के एमएलएस की, कि वो मांगे मान ली जाए, तो क्या आप जो सचिन पायलट के समर्थक हैं वो आपको मंजूर है?
देखिए, हमको एक बात हम आपसे पहले कह चुके हैं, अंत में कह रहे हैं, आला कमान का जो भी फैसला आएगा वो हमें मंजूर होगा, वो जो भी फैसला है।
बस एक आखिरी सवाल है, आप एमएलए हैं, आपके नेतृत्व अभी तक अशोक गहलोत कर रहे थे, क्या गहलोत साहब पे विश्वास अभी बाकी है आपका?
जो दोबारा पूछिए। हेलो,
गहलोत साहब पे भैरवा साहब आपका विश्वास बाकी है अभी?
किस बात पर विश्वास? हम पे तो आला कमान में विश्वास है, इसके अलावा कोई बात ही नहीं। जो कुछ आएगा वो तो हमें मंजूर है।
तो सब आला कमान पे छोड़ दिया है आपने। चलिए, ओवर टू यू स्नेहा।
Preeti, I'm going to come back to you in a few moments from now. I'm thanking KL Bhairava also for joining us with his views on that. We have a handful of reactions that have been coming in also. Ved Prakash Solanki has spoken. Listen in.
सर, अब आगे क्या होगा?
देखिए, जो भी हो, पार्टी आलाकमान जो करेगा हम सब लोग सहमत हैं। दुर्भाग्य की बात यह है कि मैंने देखा कि इतने जो सीनियर लोग हैं, 6-6, 7-7 बार, 8-8 बार जीत के आए थे, रामनारायण मीणा जी जैसे लोग थे, सीनियर लोग थे, परशुराम मोरदिया जी जैसे लोग थे, कुन्नर साहब थे, जिनकी तबीयत खराब थी, 3-3, 4-4 घंटे उनको बेचारों को वेट करना पड़ा। सब लोग कांग्रेस के साथ हैं। उन्होंने कहा हम तो आलाकमान का फैसला मानते हैं, कांग्रेस ने हमें यहाँ बुलाया, हम सब लोग यहाँ गए, उसमें हम भी शामिल थे। और हम सब लोग कांग्रेस में आस्था व्यक्त करते हैं। सब लोगों को मालूम है कि जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, जहाँ अधिकृत रूप से हमें बुलाया गया था, जहाँ फोन किया गया था, हम लोग पहुंच गए थे। उसके बाद जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, हम सब लोग सहमत हैं। जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा उसको मानेंगे सब लोग।
Some news just coming in. Gehlot loyalist MLAs face the ire of the Congress party. Congress set to show cause Shanti Dhariwal, where the meeting had taken place at his house. Remember, he is a close aide of Ashok Gehlot. He's a Gehlot loyalist. Now, Gehlot loyalist, another one, Mahesh Joshi, may also face the heat. Loyalist of Gehlot under lens for anti-party acts. Loyalist organized MLA meeting yesterday when a meeting was called by Mallikarjun Kharge and by Ajay Markan. Shanti Dhariwal called these MLAs to his residence, and a show cause notice is expected to be given to Shanti Dhariwal. These are Ashok Gehlot loyalists who are facing the ire of the Congress party. These are MLAs who are facing the wrath of the Congress High Command now, with the Congress all set to issue show cause notices to Shanti Dhariwal, who was a close aide of Ashok Gehlot. Another close aide of Ashok Gehlot, Mahesh Joshi, may also face the heat, is what we are picking up. Loyalists of Ashok Gehlot are under lens for anti-party acts. Gehlot loyalists organized a meeting of MLAs just yesterday. Indication was given by Ajay Markan a few moments ago when he spoke, and he says that he looks at this meeting as an act of indiscipline. When a meeting was organized by Ajay Markan and by Mallikarjun Kharge, when they had been sent as emissaries on behalf of the Gandhis to Rajasthan to speak to the MLAs to gauge the mood and the situation, why did they not turn up for that meeting and then instead choose to go to Shanti Dhariwal's house? That is the question the Congress High Command is asking, and you'll face the music is the message, because action is now being planned against Shanti Dhariwal. Also Mahesh Joshi, 2 close aides of Ashok Gehlot. Shanti Dhariwal, whose house where this meeting was held, where the MLAs turned up instead of going for the meeting with Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge. Sharat Kumar is getting us more details on that story as well. Sharat, ये expected था, शांति धारीवाल के घर में मीटिंग बुलाई गई, एमएलएज वहां पहुंचे, जबकि उनको पहुंचना था मीटिंग जो अजय माकन और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने बुलाई थी। ये एक्ट ऑफ इनडिसिप्लिन है, ये माकन ने कहा है।
जी बिल्कुल, जिस तरह से अजय माकन ने साफ कर दिया है कि एक्ट ऑफ इनडिसिप्लिन है। हमारे साथ हैं प्रताप सिंह खाचियावास। सर, माकन साहब आज निकले और उन्होंने कहा कि एक तरह से अनुशासनहीनता है। जब हमने विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई थी तो वहां पर आकर अपनी बात कहते हो।
एक बात आप मानकर चलना, ये बात आपकी सही है कि अनुशासनहीनता की बात जो माकन साहब ने कही वो हमारे प्रभारी हैं, बड़े भाई हैं, हमारे नेता हैं, वो कह सकते हैं। लेकिन एक परिवार में माकन साहब कह रहे हैं अनुशासनहीनता है, ये वही एमएलए हैं जो माकन साहब के साथ 1.5 महीने तक 102 विधायक माकन साहब के साथ होटल में ठहरे हुए थे, बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र का जवाब देने के।
कहा मैं उनको नहीं सुनता, आते तो सही मेरे पास।
तो कब मना कर रहे हैं? माकन साहब यदि नहीं तो माकन साहब खुद चले जाते। माकन साहब भी तो हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, नेता हैं, प्रभारी हैं। और जब वो गए तो हम उनसे मिलके आए ना। कल जब वो माकन साहब वहां थे तो माकन साहब से मिलने मैं होटल में गया हूं, मेरियट में। मैं मिलकर आया हूं, डोटासरा जी मिलकर आए हैं, सीएम साहब गए हैं। मैंने खुद ने माकन साहब से बात की, खड़गे साहब से बात की। जब मैं तनोट माता जी से सीएम साहब गहलोत साहब के साथ मैं डोटासरा जी उतरते ही सबसे पहले मैं मैरियट होटल गया हूं, माकन साहब से मिला हूं। माकन साहब ने मुझे कहा, मुझे ये पता नहीं था कि एमएलए धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए, क्योंकि मैं खुद तनोट माता जी के उतरा। मेरी बात सुनिए आप, तो मुझे पता नहीं था। लेकिन जब मुझे पता चला धारीवाल जी के यहाँ एमएलए इकट्ठे हो गए तो धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे क्यों नहीं होंगे? धारीवाल जी भी बहुत डायलॉग मार रहे थे उस वक्त कि तुम चिंता मत करो, कोई बात, तो मुझे संसदीय कार्य मंत्री है। मेरी बात सुनिए, फिर वो इकट्ठे हो गए एमएलए। जब वहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए, मैं धारीवाल जी को लेने गया। धारीवाल जी से मैंने बात कराई, डोटासरा जी की और माकन साहब की। धारीवाल जी ने कहा, साहब मुझे नहीं आने दे रहे, और इनकी जो बात है वो सुनकर फिर हम आपसे मिलने आते हैं। एमएलए की बात सुनकर हम मिलने गए सीएम साहब के यहाँ, डोटा उनसे, खड़गे साहब से और माकन साहब से। अधिकतर आज नवरात्रा है, अधिकतर एमएलए निकल गए थे वापस। फिर डोटासरा जी हम एमएलए को लेने आए। उनका था हमारी ये डिमांड है। डिमांड का ये थोड़ा ना कि हार्ड एंड फास्ट रूल है। पार्टी आला कमान का सम्मान भी करेंगे, जरूरत होगी तो आला कमान के आदेश पर हम ही लड़ने जाते हैं दिल्ली। देश की सड़कों पर हम लड़ेंगे, खून बहाएंगे अपना।
तो ये बात अजय माकन से मिलकर आप लोग विधायक नहीं कर सकते थे? वो कौन विधायक जो आपकी बात मान नहीं रहे?
एक बात बताओ, सारा विधायक आप मुझे मेरी बात मान लेंगे सारे विधायक?
कौन कौन थे?
कमाल करते हो आप।
हमारी तो रमीला खड़िया से बात हुई, बीडी कल्ला जी के यहाँ थे, जोगिंदर रवाना से बातचीत हुई। बोला कि हमें तो पता ही नहीं था, अचानक हम पहुंचे, वहां पर माहौल ऐसा था और कुछ पता ही नहीं चल पाया। हम तो कांग्रेस आलाकमान के साथ हैं, तो बड़ी कंफ्यूजन हो गया है। बोला कि नहीं, इस्तीफे जैसी कोई बात नहीं है। आप लोग कह रहे थे हमने इस्तीफा दे दिया, बहुत कंफ्यूजन हो गया है सुबह से।
ऐसा है कि जब आज तक का चैनल जाता है ना सामने, तो एकाएक नेता यूं हो जाता है। जब शरद जी बोलते हैं ना तो लगता है जब अभी गया इस्तीफा। ऐसा है, इस्तीफे दिए गए और इच्छा हो शरद जी चल के दिखा दूं सीपी साहब के यहाँ पे। लेकिन वो सीपी साहब को इस्तीफा बीजेपी का विधायक देगा तो भी वो मंजूर नहीं करते। सीपी साहब का भाषण सुनना पड़ता है पहले तो। वो 10 तो बछीड़ देते हैं उठा उठा के, क्या इस्तीफा दे दिया है, क्या फालतू की लगा रखी है, क्या है ये, क्या तरीकावार, ऐसे वैसे सब सुनना ही पड़ता है। उनकी स्टाइल है अपनी। ये परिवार का मामला है। सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी को कोई चैलेंज कर सकता है कि हमारी पार्टी के मुखिया हैं? सोनिया गांधी जी का
फैसला छोड़ने के लिए
सुनिए आप, सोनिया गांधी जी का सेक्रीफाइस देश जानता है, देश भूला नहीं है। केंद्रा जी के 24 303 की गोलियां
हम कौन होते हैं?
भूला नहीं। सुनिए आप, राजीव गांधी जी को बम से उड़ा दिया, उनका बलिदान, उनकी शहादत, महात्मा गांधी की, बेअंत सिंह जी की, इंदिरा जी की, राजीव जी की भुलानी, उनके गांधी परिवार के नाम पर जान देने को तैयार हैं हम लोग। और सुनिए, राहुल जी आज पैदल चल रहे हैं, देश में माहौल बन रहा है। राहुल जी जब महंगाई और गरीबी के खिलाफ आह्वान करेंगे फिर जाएंगे खून बहाने के लिए।
इसमें कौन सा
ईडी और आप बताओ, मैं यहाँ से विधायक हूँ, सिविल लाइन्स में रहता हूँ।
आपकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ।
तो अब बताओ आप,
विधायक मंत्री जो है
अब सारो
यात्रा निकाल रहे थे रात को।
एक बात बताओ, अच्छा भारत जो भी हुआ उसमें यदि एमएलएज ने अपने मन की बात कह दी, राहुल।
All right, the drama continues in the state of Rajasthan, and we'll continue to get you every single development from both the Sachin Pilot camp and the Ashok Gehlot camp. It's time for a quick commercial break here. Our focus on Rajasthan continues on the other side as well.
Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
If you look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, you know, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is optics.
Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh, and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance pitch that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
You know, I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are 2 areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the 3rd state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal.
Powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Acco. Download the app now.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. One of the only states, Rajasthan, where the Congress had high hopes, it appears now is faced with huge embarrassment after the Gehlot camp threatens to resign if Gehlot does not remain the chief minister. I'm going to take you through those updates. First, the headlines. Massive escalation in the Gehlot versus Pilot saga in Rajasthan after 92 MLAs resign. Pilot in wait-and-watch mode. Sources tell India Today Gehlot could backtrack on Congress president's nomination now. Gandhi's attempt damage control, but with no success. Emissaries Ajay Makin and Mallikarjun Kharge in Rajasthan, but failed to broker truce, will be submitting a report to Sonia Gandhi in Delhi. BJP AAP mock Bharat Jodo Yatra amid the Rajasthan churning. AAP claims Congress finished in Rajasthan. BJP declares 2023 assembly polls done deal. Attacks on RSS and BJP functionaries in Kerala and Tamil Nadu on the rise. SDPI leaders caught on camera issuing open threats to the RSS, says finish you in 10 seconds. And big relief for Bollywood diva Jacqueline Fernandez. Patiala House Court grants the actress interim bail. ED has now earlier named Jacqueline Fernandez as an accused in a multi-crore extortion case led by conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. And Pakistani Minister Maryam Aurangzeb heckled on the streets of London. Protesters chant "Chorni, Chorni" chants minister there, maintaining her calm as she walks past. All right, some big news coming in from Kerala. SDPI has issued an open threat to the RSS in Kerala. SDPI leader during the protest has heard openly challenging the RSS, saying that we will deal with you in 10 seconds. An open threat going out to the RSS. This comes on the heels of the massive NIA crackdown, Pan-India, an anti-terror crackdown where at least 106 PFI leaders were rounded up. Here's a wing of the PFI, the SDPI, basically the political outfit of the PFI, issuing an open threat to the RSS, saying, we'll finish you off in 10 seconds. He's also called the RSS workers as stray dogs, says whether RSS will win or we are ready for attaining martyrdom. This is what he says. They're willing to target the RSS members. Either they buckle or we are ready for martyrdom. This is more or less what he said. Listen in.
RSSന്റെ വേട്ടപ്പട്ടികളാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ തോറ്റുതരില്ല. ഒന്നല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ആദർശം ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ആളുകളെ മുന്നിൽ നിർത്തി നിങ്ങൾ കളിക്കുന്നത്.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Shivi Mole joining us live. Shivi, we heard what he said, this man of the SDPI openly threatening the RSS in Kerala, saying it wouldn't take us 10 seconds to finish you off. That's more or less what he says. Either back off or we are willing to become martyrs. That's an open threat, and one can really interpret that of a threat to murder. If you really try to interpret it, you can draw many meanings out of what this man has said.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. We can actually draw a lot of meanings from what he has said on that day. It was basically from Aluva. It took place in Aluva in Ernakulam on the day of Hartal, when we saw statewide violence taking out PFI taking out statewide violence and attacking buses and shops and everything. So it was a very, a very tough day for the state of Kerala on Friday, on the Hartal day. And this person in the video, he's been recognized as, identified as SDPI's local member there named Shiju Bakkar. And he goes on to say that you can try to finish off us, but it won't be easy, because we have people who have taken oath to, give up our lives to fight against RSS. And our oath were not taken in front of leaders like you all, but in front of our Almighty. And he goes on to say that you're trying to attack us from behind during night, but you know that we can deal with you all. We will deal with you all and handle you all. We can handle you all in broad daylight in 10 seconds. So he's openly giving out a challenge to RSS there, and saying that he also draws a comparison to Shaguni in Mahabharata, saying that in your Mahabharata, there's a character called Shaguni, and just like that, you're using NIA and other central agencies to finish off PFI and SDPI here. But that's not going to work because we have taken an oath to fight against either our ideology or what we are fighting for will win in this country, or we will give up our lives for the sake of it. So he's openly come out and challenged here, and extremely provocative statements coming there with people around him, all the workers, they're cheering on for that hate speech there, Nabila.
All right, Shibi, thank you very much for joining us on that. Let me quickly cut across to Rahul Ishwar joining us on the phone line. Rahul, we see the SDPI is basically another wing of the PFI. It's a political outfit of the PFI. They claim that or rather an open threat given to the RSS, you either back off or we're willing to become martyrs. How would you interpret this open threat?
This is absolutely shocking. No person in any civilized democracy has the right to incite violence and instigate people. What PFI is doing is instigating violence. And please remember, Kerala is home to some great Muslim organizations like Muslim League, Evolving Jamaat-e-Islami, a progressive MES, who has been mainstream of our Muslim community. But PFI has been a hardline Islamist Wahhabi-leaning organization who has chopped off the hands of a professor earlier, killed a comrade called Abhimanyu. He was a leftist student worker earlier, and they have been indulging in many such nefarious activities. They are issuing open threat is absolutely unacceptable, condemnable and illegal. If they have any grievance, they have a court. They can go to court, they can get a relief from there. But rather, they are threatening RSS or any people, RSS, Hindu organizations or any people is absolutely condemnable, illegal, and action should be taken. This is not the way to deal with adversity in any civilized democracy. If they are having any issues, they can approach court saying that they do have an issue with this or that. But issuing such kind of threats is absolutely horrifying, and we have also seen revenge killings in the past few months. So
yeah, I was just getting there to ask you if the PA have made such kind of threatening remarks in the past as well. But I'd like you to hold on for a moment. Let's take a quick listen what this PFI wing, SDPI, has said against the RSS and the BJP.
RSSന്റെ വേട്ടപ്പട്ടികളാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ തോറ്റു തരില്ല. ഒന്നല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ആദർശം ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ആളുകളെ മുന്നിൽ നിർത്തി നിങ്ങൾ കളിക്കുന്നത്.
Let me quickly cut across to Ratan Shada, who's an RSS ideologue, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Shada, here is this SDPI leader. The SDPI is a wing of the PFI, a political wing, openly making threats, accusing the RSS of targeting them, and then says we would not hesitate to finish you off in 10 seconds. You either back off or we are willing to become martyrs. Your take on that?
Well, on a lighter note, the AIMM, the other subcontractors of Muslim vote banks talked about 15 minutes. Now these people talk of 10 seconds. See, apart from that light-hearted comment, the seriousness of the situation is that they have exposed themselves totally that they don't believe in constitution, they don't believe in peace, they believe in violence, and their hateful violence is very clearly visible, so action taken against them is totally valid. And if a political party speaks like this, imagine what non-political party like PFI must be teaching its cadre. And the way they behaved earlier also, during the earlier days when they paraded Yogi lookalike and RSS lookalike, beating them in chain, shows their highly violent mentality. Their opposition to RSS is that they want to subjugate Hindu community, beginning from Kerala, where they believe they are enough in numbers to subjugate Hindu community, and they find RSS the biggest hurdle. So all these Islamists basically hate RSS and give various theories for it. But basically they know RSS is the only big organization that is standing between them and their deep urge to subjugate Hindu community in Kerala and all over India, that so-called Darul Islam, etc. And this is the reason why they're spewing venom. So they need to be crushed, and I'm very sure this government will crush it.
Right. Mr. Sharda, here it appears the PFI believes that the entire NIA crackdown is orchestrated by the RSS. That's what the PFI leaders, when they came out in protest, have said time and again, accusing the RSS of being the mastermind on getting raids initiated by the NIA.
See, their acts speak for themselves. The evidence of NIA speaks for itself. NIA is there to stop terrorism. Since the 2014 elections, there have been hardly any terror attacks, and that proves that the government has been successful and has been successful. So all the evidence created by or brought in by the NIA is unnerving them. And you can blame anybody like a mastermind if they don't believe in NIA and believe that RSS has the brains. Then they're also having very poor view of the Indian intelligence. It's not so. It's their frustration again, because Indian intelligence has proved to be much smarter than they thought it was. So this is all frustration, their violent feelings coming out, and their utter contempt for India and Indians.
All right. Thank you very much, Ratan Chadha, for joining us. Rahul Ishwar also still stays with us. Rahul, you know, the same question that I asked Ratan, RSS has been accused of orchestrating the raids done by the NIA. This is what the PFI, the SDPI has constantly been harping, saying that the BJP wants a Hindu Rashtra. There's no room for any other religion, which is why they're trying to suppress a peaceful Islamic outfit.
2 points. One, I am a Hindu activist. I don't belong to RSS. I respect RSS. But every time when some people, especially our secular lobbies or our left liberals, usually equate PFI with RSS, that is absolutely insincere, fake balancing. See, that is not what we should do. We should be very honest and sincere in our analysis. There are mainstream Hindu organizations, there are mainstream Muslim Christian organizations. They should all be respected in spite of their diversity of opinion. But PFI is a different organization altogether. Second point, this is happening on a day when Pujaniya Sarsang Chalak is engaging with our Muslim community. He is meeting with senior leaders of the Muslim community, going to a mosque and a madrasa. So let us not forget the good efforts of building Hindu-Muslim unity by Sarsang Chalak Mohan Bhagavaji, who has been consistently taking a Gandhian kind of an approach, or a centrist or a middle path approach. So let us not forget the efforts by these people in building community harmony on one side, and on the other side, organizations like PFI creating trouble and instigating problems. Who can forget Mohan Bhagavaji on record saying that let us not search for a Shivaling, beneath every mosque? That is a very strong statement. So such kind of good posters are on one side, and such kind of negativity and inciting violence on the other side, and these two cannot be equated or compared.
Rahul, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. I'm going to quickly cut across to Pramod Madhav joining us from Chennai. Also another city where we see extensive protests by the PFI, the SDPI over the NIA crackdown, arresting close to 106 PFI leaders, top leadership. Quickly over to you, Pramod. Give us a sense of what the SDPI is saying while they issue open threats in parts of Kerala. Pramod, if you can hear me.
On panna, look.
Pramod, if you can hear me, a quick take on the SDPI and the PFI's reactions in Chennai. We see in Kerala, they've already come out on the streets yet again in protest, giving out open threats to the RSS and the BJP. Is that similar scenes we see in Chennai?
Well, the similar thing is also occurring here, but here only a press meet was given. SCPI and PFI are very clearly mentioning that these are targeted by NIA and they are being targeted. And that's what they are repeatedly saying. They are claiming themselves as innocent. On the day of NIA raid, there were several protests in Chennai alone, and then later in various districts, PFI are holding protests. They are claiming that they are being targeted. This seems to be the only repeated explanation from them, and they are demanding NIA to provide evidence. Meanwhile, NIA is claiming that several, for this particular investigation, several information, electronic devices and lot of incriminating documents have been taken from PFI offices. Those are being scrutinized currently.
All right, Pramod, thank you very much for joining us with those details. We're going to continue tracking those developments. All right, now the political war over Rajasthan Chief Minister's post intensifies. Now, Gehlot faction MLAs have adopted a stand-on policy entire Sunday, where they hoped that there would be a leadership change. The reins of the Chief Minister's chair will be handed over to Sachin Pilot. That was the hope, but it seems like there was a mega twist in the tale. all the MLAs now waiting to see what's going to happen next. Will Ashok Gehlot remain the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, or will he hand it over to Sachin Pilot before moving to Delhi to throw his hat for the Congress president's polls? There was this whole midnight drama that ensued, out of which over 80 Rajasthan Congress MLAs submitted their resignation to the Assembly Speaker CP Joshi at his residence late last night because they were upset that Ashok Gehlot was likely to hand over his reins to Sachin Pilot. They refused to accept Sachin Pilot as their new chief minister, and therefore close to 80 Congress MLAs, all known to be Ashok Gehlot's loyalists, came by to CP Joshi's residence, the speaker's home, and gave their resignation. Gehlot loyalists want the next CM to be someone who had supported the government during the Pilot 2020 rebellion. Firing fresh salvos at Sachin Pilot, the Gehlot camp accused him of being a BJP tool who tried to topple the government earlier in Rajasthan. Sources have now claimed the AICC General Secretary Venugopal has sought an explanation from Gehlot over the rebellion within the party and might not file his nomination for Congress president for now.
अरे कोई फैसला नहीं हो भाई। सारे एमएलएज का एक ही मामला सोच था कि पहले अशोक गहलोत जी को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने दो, इसके बाद एमएलएस की राय ले लो, और राय लेने के बाद जो भी हाईकमान फैसला करे, सोनिया गांधी फैसला करे, हमें मंजूर है।
सर लास्ट में क्या निकल कर आया, क्या जो इस्तीफे लिए गए?
अशोक गहलोत जी को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने दो, एमएलए से हमारी सबकी राय ले लें, इसके बाद कांग्रेस हाईकमान जो फैसला करेगा वो हमें मंजूर है।
अशोक गहलोत मुख्यमंत्री है और अशोक गहलोत मुख्यमंत्री जी रहेंगे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष पद के साथ। देखो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी अभी तक राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनेंगे तब की बात अलग है, लेकिन आज माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अशोक जी गहलोत हैं और हम सब उन्हीं को चाहते हैं। तो आप लोगों ने इस्तीफा दे दिया है? हमने, जब तक मुख्यमंत्री जी हमारी बात नहीं सुनेंगे तो इस्तीफा है ही हमारे। कौन बात नहीं सुन रहा है? जैसे हमारी पूरी बात है, हमारी सबकी एक ही बात है, सारे विधायकों की मंशा को सुना जाए ताकि राजस्थान की जो मंशा है वो आलाकमान तक पहुंचे। जी कौन आपकी बात नहीं सुन रहा है? सब सुन रहे हैं हमारी बात। अरे कि मैं सुनवाई नहीं हो रही, सबकी सुनवाई होगी, चिंता ही मत करो।
सर माकन साहब आज निकले और उन्होंने कहा कि एक तरह से अनुशासनहीनता है, जब हमने विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई थी तो वहां पर आकर अपनी बात कहते हो।
एक बात आप मानकर चलना, ये बात आपकी सही है कि अनुशासनहीनता की बात जो माकन साहब ने कही वो हमारे प्रभारी हैं, बड़े भाई हैं, हमारे नेता हैं, वो कह सकते हैं। लेकिन एक परिवार में माकन साहब कह रहे हैं अनुशासनहीनता है, ये वही एमएलए हैं जो माकन साहब के साथ 1.5 महीने तक 102 विधायक माकन साहब के साथ होटल में ठहरे हुए थे बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र का जवाब देने के।
कहा मैं उनको नहीं सुनता, आते तो सही मेरे पास।
तो कब मना कर रहे हैं? माकन साहब यदि नहीं तो माकन साहब खुद चले जाते। माकन साहब भी तो हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, नेता हैं, प्रभारी हैं, और जब वो गए तो हम उनसे मिल के आए ना। कल जब वो माकन साहब वहां थे तो माकन साहब से मिलने मैं होटल में गया हूं मेरियट में, मैं मिलकर आया हूं, डोटासरा जी मिलकर आए हैं, सीएम साहब गए हैं, मैंने खुद ने माकन साहब से बात की, खड़गे साहब से बात की। जब मैं तनोट माता जी से सीएम साहब गहलोत साहब के साथ मैं डोटासरा जी उतरते ही सबसे पहले मैं मैरियट होटल गया हूं, माकन साहब से मिला हूं। माकन साहब ने मुझे कहा, मुझे ये पता नहीं था कि एमएलए धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए, क्योंकि मैं खुद तनोट माता जी को उतरा। मेरी बात सुनिए आप, तो मुझे पता नहीं था, लेकिन जब मुझे पता चला धारीवाल जी के यहाँ एमएलए इकट्ठे हो गए तो धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे क्यों नहीं होंगे? धारीवाल जी भी बहुत डायलॉग मार रहे थे उस वक्त कि तुम चिंता मत करो, कोई बात तो, मुझे संसदीय कार्य मंत्री है, मेरी बात सुनिए। फिर वो इकट्ठे हो गए एमएलए, जब वहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए मैं धारीवाल जी को लेने गया, धारीवाल जी से मैंने बात कराई डोटासरा जी की और माकन साहब की। धारीवाल जी ने कहा मुझे नहीं आने दे रहे, और इनकी जो बात है वो सुनकर फिर हम आपसे मिलने आते हैं। एमएलए की बात सुनकर हम मिलने गए सीएम साहब के यहाँ, डोटा उनसे, खड़गे साहब से और माकन साहब से। अधिकतर आज नवरात्रा है, अधिकतर एमएलए निकल गए थे वापस, फिर डोटासरा जी हम एमएलए को लेने आए। उनका था हमारी ये डिमांड है, डिमांड का ये थोड़ा ना कि हार्ड एंड फास्ट रूल है, पार्टी आला कमान का सम्मान भी करेंगे, जरूरत होगी तो आला कमान के आदेश पर हम ही लड़ने जाते हैं दिल्ली, देश की सड़कों पर हम लड़ेंगे, खून बहाएंगे अपना।
जो विधायक नहीं आए उनको हम लोग लगातार हम कह रहे थे कि हम 1 to 1 सब लोगों की बात सुनने के लिए यहाँ पर आए हैं, तो कोई भी बात हो आप हमें कहें, खड़गे जी और मैं हम अलग से बैठ करके 1 to 1 सबकी बात सुनेंगे, और कोई फैसला नहीं हो रहा है, जो आप बात कहेंगे वो बात हम दिल्ली जाकर के बताएंगे। और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सबकी बात सुनने के बाद 1 to 1 हर एक से बात करने के निर्देश हमारे पास में है। रेजोल्यूशन पास करना है कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के ऊपर छोड़ने का, तो बेशक रेजोल्यूशन पास करें, लेकिन उसके अंदर फैसला उसका 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में होना चाहिए। तो हमने कहा कि अगर अशोक गहलोत जी रेजोल्यूशन मूव करते हैं कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के ऊपर सब चीजें छोड़ी जा रही हैं और 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में, क्योंकि अब अशोक गहलोत जी खुद ये कह चुके हैं कि वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के उम्मीदवार हैं, तो 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में जब वो खुद अध्यक्ष बन जाएंगे तो अपने ही रेजोल्यूशन के ऊपर अपने आप को ही एम्पावर कर रहे हैं, तो इससे बड़ा कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं हो सकता, तो ये आप इसको मत करिए। लेकिन उन्होंने कहा नहीं, ये पब्लिकली आपको कहना पड़ेगा और रेजोल्यूशन का हिस्सा बनाना पड़ेगा। 102 जो विधायक उस वक्त लॉयल थे, अशोक जी के साथ में थे, उनमें से ही कोई बनाया जाना चाहिए, सचिन पायलट या उसके ग्रुप में से नहीं बनाया जाना चाहिए। तो हमने कहा कि आपकी भावना, जब हम सबसे एक एक करके मिलेंगे तो जो आपकी भावना है एग्जैक्टली वो सारी की सारी भावना जो व्यक्ति कर रहे हैं वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम बताएंगे और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा उसके बाद में अशोक गहलोत जी से बात करके, सबसे बात करके फैसला लेंगी।
All right, let me cut across to BJP Shehzad Poonawala joining us on the phone line. Shehzad, we see the turmoil that's ensued over the last 24 hours in Rajasthan has come as a huge surprise and a twist to the entire plot. Sachin Pilot was all set to be handed over the Chief Minister's chair, but even before that could happen, close to 85 of them have come forward with their resignation to the Speaker. How would you look at the situation like this? Just as Congress wanted to elect a Congress president, wanted to hold elections to democratically select a Congress president, and they were probably winning some kind of credit for that. Here you have Rajasthan that's taken a huge setback.
You see, Jay Markan has let the cat out of the bag. If you hear the bite that he just gave, he has already predicted the outcome of this fixed match which they were calling as an election, saying around 19th October, Ashok Gehlot will be the president of the party. This clearly indicates that this is not an election, but a selection, a coronation of a Darbari that was pre-planned by Sonia Gandhi. And therefore, I extend my condolences to Shashi Tharoor, who continues to believe that this is some kind of a genuine election. This was always a rigged match, and there are three outcomes that are very clear what has happened, Nabila, from last evening. One, that Rajasthan has been pushed into instability by this government, which has been born out of the womb of instability right from 2018. Two, the Gandhis, who had very little credibility amongst the country people, have also lost further credibility among their own Darbaris. And three, they tried to foist a Darbari in the name of a so-called election in the form of Ashok Gehlot, and they thought they would remote control him. Well, he's taken out their batteries in Jaipur. So these three things are there, but Ajay Markan's bite, which you just played, indicates what I've been saying from day one, from 2017 actually, that it is all a fixed match, a rigged election. It's not an election, and therefore that has been vindicated once again.
All right. Thank you very much, Shehzad, for joining us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Maushmi joining us for a little more on that. Maushmi, a quick word from you. Ajay Markan, you had Mallikarjun Kharge, the emissaries who reached Jaipur but failed to meet all those rebel MLAs who've already tendered their resignation to the Speaker. Is there any way to salvage the situation for the Congress now?
Nabila, clearly, the indications are that there could be a notice that could be sent to three people. In the eye of the storm is Mahesh Joshi, a minister in the Rajasthan government. He is the chief whip of the party. Mahesh Joshi हमारे साथ हैं. उनसे पूछते हैं, महेश जी, लगातार ये कहा जा रहा है कि आप लोग के ऊपर अब कार्रवाई होगी. आप लोग ने पार्टी हाईकमान के खिलाफ बगावत की है, अनुशासनहीनता की है.
सबसे पहले तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं, अभी तक कोई नोटिस हमें मिला नहीं है. नंबर 2 बात, नोटिस इश्यू करना, स्पष्टीकरण मांगना, ये हाईकमान का अधिकार है. हमारी किसी बात से हाईकमान अगर असंतुष्ट होता है तो नोटिस देना, उस पर स्पष्टीकरण मांगना उनका अधिकार है. हमें नोटिस मिलेगा तो पूरे सम्मान के साथ सारी बात हाईकमान के सामने हम स्पष्ट करेंगे और अपना पक्ष रखेंगे.
महेश जी, ये कहा जा रहा है कि लगातार कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है. एक तरफ अशोक गहलोत का खेमा कह रहा है कि 19 तारीख के बाद तय किया जाए कौन मुख्यमंत्री होगा. तब तो अगर चुनाव जीत गए तो अशोक गहलोत ही अध्यक्ष होंगे, तो अध्यक्ष ही तय करेगा कि मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा जिस पद पे वो आसीन है. तो एक तरह से कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं हो गई आपकी शर्त? आपने शर्त ये रखी है ना कि 19 के बाद हो.
हमारी मुख्य शर्त जो है वो ये है कि जिन लोगों ने पार्टी से बगावत की, जिन लोगों ने पार्टी की सरकार को तोड़ने की कोशिश की, गिराने की कोशिश की, उनमें से कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने, ये हमारी मुख्य शर्त है. इसके अलावा तो सामान्य बातें हैं. 19 से पहले हो, 19 के बाद हो. अगर हमें 19 के बाद भी हमारी शर्त यही रहती, 19 से पहले भी हमारी शर्त ये है, इसलिए हमने किसी बात पे कोई एडमेंट हो की बात नहीं की। अपनी बात हमने हाईकमान के जो प्रतिनिधि आए थे उनको पहुंचाने की कोशिश की। उन्होंने उसको किस रूप में समझा, नहीं समझा, हो सकता है हमारे समझाने में कमी रही हो सकता है हम उनको ठीक से समझा नहीं पाए हों, लेकिन पार्टी के प्रति हमारी निष्ठा असंदिग्ध है। हाईकमान के आदेश की पालना करना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, पहले भी किया और आगे भी करते रहेंगे।
महेश जी, आपके ऊपर जिम्मेदारी थी तमाम विधायकों को बुलाने की। ये कहा जा रहा है आपको कॉल करना था, सबको बुलाना था, और आपने लास्ट मोमेंट में सारे विधायक बैठक में आने से मुकर गए। आपने कॉल किया था ना, और आपने एड्रेस चेंज करवा दिया। आपने कहा सीएम आवास से अब शांति धारीवाल के घर पे आ जाओ। ऐसे आरोप लग रहे हैं।
आरोप तो कुछ भी लग सकते हैं।
ऐसा नहीं हुआ।
मैंने सारे विधायकों को 7 बजे सीएमआर पहुंचने की सूचना दी थी।
फिर
उसके बाद विधायकों के मन में बहुत सारी बातें आई। हमारे आपस में पहले विचार विमर्श हुआ। सब लोगों ने ये कहा कि हम वहां जाके मीटिंग का माहौल खराब करें, इससे बेहतर ये होगा कि हम अपनी बात पहले हाईकमान के प्रतिनिधियों तक पहुंचा दें, और जब वो बातें एकदम स्पष्ट हो जाएंगी उसके बाद जाके विधायक दल की बैठक में एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव पारित कर देंगे।
मामला खराब कहाँ हो गया? बताया जा रहा है कि एक हफ्ते पहले से ही सचिन पायलट कैंप के तमाम नेता जो है वो अलग अलग मैसेजेस भेज रहे थे, अलग अलग तरीके से जो बॉडी लैंग्वेज है, पोस्चरिंग है, वो चल रही थी। उसको लेके आप लोग नाराज हुए?
क्यों शंकाएं थी? ये बहुत सारी बातें हैं, लेकिन शंकाएं थी जो हमने हाईकमान तक पहुंचाई, हमने हाईकमान के प्रतिनिधि तक पहुंचाई है, और हम उम्मीद करके चलते हैं। नोटिस देना उनका अधिकार है, स्पष्टीकरण देना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। अपने निष्ठा पे हम कोई आंच, न तो आज तक हमारी निष्ठा पे कोई आंच आई है और आगे भी आंच नहीं आने देंगे। कुल मिलाकर जो शंकाएं थी,
गहलोत साहब के प्रति निष्ठा की पार्टी के
प्रति निष्ठा, पार्टी के प्रति, हाईकमान के प्रति निष्ठा। आप मेरे पे निष्ठा की बात करते हैं। 2008 में तो मेरा टिकट कटा था, एक शब्द ने हाईकमान के खिलाफ या पार्टी के खिलाफ नहीं बोला, और पार्टी के जो कैंडिडेट थे उन सब के लिए हमने काम किया। तो हमारे पार्टी के
2020 में भी हुई थी, पर आपके खिलाफ अब कारण बताओ, नोटिस आ रहे।
देखते हैं, अभी तो ये मीडिया की खबरें हैं, हमें कोई नोटिस नहीं मिला, लेकिन फिर भी पूरे सम्मान के साथ पार्टी हाईकमान के प्रति पूरा सम्मान है, पूरी निष्ठा है। नोटिस जारी करना उनका अधिकार है, हमारी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि अगर हमें कोई नोटिस मिले तो हम उसका सम्मान पूरा जवाब दें।
कोई पछतावा नहीं है आपको जो हुआ उसको लेके?
हमने अपने विवेक से जो किया पार्टी हित में किया है, और कोई पछतावा नहीं।
कोई पछतावा नहीं है। Nabila, you can hear that the lines are clearly drawn, and as far as Ashok Gehlot's camp is concerned, they really feel that what they did was right as far as the welfare of the party is concerned.
Right. Stay with us, Maushmi. I'm going to quickly cut across to Rahul Srivastava, who's been tracking those developments there. Rahul, here seemingly Ashok Gehlot has played quite a clever game. On one hand, he's ensured he retains the chair of Chief Minister for Rajasthan, and on the other, yet has pushed for himself to be the Congress president even before elections could begin for the presidential elections for the Congress party. He's cozied up to Sonia Gandhi, at the same time cozied up to all his MLAs to ensure that they stand by him in case if the Congress forces him to step down as CM. How would you look at this? How will the Congress really look at Ashok Gehlot, and will there be any more trust left between the High Command and Gehlot at this point?
Nabila, I think it's clever by half measure. I don't think Ashok Gehlot has really achieved something which can be called long-standing or enhancing his image in the party. Ashok Gehlot is an old war horse. Why he was picked up by the Congress High Command or the first family is because over the last 40-45 years, Ashok Gehlot has worked in some capacity or the other in the last 29, in every one of the 29 states in the country, has been part of the National NSUI, Youth Congress. He was the election agent to Rajiv Gandhi when he contested the election first time in Amethi. One of the first few rallies of Indira Gandhi after emergency was lifted in 1977 was in Jodhpur. Organizer was Ashok Gehlot. In fact, there was a camp for Bangladeshi refugees in the post-1971 war. Ashok Gehlot was in charge of that. So Ashok Gehlot has a very powerful CV to be president. But I think what made him qualified him and made him eligible was the trust element the Congress first family had. Yesterday, what happened Either it is that the first family wanted to expose that Sachin Pilot did not have the support to become the chief minister of the MLAs and it was Ashok Gehlot. Otherwise, Ashok Gehlot has gone ahead and defied the Congress High Command, which was trusting him to be made the party president. Now, trust is a big factor in the Congress party's first family. If you recall, Sitaram Kesri, when he was the party president, and he gave a bit of a hint that he was defying the High Command. There was a very hostile takeover by the Congress party and Sonia Gandhi was installed as the party president. In that scenario, I think that bridge has been burnt. As far as Ashok Gehlot is concerned, I think it will be very difficult for him because nobody knows what Ashok Gehlot can do in Rajasthan. Say, for example, if he takes over and tomorrow he may not vacate the throne. He may continue hanging on to it. He'll be Congress president. Will he not act against Sachin Pilot? He may expel him. He's the party president. Now, in that scenario, that part is over. I think Sachin Pilot has suffered a major setback because there are some 92 odd Congress MLAs who have virtually pushed a no confidence motion against him becoming chief minister. He was promised and promised and promised by the Congress High Command something as late as just last week that there is going to be a transition when Mr. Gehlot moves to Delhi as the party president. That hasn't happened, so he has a lot of answering to do to his own cadres. I think the Congress High President elections have been derailed. I think Rahul Gandhi's yatra has suffered a major setback. The High Command is not so High Command now. Because if the High Command says hold a meeting of the legislators and meeting is held at Shanti Dhariwal, one of the loyalists to Ashok Gehlot, where MLAs are openly saying that they were misled because they were initially told that this meeting is only to voice their opinions and eventually they were made to sign a resolution. So what one can say is that the entire Congress attempt to present the election as an exercise in which the party is different from the BJP and other, that it elects a president, has come a cropper. And I think all the laid out plans of the Congress party have suffered a major setback.
You know, Rahul, it's quite ironic here because the Congress wanted to hold an election, a free and fair election, to select the Congress president. But from the looks of it here, the way Ashok Gehlot was batted for the post, it doesn't appear that this was indeed or would have been indeed a free and fair election. Ashok Gehlot may have been more or less a ceremonial figure. And that's what's exposed with this huge rebellion within the Rajasthan Congress. I'm going to quickly cut across. Stay with us, Rahul. I'm going to cut across for the benefit of our viewers, the dynamics when it comes to the assembly positioning right now. As we see, there are 200 seats in the Rajasthan Assembly, out of which at least 85 are set to be with Gehlot, unconditionally. And that's what we saw, the show of strength of many of them who came forward, tendered their resignation to CP Joshi, the speaker, late at night. And then you have Sachin Pilot, out of the 108, the strength of the Congress unit in Rajasthan, out of the 108, Pilot has about 19 plus supporters. Gehlot has about 85 plus. And then there are independents, close to 13 of them, who are of course with Gehlot again. They're siding with the Gehlot camp. So Gehlot clearly has the numbers here in terms of when it comes to unity and the strength. Gehlot is standing on a pedestal, undoubtedly. Sachin Pilot now seeing a setback because he barely has 19. But on the contrary, Sachin does have huge support from the Congress High Command. They've been pushing for Pilot to become the Chief Minister of Rajasthan if Ashok Gehlot is elevated to the post of Congress President. BJP in the state of Rajasthan has 71 seats in the assembly, and then there are at least 8 other independents who are, of course, still their support, their allegiance is still not established. They're standing as independent and belonging to other smaller parties in the state of Rajasthan. For now, clearly, Gehlot has all the strength and the support, and that exactly is what he's using to stay put as the chief minister and yet at the same time throw his hat in the ring for Congress president. Let me quickly cut across to Rahul, who's with us. All right, we have some big breaking news coming in at this point. India Today tracking those developments on Sukesh Chandrasekhar's extortion case, which the ED has been probing. Jacqueline Fernandez was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. She's now got interim bail. She gets some kind of relief as she gets interim bail from the Delhi court. The court has granted Jackie bail and a surety bond of 50,000 rupees. Jacqueline, as soon as she comes out of the Patiala House Court, India Today, of course, asking her a few questions. These are the live visuals coming in as Jacqueline Fernandez steps out of the Patiala House Court after she gets interim bail. India Today right there at the spot, asking a few questions to Jacqueline. These are the live visuals. Let's cut across. With her lawyers as she walks out of the Patiala House Court after getting interim bail. Jacqueline Fernandez has been accused in the 200 crore extortion case where her alleged boyfriend, Sukesh Chandrasekhar, had swindled money from few businessmen's wife to the tune of 200 crore rupees. And a lot of that money that he extorted, he used to buy gifts for Jacqueline Fernandez and her family members. Not just Jacqueline, a few other actors like Nora Fatehi, a few more who were given expensive gifts by Sukesh Chandrasekhar. But it appears that Jacqueline received the most number of priced items or these luxury items as gifts from Sukesh. It all the way from cars, property, bags, watches, to the tune of 7 crore rupees. So Jacqueline has been called in to check whether she knew that this man was a con artist, and if she knew, why does she still accept those gifts? Those are the allegations against her, that she may have known very well and yet decided to accept gifts which will make her an accomplice in this crime. Jacqueline Fernandez has been fighting for bail for a while now, and now the Patiala House Court has granted her interim bail with a surety bond of 50,000 rupees. Live visuals of Jacqueline Fernandez coming outside the Patiala House Court. She's just walking out after she gets interim bail with a surety bond of 50,000 rupees. It certainly is a huge relief for Jacqueline at this moment.
जैकलिन एलिगेशंस पर कुछ आपका कमेंट है, छोटा सा कमेंट, कुछ भी कहना चाहेंगी? क्या ये फॉल्स एलिगेशंस हैं या फिर फ्रेम्ड एलिगेशंस हैं?
Right now the matter is sub judice, so she can't say
बस ठीक है बस स्पेस देते जाओ यार, बस स्पेस देते जाओ जैकलिन कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप? What's your response? Anything on the allegations? Do you want to say something?
जैकलिन कुछ कहेंगे? जैकलिन कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
We're in the courtroom, sir.
Interim bail will have to
Shaji, would you like to say something? How do you react to this development of the interim bail?
Please, Jacqueline. Ms. Fernandez, would you have anything to say?
बस ठीक है
बस स्पेस देते जाओ यार, स्पेस देते जाओ
हाँ ठीक है अब रहने तो हो गया। Ms. Fernandez, anything on the allegations?
Jacqueline Fernandez there, questioned by India Today soon after she exits the Patiala House Court. The actor has now got temporary relief in this 200 crore extortion case in which con man, Sukesh Chandrasekhar, is the main accused. That's the Sukesh Chandrasekhar, the con artist, is supposedly or allegedly Jacqueline Fernandez. The allegations were that they were in a relationship, and Jacqueline Fernandez claims that she did not know this man was a con man. But Sukesh, on the contrary, had said that Jacqueline and him were in a relationship, and she knew him very well. Of course, the ED also suspecting that Jacqueline may have known that Sukesh was a con man, and despite that, accepted gifts worth crores of rupees from him. In fact, Jacqueline Fernandez now gets some relief. The Patiala House Court has granted her interim bail with a surety bond of 50,000 rupees. The next hearing in the case is set to be held on 22nd of October.
Anything to say?
All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with news and updates on the other side. Do stay with us.
इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट आपको दे रहा है मौका देश के नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल के साथ पत्रकारिता के गुण सीखने का।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें।
Have you looked at the back of the water bottle and found that it has an expiry date? The shelf life of water has been debated for long. So let's find out how long stored water remains safe for consumption and what happens if you consume expired water. Treated tap water is safe to consume for up to 6 months if stored well, while sparkling water is safe for up to 1 to 2 years. Tap water might start tasting odd if it gets mixed with the carbon dioxide in the air. However, both tap water and carbonated water are considered safe for drinking for 6 months despite the odd taste. Water in its pure form doesn't expire, but the plastic bottle has an expiry date. Drinking from an expired bottle isn't a good idea. Plastic can start leaching into the water over time and contaminate it with harmful chemicals such as antimony and bisphenol. To preserve water for long, it's important to store it well. The first step is to identify the amount of water to be stored and find a cool and dry place. Copper and steel vessels are ideal for long-term storage. For regular use, one can always opt for BPA-free plastic containers or glass bottles.
Welcome to India's
Ever heard of zombifiers? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada, and Alaska. So what are zombifiers really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
India's greatest ancient dynasty is back. Finally, movie justice to the Cholas. Mani Ratnam's next is Big Brave History. Countdown to India's next epic. Ignored for decades, the Cholas will shine now. Mughals for decades, finally, Cholas get their due. Super exclusive broadcast, the dawn of Ponniyin Selvan.
All right, here's some big news that we're currently tracking coming in from Rajasthan. Rajasthan Congress crisis as it explodes. India Today gets you the latest. Sources close to Gehlot camp tell us that Ashok Gehlot has conveyed to Rahul Gandhi that he wants to give up the Chief Minister's chair and that all will be okay, everyone within the party will be fine, and the leadership will decide who will take over the party reins in the state. He's also said that he's very hurt with the recent developments and that he never anticipated that this would really happen. He holds the party leadership in high regard and that he would never think of undermining the party leadership. This is what Gehlot seemed to have conveyed to Rahul Gandhi, even as a lot of talk coming in on Ashok Gehlot almost defying and cheating the High Command, right amid a time when he was supposed to be handing over the reins to Sachin Pilot and moving over to file his nomination as the Congress President's post before the Congress President's election. Here, a huge twist in the tale came about with Gehlot camp coming in hordes, at least 85 of them, and tendering the resignation to the Speaker, CP Joshi, saying that if it's not Gehlot as a CM, then they will resign. They're not okay with Sachin Pilot to be the Chief Minister of the state. Now, while this said, it's really put the Congress High Command in a total fix and huge aspirations cast on Gehlot's intentions, whether this was indeed orchestrated by Ashok Gehlot himself, only to ensure that he retains the CM's chair as well as holds the Congress CM's post, as well as participate in the Congress President's post. This, of course, needs to be established in due course, but this is the suspicion that the High Command as well as onlookers have, that Ashok Gehlot may have been the man who orchestrated this resignation of close to 85 of their MLAs. Rajasthan Congress sources have told India Today that Ashok Gehlot has spoken to Rahul Gandhi and he's conveyed that he wants to give up the Chief Minister's chair and says that all will be okay within the party. He says that he's very hurt with the recent developments and never anticipated that this would really happen. He holds the party leadership in high regards and would never think of undermining the party leadership. Let me cut across to Sandeep Dikshit, getting you reactions on the same. Listen in.
अध्यक्ष मिलना था, लेकिन संकट राजस्थान में ऐसा खड़ा हुआ है कि अब अध्यक्ष पद से लेकर के मुख्यमंत्री पद तक पे बवाल खड़ा है। तो संदीप दीक्षित जी, सवाल सब आपसे यही पूछ रहे हैं कि वहाँ आप भारत जोड़ने के लिए निकले थे, राजस्थान में पार्टी को कौन जोड़ेगा?
देखिए, पार्टी जहाँ तक सवाल है वो तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई टूटी हुई है राजस्थान में। हाँ, वो आपस में जो द्वंद्व है मेरे ख्याल से इसीलिए है कि वो शायद नया एक मुख्यमंत्री चुन रहे हैं। देखिए, ये भी अटकलें हैं क्योंकि गहलोत जी आएंगे क्या अध्यक्ष के लिए, क्या वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के लिए अपना नामांकन भरेंगे, उसके बाद क्या वो मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा देंगे, ये सब अभी कोई चीज़ स्पष्ट नहीं है। तो मुझे तो ठीक से ये भी वहीं पता है कि वहाँ मीटिंग जो हो रही है उसकी रियल उद्देश्य क्या है। अब ये अटकलें हैं कि शायद उससे जानना चाहते होंगे कि अगर गहलोत जी हटते हैं तो अगला मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनता है। तो ये तो एक ऐसा प्रोसेस जो कांग्रेस में कई बार हुआ है, और ऐसा भी कोई नहीं है कि जो विधायक कुछ कहते हैं किसी और को लाके डाल दिया जाता है। जो अमूमन बता रहे हैं वहाँ के विधायकों को ये चिंता है कि किसी को उन पर थोप दिया जाएगा। अभी तक तो कोई ऐसी कहानी भी नहीं है कि यहाँ या कहीं और कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति थोपा गया हो। तो ये जो तमाम चीज़ हुई है, मेरे ख्याल से विधायकों के साथ भी जो संवाद करना चाहिए था, वो अगर उसमें थोड़ा स्पष्टता कर दो। खुद गहलोत जी भी एक बार आके कहते हैं कि भाई इस प्रक्रिया में सब लोग मिलके बातचीत कर लो, और हमारे जो पर्यवेक्षक हैं वो थोड़ा लोगों को कॉन्फिडेंस में लेके बात करते, उनकी अगर कोई अंदर की चिंताएं थी, उन चिंताओं को शांत कर देते, तो ये सब कहानी बनती ही नहीं।
यानी अब तक स्टेप दर स्टेप गलतियां होती रही?
नहीं, स्टेप दर स्टेप तो नहीं हुई है, लेकिन लगता है ये शायद कहीं कमी रह गई, या हो सकता है इन्हीं को अंदाजा ना हो कि साहब वहाँ क्या द्वंद्व चल रहा था। कभी कभी होता है साहब।
आपने जितने सीधे तरीके से कह दिया कि बेहतर हो सकता था, अब बिना आग के तो धुआं उठता नहीं है। अब वो देखिए, नामांकन की लगभग तारीख भी तय कि आएंगे, नामांकन भरेंगे। ये भी बात ऐसे थोड़ी न उठी कि सचिन पायलट को जो है वहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री पद की कमान दी जाए। अब विधायक जाते हैं, शक्ति प्रदर्शन होती है, वो कहते हैं कि ऐसे बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। उनके खेमे से ये कहा जाए कि किसी गद्दार को मौका नहीं दिया जाएगा। ये अहम की लड़ाई बन गई।
नहीं, मैं मानता हूँ कि आपने कहा कि भाई बिना कहीं छोटी मोटी तो आग होनी चाहिए जो धुआं निकला है, ठीक है। जहाँ तक वहाँ सचिन पायलट जी और गहलोत जी के बीच में आपस में जो मतभेद हैं वो नए नहीं है, वो तो पुराने हैं। तो वो आग तो लगी हुई है, वो छोटा मोटा धुआं बीच बीच में आता रहता है, और ये भी स्वाभाविक है कि भाई सचिन जी भी बनना चाहते होंगे मुख्यमंत्री। लेकिन आज की स्थिति में क्या सचिन पायलट या कोई और व्यक्ति वहाँ जाकर ज़बरदस्ती, पहले तो ये नहीं पता है कितने विधायक किसके साथ, हो सकता है 80 एक तरफ हों, 20 एक तरफ हों, जो आप लोग बता रहे हैं, जो उस नंबर में नहीं जाते। पर ऐसी तो कोई स्थिति बनी नहीं है कि आपके मत के बिल्कुल विपरीत किसी को बिठाया जा रहा है। अभी तो प्रोसेस यही था कि मत पता करो, और ये हमेशा होता है कांग्रेस में। मैं आपको बता देता हूँ 2 चीज़ें। मैं ऐसी 4-5 प्रक्रियाओं से जुड़ा रहा हूँ कि विधायकों से उनका मत पाया जाता है या उनके लीडर्स द्वारा मत पाया जाता है, और उसके बाद हमेशा जो भी वो मत हो, एक हमारे कांग्रेस में प्रथा है कि हम उसको हाईकमांड पर छोड़ देते हैं, और हाईकमांड पर हर चीज़ को बैलेंस करके, क्योंकि उसके बैलेंस में और भी चीज़ें कई करनी पड़ती हैं, फिर वो मत सुना देता है जो 99% वही होता है जो विधायक चाहते हैं। अब या कोई इंडिकेशन इन विधायकों को मिला हो कि वो प्रक्रिया, ये वो प्रथा हम लोग तोड़ के कुछ करना चाहते हैं, तो ये तो मेरे ख्याल से अन्यथा इन लोगों की चिंता है। मुझे लगता है ये चिंता, लेकिन जो आप कह रहे हैं इस चिंता को कम करना चाहिए था। आपको अगर दूर से दिख रहा था कि धुआं आ रहा, भले माचिस का धुआं हो, तो कम से कम माचिस का भी धुआं तो माचिस की भी आग तो बुझानी चाहिए ना।
देखिए, अजय माकन वहाँ जाते हैं, उनको पता चलता है कि विधायक तो कुछ और कह रहे हैं, वो तो बात तक नहीं सुनने आए, इसलिए वापस उन्हें दिल्ली बुलाया गया। गहलोत साहब अपनी जिद पर अड़े हुए हैं कि गद्दार को मौका नहीं देना है, और दूसरा कि आप ऐसे किसी को थोप नहीं सकते। लेकिन यहाँ तक बात पहुँचना कि जब अध्यक्ष नया चुना जाएगा, वो फैसला लेगा मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा। क्या अशोक गहलोत हाईकमांड को चैलेंज कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, गहलोत जी का तो इसमें मुझे नाम कहीं दिखता नहीं। मेरे ख्याल से वहाँ जो चिंताएं हैं वो अपने में ठीक नहीं हैं। देखो, और जब नया अध्यक्ष बनना है, जो भी बने, गहलोत जी खड़े हों, वो नहीं खड़े हों, वो जीते चुनाव नहीं जीते, वो तो बात की बात है। इन लोगों को इस बात का भी ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि अध्यक्ष पद के चुनाव में जो राजस्थान में बदलाव हो रहा है वो ऐसा हो कि एक नई प्रथा भी उससे बने कि भाई ठीक है, हम हर चीज़ मैनेज कर सकते हैं। कल को गहलोत जी प्रेसिडेंट बनेंगे या कोई और प्रेसिडेंट बनेगा, ऐसी परिस्थितियां आगे भी आएंगी, और जो एक बार हो जाता है वो आगे के लिए भी उदाहरण बन जाता है ना। तो ये तो गहलोत जी को भी और पर्यवेक्षकों को मिलकर सॉर्ट आउट कर लेना चाहिए। देखिए, इतने बड़े नेता हैं गहलोत जी, मुझे कम से कम मालूम है, मैं भी उनमें बहुत हद तक उनको एक अपना लीडर मानता हूँ, कि अगर वो बाहर आकर कहते हैं या अपने विधायकों से कहते हैं ठीक भाई आप अपनी बात बता दो यार, कल को अगर कोई ऐसा निर्णय का अंदेशा हमारे पास आता है जिससे हम लोग खुश नहीं हैं, तब उस बात से हम लोग निपटेंगे। लेकिन आज की परिस्थिति को पैदा होने देना, या अगर छोटी मोटी पैदा हो गई तो उसको मैनेज करना, ये तो वहाँ का नेतृत्व और हमारे जो पर्यवेक्षक हैं दोनों की मिलकर जिम्मेवारी है।
अगर मैं ये पूछूं कि अभी जो राजस्थान में हालात हैं उसके लिए अशोक गहलोत ही जिम्मेदार हैं?
नहीं, मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता। कोई एक पर तो देखो, एक व्यक्ति से कभी ऐसा नहीं होता कि जिम्मेवारी हो। कभी कभी जो सिस्टम जिस तरीके से फॉलो करने चाहिए, अगर आप उसको ऑनेस्टली ना फॉलो करो या ठीक से ना फॉलो करो, और आप रूमर की दुनिया को, संदेहों की दुनिया को और अटकलों को बीच में आने दो, तो दिक्कत होती है।
अच्छा, अगर मैं मौजूदा संकट को देखूं और आने वाली जो चुनौतियां होंगी जब आप वहां चुनाव में जाएंगे, ऐसे में देखते हुए संदीप दीक्षित की राय क्या है? अशोक गहलोत कौन सी भूमिका में हो, सचिन पायलट कौन सी भूमिका में हो?
देखो, ये तो मैं नहीं जानता, क्योंकि पहली चीज़ तो अगर अशोक गहलोत जी यहाँ अध्यक्ष पद के लिए आते हैं, तब ये बन सकता है कि राजस्थान में कौन बने भाई, ठीक है, मुझे इतना मालूम है, मैं थोड़ा बहुत सचिन जी को जानता हूं, उनका एक मित्र भी रहा हूं, कि सचिन जी कोई अन्यथा ऐसी कोई चीज़ नहीं करेंगे। अब वो मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं, दावेदारी अपनी करते हैं नहीं करते हैं, ये तो वो जाने, वहाँ की परिस्थिति जाने, लेकिन उनको उनकी इच्छा के अनुकूल कोई पद मिलता है या जिम्मेवारी मिलती है या नहीं मिलती है, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि सचिन पायलट जी कभी कोई ऐसी चीज़ करेंगे जिसमें पार्टी के प्रॉस्पेक्ट डैम। देखो, अपनी महत्वाकांक्षा को पटल पे रखना, उसके बारे में बोलना, उसके लिए संघर्ष करना, उसके लिए रणनीति बनानी, उसके लिए स्ट्रेटेजाइज करना, ये किसी के लिए भी अधिकार की बात है।
All right, the Congress there desperately trying to firefight in Rajasthan. India Today on top of the story. We're going to take you through all those details on the other side of a short break. Do stay with us for now.
la main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
India's greatest ancient dynasty is back. Finally, movie justice to the Cholas. Mani Ratnam's next is Big Brave History. Countdown to India's next epic. Ignored for decades, the Cholas will shine now. Mughals for decades, finally, Cholas get their due. Super exclusive broadcast, the dawn of Ponniyin Selvan. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Acco, download the app now.
(2022's biggest political intel failure). Gehlot flexes muscle and Rahul is completely helpless. Loyalist Gehlot has turned to rebel.
The Sachin Pilot viewers, by those 3 demands, have completely been cut out of the dynamics. Now it's not so much of the Gehlot camp versus Sachin Pilot. Sachin Pilot is now just a pawn.
Pilot left on the sidelines in a wait-and-watch mode.
The Ashok Gehlot camp does not want to cede any ground or let Sachin Pilot become the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan.
Gehlot gambit stumps the Gandhis. Congress Desert Storm. Inside track only on India Today.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal, and that's the implosion within the Congress in Rajasthan that we're tracking every development coming in from the state. Let me take you through that news. The headlines first. Massive escalation in Gehlot versus Pilot saga in Rajasthan after 92 MLAs resign. Pilot in a wait-and-watch mode. Sources tell India Today that Gehlot could backtrack on the Congress president's nomination. Gandhi's attempt to damage control now with little success. Emissary Ajay Bakan and Mallikarjun Kharge in Rajasthan but failed to broker truce will be submitting a report to Sonia Gandhi in Delhi. BJP and the AAP mock Bharat Jodo amid Rajasthan churning. AAP claims Congress finished in Rajasthan. BJP declared 2023 assembly polls a done deal now. Attacks on RSS and BJP functionaries in Kerala and Tamil Nadu on the rise. SDPI leader caught on camera issuing an open threat to RSS, says we'll finish you off in 10 seconds. And India Today confronts Bollywood actress Jacqueline Fernandez. Jackie evades those questions. Big relief for the diva though, as the court grants interim bail in Sukesh conman scandal. Pakistani minister Maryam Aurangzeb heckled on the streets of London. Protesters shout "Chori, Chori" chants. Minister claims as she walks by, keeps her calm, ignores those trolls. All right, India Today, as we track those developments coming in from Rajasthan very closely, have brought to you an exclusive video here of last night's Gehlot camp meet. Gehlot camp MLA Shanti Dhaliwal openly mocks Sachin Pilot. The Gehlot camp MLA says, and I quote, "Congress will be at loss if Gehlot is not Chief Minister of Rajasthan." Gehlot camp MLA further saying that CM does not hold 2 posts. This is a conspiracy. We will lose like we did in Punjab. This is what the Gehlot camp MLA said while backing Gehlot and coming together in a key huddle ahead of this huge churn in Rajasthan. Let me cut across that video what he says really.
हम इस बात को नहीं चाहते किसी प्रकार की कोई बात हो। आप हर चीज की जो है आपने कई 2-2 आज ये बता दे कोई भी हाईकमान में बैठा हुआ आदमी ये बता दे कि कौन से 2 पद हैं आज अशोक गहलोत के पास जो आप जो है उनका इस्तीफा मांग रहे हो? नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं। कौन से 2 पद हैं? एक ही पद है। कुल मिला के 1 पद है मुख्यमंत्री का। जब दूसरा पद मिल जाए तब जाकर के बात उठेगी। आज क्या बात उठ गई जो आज आप इस्तीफा मांगने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हो? तो ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाए तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा। तो मेरा आपसे यही निवेदन है कि हाईकमान ऐसे नहीं माने। 10 रुपए भी खर्च नहीं कर सकता था, उसको 10 लाख रुपए का जो है बीमा उसकी दवाइयां जो है प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में भी जो है वो खर्च सरकार कर रही है। इतनी बड़ी बड़ी योजनाओं का अगर फायदा किसी आदमी को मिल सकता है तो सिर्फ अशोक गहलोत को मिल सकता है। अगर इस कुर्सी को बदल दिया गया, अशोक गहलोत को बदल दिया गया, तो आने वाला आदमी जो भी इस पे बैठेगा उसको इतना बड़ा फायदा नहीं मिलेगा और कांग्रेस को नुकसान होगा। तो इसलिए हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसी भी प्रकार से हो, लेकिन अशोक गहलोत यहाँ पर बना रहे। हम नहीं चाहते, हम इस बात को नहीं चाहते कि किसी प्रकार की कोई बात हो। आप हर चीज की जो है आपने कई 2 पद हैं। आज ये बता दे कोई भी हाईकमान में बैठा हुआ आदमी ये बता दे कि कौन से 2 पद हैं आज अशोक गहलोत के पास जो आप जो है उनका इस्तीफा मांग रहे हो? नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं। कौन से 2 पद हैं? एक ही पद है। कुल मिला के 1 पद है मुख्यमंत्री का। जब दूसरा पद मिल जाए तब जाकर के बात उठेगी। आज क्या बात उठ गई जो आज आप इस्तीफा मांगने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हो? तो ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाए तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा। तो मेरा आपसे यही निवेदन है कि हाईकमान ऐसे नहीं माने। 10 रुपए भी खर्च नहीं कर सकता था, उसको 10 लाख रुपए का जो है बीमा उसकी दवाइयां जो है प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में भी जो है वो खर्च सरकार कर रही है। इतनी बड़ी बड़ी योजनाओं का अगर फायदा किसी आदमी को मिल सकता है तो सिर्फ अशोक गहलोत को मिल सकता है। अगर इस कुर्सी को बदल दिया गया, अशोक गहलोत को बदल दिया गया, तो आने वाला आदमी जो भी इस पे बैठेगा उसको इतना बड़ा फायदा नहीं मिलेगा और कांग्रेस को नुकसान होगा। तो इसलिए हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसी भी प्रकार से हो, लेकिन Ashok Gehlot.
All right. So you had the Gehlot camp MLA Dhaliwal very clearly saying that if Gehlot is not the chief minister, then Congress will come down to shambles in the state. Let me quickly cut across. Joining us on the phone line, Sanyam Lodha, who's an independent MLA and also a close friend to Ashok Gehlot. He's quite a confidant to Gehlot. Let me get his word on this. Sanyam ji, यहाँ पर जो राजस्थान में जो हुआ है, ये आपको कोई भनक थी? गहलोत को पता था कि ऐसा होगा कि इनके पक्ष में जो सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं वो एमएलए रिजाइन करेंगे, वो भी आज के दिन?
नहीं, उनको ऐसा कोई भनक नहीं थी, उनको कोई जानकारी भी नहीं थी। ये विधायकों के आपस में बातचीत के बाद ही ये तय हुआ है कि ये कदम उठाया जाए।
आप ऐसा हुआ, क्यों हुआ?
ऐसा इसलिए हुआ कि राजस्थान में पिछले 4 साल का आप घटनाक्रम देखें। राज्यसभा के चुनाव हुए, हाईकमान ने 6 में से 5 बाहरी लोगों को यहाँ टिकट दिए। सारे राजस्थान के विधायकों ने, कांग्रेस के हो, सहयोगी हो, निर्दलीय हो, सब ने उनको को जिता करके भेजा। यहाँ हरियाणा जैसा नहीं हुआ, या महाराष्ट्र जैसा नहीं हुआ। ये अपने आप में जाहिर करता है कि सोनिया गांधी जी के प्रति राजस्थान के विधायकों की क्या निष्ठा है। लेकिन राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री का निर्णय विधायकों की भावना के अनुसार नहीं होगा, ये तो कैसे संभव है?
ये हाईकमांड को आपने मैसेज कन्वे किया नहीं है कि ये सडनली आपने इतना बड़ा निर्णय लिया है? जो 85 एमएलएज वो रेजिग्नेशन ही दे चुके हैं, इससे पहले कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई? ये मैसेज जो आप बोल रहे हो आज, ये हाईकमांड को आपने कन्वे नहीं किया?
जो राजस्थान के प्रभारी हैं उनको एक एक चीज पता थी। जो राजस्थान से निर्वाचित राज्यसभा सदस्य और कांग्रेस के 3 महासचिव है, राजस्थान के सारे हालात उनको पता है। अगर उन्होंने कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को अवगत नहीं कराया है तो इसका दोष राजस्थान के विधायकों का नहीं है।
तो आप बोल रहे हो कि आप बहुत बार जो मैसेज है वो हाईकमांड को पहुंचाया गया था, मगर फिर भी उन्होंने कोई
लगातार अवगत है, एक एक चीज से अवगत है। और पूरा देश जानता है कि किन लोगों ने मोटा भाई के साथ मिलकर के राजस्थान की चलती हुई सरकार को गिराने की कुचेष्टा की थी, जिन्हें पद से बर्खास्त किया गया था। आज अब उन्हें ही आप वापस थोपेंगे। हम लोग जिनके कारण 34 दिन जेल में रहे, कौन एक्सेप्ट करेगा ये?
आप किन की बात कर रहे हो? आप कौन बीजेपी के साथ जुड़ के
पड़े रहे होटल में सरकार बचाने के लिए?
प्लीज संयम जी, आप नाम ही बोल दीजिए।
जी,
नाम बोलिए। आप किसकी बारे में बात कर रहे हैं? कौन बीजेपी के साथ जुड़ के किसने, जो कांग्रेस है राजस्थान की?
आपको पता नहीं है या आपको पता नहीं है नाम? आपके चैनल को पता नहीं है क्या?
नहीं पता। आप अगर बोलेंगे तो अब क्लियर हो जाएगा।
नहीं पता है क्या? तो फिर ऐसे राष्ट्रीय चैनल पे बात करके क्या करेंगे जिसको ये पता नहीं है? हम
थोड़ी ना कह सकते हैं। हम कैसे बोल सकते हैं कि ये हमें पता है? आपको बोलना है ये। All right, all indications going at Sachin Pilot there. Sayam Lodha, who says that it's the one man who worked against the Congress party in Rajasthan, he's being favored by the Congress High Command to take up the CM's post. And that the MLAs extensively in Rajasthan will not let happen. They will not allow for Sachin Pilot to become the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. This is almost a clear-cut indication coming in from all those MLAs supporting the Gehlot camp. The independent MLA that we spoke to very clearly saying that this message was conveyed to the High Command, but they've been oblivious, or rather turned a blind eye to the multiple requests that have come in the way in the last few years. Now, this political war over Rajasthan Chief Minister's post only intensifying. In some midnight drama on Sunday, Gehlot faction MLAs have adopted a stand against Sachin Pilot's candidature to be the next CM, if at all Ashok Gehlot is elected the next Congress chief, defying the High Command. Over 80 Rajasthan Congress MLAs submitted their resignation letters to the Assembly Speaker, CP Joshi, at his residence. Gehlot's loyalists want the next CM to be someone who had supported the government during the Pilot 2020 rebellion. Now, firing fresh salvos at Sachin Pilot there, the Gehlot camp has accused him of being a BJP tool who tried to topple the government earlier in Rajasthan. Sources have now claimed that AICC General Secretary Venugopal has sought an explanation from Gehlot over the rebellion and might not be filing his nomination for Congress President now.
माकन साहब आज निकले और उन्होंने कहा कि एक तरह से अनुशासनहीनता है। जब हमने विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई थी तो वहां पर आकर अपनी बात कहते वो।
एक बात आप मानकर चलना, ये बात आपकी सही है कि अनुशासनहीनता की बात जो माकन साहब ने कही वो हमारे प्रभारी हैं, बड़े भाई हैं, हमारे नेता हैं, वो कह सकते हैं। लेकिन एक परिवार में माकन साहब कह रहे हैं अनुशासनहीनता है, ये वही एमएलए हैं जो माकन साहब के साथ 1.5 महीने तक 102 विधायक माकन साहब के साथ होटल में ठहरे हुए थे बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र का जवाब देने के।
कहा मैं उनको नहीं सुनता, आते तो सही मेरे पास।
तो कब मना कर रहे हैं? माकन साहब यदि नहीं तो माकन साहब खुद चले जाते। माकन साहब भी तो हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, नेता हैं, प्रभारी हैं। और जब वो गए तो हम उनसे मिलके आए ना। कल जब वो माकन साहब वहाँ थे तो माकन साहब से मिलने मैं होटल में गया हूँ मेरियट में, मैं मिलकर आया हूँ, डोटासरा जी मिलकर आए हैं, सीएम साहब गए हैं, मैंने खुद ने माकन साहब से बात की, खड़गे साहब से बात की। जब मैं तनोट माता जी से सीएम साहब गहलोत साहब के साथ मैं डोटासरा जी उतरते ही सबसे पहले मैं मैरियट होटल गया हूँ, माकन साहब से मिला हूँ। माकन साहब ने मुझे कहा, मुझे ये पता नहीं था कि एमएलए धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए, क्योंकि मैं खुद तनोट माता जी को उतरा। मेरी बात सुनिए आप, तो मुझे पता नहीं था, लेकिन जब मुझे पता चला धारीवाल जी के यहाँ एमएलए इकट्ठे हो गए तो धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे क्यों नहीं होंगे? धारीवाल जी भी बहुत डायलॉग मार रहे थे उस वक्त कि तुम चिंता मत करो, कोई बात तो, मुझे संसदीय कार्य मंत्री है। मेरी बात सुनिए, फिर वो इकट्ठे हो गए एमएलए। जब वहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए, मैं धारीवाल जी को लेने गया, धारीवाल जी से मैंने बात कराई, डोटासरा जी की और माकन साहब की। धारीवाल जी ने कहा साहब मुझे नहीं आने दे रहे, और इनकी जो बात है वो सुनकर फिर हम आपसे मिलने आते हैं। एमएलए की बात सुनकर हम मिलने गए सीएम साहब के यहाँ, डोटा उनसे, खड़गे साहब से और माकन साहब से। अधिकतर आज नवरात्रा है, अधिकतर एमएलए निकल गए थे वापस, फिर डोटासरा जी हम एमएलए को लेने आए। उनका साहब हमारी ये डिमांड है, डिमांड का मतलब ये थोड़ा कि हार्ड एंड फास्ट रूल है, पार्टी आला कमान का सम्मान भी करेंगे, जरूरत होगी तो आला कमान के आदेश पर हम ही लड़ने जाते हैं दिल्ली, देश की सड़कों पर हम लड़ेंगे, खून बहाएंगे अपना।
अशोक गहलोत जी हमारे बहुत बड़े नेता हैं और उनके ऊपर पार्टी का बहुत बड़ा भरोसा है, और राजस्थान के दूसरे नेतागण भी बहुत बड़े नेता हैं। पार्टी उनकी तरफ सख्ती के लिए देखती है, और ऐसे समय में जब भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के साथ एक नए संदेश के साथ पार्टी आगे बढ़ रही है, सारी लोकतांत्रिक ताकतें फिर कांग्रेस के पीछे आकर के खड़ी हो रही हैं, तो ऐसे समय में राजस्थान के हमारे कांग्रेस जन जिम्मेदारी को समझेंगे और अंतोगत्वा जो कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट के निर्णय करेंगे उसको सब लोग मानेंगे, पार्टी के हित में सब लोग मानेंगे।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to India Today's Dev Ankur, who's right there on ground in Jaipur. Dev, a quick word from you. We see all this churn happening within the Congress in Rajasthan, which the High Command, it appears, has not anticipated. But from the looks of it, the couple of the Gehlot camp MLAs that we spoke to on our channel right this moment, a little earlier, claim that they have sent out number of messages to the High Command saying that they do not want to see Sachin Pilot as their Chief Minister. It's not something new. This message has gone out loud and clear. Even if Gehlot wants to welcome Sachin or not, that's different. But the other 85 odd MLAs will not support Sachin Pilot. They accuse him of working with the BJP to topple the Rajasthan government 2 years ago. And they cannot let that happen and let that man, the same very person, Sachin Pilot, to take the CM's chair.
Well, Nabila, the Gehlot camp MLAs may say whatever they wish to say, but anyone who has covered Rajasthan for even a decade knows for a fact that whatever happened yesterday, the gathering of those MLAs at Shanti Dhariwal's residence had clearly a stamp of politics, vintage politics that Ashok Gehlot is known to practice. Shanti Dhariwal is a key loyalist, a key man of Ashok Gehlot. He is currently the cabinet minister in UDH. Earlier, he was the home minister in previous Ashok Gehlot dispensation, and everything was orchestrated on the ground. And you know, everything that happened in Jaipur on Sunday, as far as the politics of Congress is concerned, within the Gehlot camp, seems to have been pre-planned much in advance. I was speaking while you were showing those bites. I was speaking with a minister who currently is in Sachin Pilot's camp. He's considered close to Sachin Pilot. Rajendra Guda is his name. He's a state minister in Rajasthan government, and he has gone on record mentioning that it was a drama that was orchestrated by those MLAs who have signed their resignations. And he says that if they are actually genuine, then let those resignations be accepted, and then the number of Rajasthan Assembly will automatically come down. So that is, you know, the Pilot camp also believes that whatever happened was against the wishes of the party high command. The holding of a parallel CLP meet, while the CLP meet, which was actually scheduled for 7 o'clock on Sunday, was not taking place. These MLAs from the Gehlot camp were gathering at Shanti Dhariwal's residence, holding a parallel meet. That in itself, as per the party, is a matter of indiscipline. Already a mood has been established within the party that show cause notices will be sent out to cabinet ministers Shanti Dhariwal and Mahesh Joshi, and they will be asked to explain why they think action should not be taken against them. But we are also given to understand is that Ashok Gehlot has also been asked to explain his position, and he has communicated that he was not aware of the happenings and that he's actually aggrieved at the developments of Sunday. But at least for now, it seems that the party leadership, including the High Command, is not willing to believe that version.
All right, you know, stay with us, Dave. I want to cut across to some big news that we are currently tracking at this moment. All right, now Congress implodes in Rajasthan, but in Kerala, where the Bharat Jodo Yatra is currently underway, Congress leaders are saying that the party is very much united. Gehlot versus Pilot war is only escalating, but Congress leaders pose a united front. They say that the leadership is united, the party is united, all is well. This is what the Congress has said as part of their Bharat Jodo Yatra, while most of them are in Kerala. Remember, this has indeed come as a big blow to the Congress, right? On their tracks while they're carrying out this huge Bharat Jodo Yatra. You have one of their own states right now bickering. Let's cut across, though, what the Congress has said as part of this bickering in Rajasthan.
बीजेपी के आज बड़े बड़े मंत्री जो हैं वो बाहर निकल आ गए हैं, आप लोगों को टारगेट कर रहे हैं भारत जोड़ो पे भी और राजस्थान पे कह रहे हैं भारत जोड़ो से यार तो कांग्रेस जोड़ो करो।
नहीं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा चल रहा है, कांग्रेस जुड़ा हुआ है, उनको कोई चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है। चिंता है आज भारत जोड़ने की, और मुझे खुशी है, मैं अभी अहमदाबाद में था और 36वां नेशनल गेम्स का जो मोटो लगाया हुआ है प्रधानमंत्री के फोटो के नीचे, जुड़ेगा भारत जीतेगा भारत, हालांकि वहाँ लिखा हुआ है जुड़ेगा इंडिया जीतेगा इंडिया। तो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा का असर वहां तक भी पहुंच गया है.
All right, Devankur joining us from Rajasthan itself. Dev, the Congress saying, especially Ramesh himself, Jairam Ramesh saying that all is well. All the leaders in Rajasthan are united. You know, there's no animosity between the leadership in Rajasthan, and the party stands united on the whole. Obviously putting up a brave front and trying to make it look like all is well. But why don't you give us the facts? What's the situation currently in Rajasthan? We know that 85 MLAs are with Gehlot, close to about 30 odd maybe with Sachin Pilot. There seems to be a huge divide. Give us the facts.
Well, it does not seem to be a brave front put up by the Congress party. It rather seems like an ostrich-like attitude, burying its hands into the sand when, everything seems to be going wrong as far as the Rajasthan Congress is concerned, Nabila. Out here, the Congress is in tatters. There have been deep-rooted factionalism which has come to the fore yet again. More than 80 MLAs are being claimed to have not attended the CLP meet, gone against the party line. So one wonders what, Jairam Ramesh is up to if he claims that all is well in Rajasthan Congress. It is quite clear that the likes of Mallikarjun Kharge, Jairam Ramesh, KC Venugopal are not quite aware of the ground politics that is happening in Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, there is deep-rooted factionalism between the Gehlot camp and Pilot camp. Perhaps, these leaders, these people need to visit Rajasthan and assess the situation on the ground. And that is something which time and again is being said. What was the urgency to have this CLP meet when these leaders were not even aware of the prevailing mood in the Gehlot camp? Those journalists who have covered Congress in Rajasthan for close to 2 decades, they can tell you that this kind of a thing was in the offing. It could have happened any time. And Ashok Gehlot is someone who is known to be a wily, shrewd politician who could have come up with this thing. And perhaps it was there in the pipeline. I was speaking with a few senior journalists and they mentioned that Gehlot is someone who wants to play till the last ball. He's a kind of a batsman who does not want to give up at all. And such a politician, a veteran of these kind of tactics, or perhaps of being
people who are onlookers are just left wondering, what does Gehlot want? In that case, if you're saying that he's a shrewd politician, this could be orchestrated by Gehlot himself. What did he really want? Did he want to stay as the chief minister until he wins the Congress president's elections? Because he wasn't sure whether or not it will be him leading the Congress party. Between him and Shashi Tharoor, at least the Congress said it's going to be a free and fair election, a democratic process to select the president of the Congress. So he wasn't very sure he's going to be the president of the Congress and therefore hold on to the CM seat until that is clear and then give up on the CM's chair. Was that more or less what he was attempting at doing?
Well, it does not seem to be the case, Nabila. If Ashok Gehlot had, under normal circumstances, contested for the president's post with Shashi Tharoor as his contender, perhaps 9 out of 10 people would have believed that Ashok Gehlot would have won hands down. Ashok Gehlot knew that. But perhaps for him, Rajasthan politics is at a higher pedestal than becoming the Congress president at a national level. And there are multiple reasons for that. You need to go back and look into the Congress history to understand why. He knows what happened with Sitaram Kesri. He knows that any national president from a non-Gandhi family to survive at the helm in central level politics of Congress needs to have the backing of Sonia Gandhi, Rahul and Priyanka. And more or less, that person is likely to become a paper stamp or a rubber stamp of the Gandhi family. He did not want to become that. Ashok Gehlot has been a 3-time chief minister. He became the chief minister for the first time in 1998 and thereafter in 2008. And currently he is the chief minister, which he became back in 2018. Now the fact is that Ashok Gehlot wanted to ensure that even if he has to go and become the national president, then someone who is from his group, his confidant, a known loyalist of Ashok Gehlot should become the chief minister. The history of Rajasthan politics, Nabila, has been such that in the past there has been stiff resistance to Ashok Gehlot's leadership. If you date back 15 years, 20 years time, there have been the likes of Nathuram Mirda, Parasuram Maderna, And these people have been really big stalwarts of Rajasthan politics as far as Congress is concerned.
Yeah.
But Ashok Gehlot, with his shrewdness, with his wily tactics, have been able to defeat all of them. But Sachin Pilot was one contender which he was not able to defeat, despite the fact that he tried perhaps every trick in the book to malign him, to call him Nakara, Nikamma and whatnot. But despite all of that, it seemed that the party high command wanted Sachin Pilot to become the chief minister, and Gehlot did not want to have any of that. And perhaps that is the biggest reason and the biggest answer to your question, that why Sachin Pilot was not acceptable to Ashok Gehlot as the next chief minister of Rajasthan, as Gehlot's replacement.
Well, then that's just a man who is not satisfied with what he has. Clearly, Ashok Gehlot was the same man who reached out to Sonia Gandhi saying that he wanted to become the Congress president. He may have thought that he could hold the post of the CM's chair as well as be the Congress president for the party. But it appears that this one person, one post, this rule hasn't suited Ashok Gehlot at this point. Dev Ankur, do stay with us. I'm going to cut across to some big news and reactions coming in on this. Union Minister from Rajasthan hits out at the Congress. Meghwal says Rajasthan is now suffering because of this Congress infighting. Meghwal saying, and I quote, "No such thing as law and order in Rajasthan. Crisis proof that the Congress is now a sinking ship." This is exactly what Arjun Meghwal, Union Minister, BJP leader, has said. He hails from Rajasthan and he says Rajasthan right now suffering because of this Congress implosion. Let's take a listen what Meghwal said, as he also points out that there's lack of law and order in the state of Rajasthan, an absolute dire situation due to Congress implosion.
ये दो खेमों में बटी हुई सरकार है और कल तो स्पष्ट नजारा सामने नजर आया। ऐसा लगता है जैसे बाड़ेबंदी की सरकार 4 सालों से हम देख रहे हैं। राजस्थान की दुर्दशा कर दी इन्होंने, इस सरकार ने। ऐसी अनस्टेबल गवर्नमेंट कांग्रेस ने दी है और उसके कारण राजस्थान में डेवलपमेंट रुका, गवर्नेंस गायब हुई। गवर्नेंस नाम की तो चीज ही नजर नहीं आ रहा। अब तो मुझे लगता नहीं सरकार है या नहीं। कांग्रेस का जो ये डामाडोल हो रहा है, कांग्रेस का पूरा जो मामला है पूरा टूट रहा है।
All right, there you have it. Meghwal, who says very clearly that there's no law and order situation left in the state of Rajasthan. Because of this infighting of the Congress, it appears that Congress in Rajasthan, or rather the people of the state, are suffering. There's no governance. That's taken a back seat. Now, as the internal tussle over the post of Chief Minister in Rajasthan really escalates, it appears to have really failed to pacify miffed Gehlot loyalists. The Congress High Command seems to have failed to reach out to those rebel MLAs who have tendered their resignation. Makin and Kharge, both of them, the emissaries who landed in Jaipur only to try and firefight and submit a full report of this rebellion to Sonia Gandhi today, claim that in fact, some of our sources claim that Mallikarjun Kharge will be reporting to the Congress High Command that the rebellion was sponsored by Gehlot. So, more or less, the two emissaries, Ajay Makin as well as Mallikarjun Kharge, both these leaders who have come down to draw out a detailed report as to what really happened. Why did the Gehlot camp defy and tender their resignation? It appears, our sources tell us, that Ajay Makin is all set to convey to the Congress High Command that it was indeed Ashok Gehlot who had designed this entire rebellion. And he very well knew that this would happen. Sources claim that miffed MLAs from the Gehlot camp were not ready to meet the observers and that they were unable to broker truce with them either. However, the AICC might issue a show cause notice to the miffed Gehlot loyalists, including Shanti Dhariwal as well as Mahesh Joshi. These leaders will be asked through a notice that they have done anti-party activities. In fact, a notice will be given citing that they have indulged in anti-party activities by holding a parallel meeting at Dhariwal's residence on Sunday when the CLP meeting was ideally scheduled. However, Mahesh Joshi remains optimistic that the party high command would listen to their woes and no action would be taken against any of those rebels who acted out of anger.
प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो ये अनुशासनहीनता है ही है। जब एक ऑफिशियल मीटिंग बुलाई गई है और उसी के पैरेलल अनऑफिशियल कोई मीटिंग बुलाए तो ये प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो अनुशासनहीनता है। आगे इसके ऊपर देखेंगे क्या कार्रवाई होगी। जो विधायक नहीं आए उनको हम लोग लगातार हम कह रहे थे कि हम 1 to 1 सब लोगों की बात सुनने के लिए यहाँ पर आए हैं, तो कोई भी बात हो आप हमें कहें। खड़गे जी और मैं हम अलग से बैठ करके 1 to 1 सबकी बात सुनेंगे और कोई फैसला नहीं हो रहा है। जो आप बात कहेंगे वो बात हम दिल्ली जाकर के बताएंगे और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सबकी बात सुनने के बाद 1 to 1 हर एक से बात करने के निर्देश हमारे पास में है। 102 जो विधायक उस वक्त लॉयल थे, अशोक जी के साथ में थे, उनमें से ही कोई बनाया जाना चाहिए। सचिन पायलट या उसके ग्रुप में से नहीं बनाया जाना चाहिए। तो हमने कहा कि आपकी भावना, जब हम सबसे एक एक करके मिलेंगे तो जो आपकी भावना है एग्जैक्टली वो सारी की सारी भावना जो व्यक्ति कर रहे हैं वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम बताएंगे और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा उसके बाद में अशोक गहलोत जी से बात करके, सबसे बात करके फैसला लेंगी।
हमारी मुख्य शर्त जो है वो ये है कि जिन लोगों ने पार्टी से बगावत की, जिन लोगों ने पार्टी की सरकार को तोड़ने की कोशिश की, गिराने की कोशिश की, उनमें से कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने, ये हमारी मुख्य शर्त है। इसके अलावा तो सामान्य बातें हैं, 19 से पहले हो, 19 के बाद हो। अगर हमें 19 के बाद भी हमारी शर्त यही रहती, 19 से पहले भी हमारी शर्त ये है, इसलिए हमने किसी बात पे कोई एडमेंट हो की बात नहीं की। अपनी बात हमने हाईकमान के जो प्रतिनिधि आए थे उनको पहुँचाने की कोशिश की। उन्होंने उसको किस रूप में समझा, नहीं समझा, हो सकता है हमारे समझाने में कमी रही हो सकता है हम उनको ठीक से समझा नहीं पाए हों, लेकिन पार्टी के प्रति हमारी निष्ठा असंदिग्ध है। हाईकमान के आदेश की पालना करना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, आगे पहले भी किया। और
All right, here's some big news coming in. Gehlot meets with the observers before they head to Delhi. This meeting amid reports of possible show cause notice to Ashok Gehlot. The meet amid reports of possible action against the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. Will Gehlot really get his way here? Observers all set to submit a report to the Congress president today. Now, remember, Ajay Makin as well as Mallikarjun Kharge, both of them on the part of the Congress High Command have landed in Jaipur to try and assess the situation. And first of all, they were there to hold the CLP meet, and that did not happen. Eventually, 85 of the Congress MLAs came to Speaker's residence, tendered their resignation. That has changed the entire dynamics of the situation in Rajasthan. These emissaries, Ajay Makin and Mallikarjun Kharge, quickly turned around to assess the situation. They've been asked by the High Command to submit their detailed report on what exactly happened that led to 85 of the Gehlot camp members tendering their resignation. There's a lot of talk that Ashok Gehlot will be given a show cause notice by the Congress High Command, and many of the Gehlot camp MLAs also will be dealt with by the Congress High Command. That's the speculation trickling down, that the Congress High Command is very upset with Ashok Gehlot as well as many of his MLAs who have come out to tender their resignation and jeopardize the party's prospects in the state. So amid this reports of a possible show cause notice, Ashok Gehlot meets with those senior Congress leaders. This meeting with the observers ahead of their visit to Delhi and ahead of their report that they will be submitting to the High Command. Will Gehlot get his way is the question. Dev Ankur joining us for more on that. Dev, a quick word. Ashok Gehlot, we believe, is meeting with the observers. Who are those observers? Are we talking about Ajay Makin as well as Mallikarjun Kharge? Is he meeting them to discuss the action that ideally the Congress High Command is mulling over taking against them?
Well, Nabila, the Gehlot camp has become slightly subdued since today morning, contemplating some kind of the possibility of some kind of action against them from the party high command side. What is actually happening right now is that at Marriott Hotel in Jaipur, observer Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Makin are there, and both of them, Ashok Gehlot has reached the hotel to meet them before they head towards Delhi to meet the party high command, that is Sonia Gandhi, and apprise her of the entire developments that happened in Jaipur on Sunday. Ashok Gehlot has already tried convincing the party observer and the Rajasthan state in charge, Ajay Makin, that what happened, Nabila, in Jaipur was not orchestrated by him, was not the handiwork of him. But he also has mentioned, Nabila, that the situation was such that the MLAs were not amenable to Sachin Pilot being appointed as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, and that is why they wanted to ensure that that the three conditions that they had put up should be accepted by the party high command, which included that any kind of decision on the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan should be taken after the national president of the party is elected. And they also wanted that the Chief Minister should be the one from those 102 MLAs who, as per them, tried to save the Gehlot government when it was in danger in 2020. It is quite apparent that the party high command did not want to cede to those demands, Nabila, because it would have really undermined the position of an already weakened party high command, and that is why it came down heavily. And Ajay Maken has minced no words, mentioning that the holding of a parallel meeting of the Congress MLAs while the actual meeting was supposed to take place is clearly an act of indiscipline. He has mentioned that show cause notices can be issued to Shanti Dhariwal and Mahesh Joshi, the two main orchestrators who perhaps were working for Ashok Gehlot at that point in time when they decided to ensure that the MLAs had to gather at Shanti Dhariwal's residence and ensure
we heard Mahesh Joshi, who spoke a little earlier. He says, no regrets. We don't have any regrets. We've conveyed the message to the party high command multiple times that we don't want to see Sachin Pilot as our chief minister. In fact, Sachin Pilot has worked with the BJP in the past to try and topple our government. So we can't bear for him to be the CM. And this message has gone out to the high command multiple times. They haven't heard us. Therefore, we tender our resignation. So no regrets.
Well, so that is the case, Nabila, which these people have been, adopting. That is the stance, because, all of this was pre-planned. When Ashok Gehlot was told by the party high command that there can be no holding of two posts, perhaps at that time itself, this entire strategizing began. Ashok Gehlot in no way wants to let go of the chief minister's post so easily, Nabila, and that is why you see this entire spanner in the works of Sachin Pilot. Ashok Gehlot wants to ensure that either he remains the chief minister or someone who is a close confidant of his gets to be the chief minister of Rajasthan in his absence. But the party high command does not want to leave that decision on Ashok Gehlot. They say that you contest the polls of national president and leave the post of the Rajasthan chief minister to us. We will decide who will be the chief minister. And perhaps the Gehlot camp MLAs, Nabila, sensed that the party high command has already made a decision in favor of Sachin Pilot, and that is why they acted in such a manner, trying to preempt a one-line resolution being passed at the CLP meet, mentioning that Sonia Gandhi or the Congress president can take a decision on the Rajasthan chief minister and it will be acceptable to all of them.
So where is Ashok Gehlot meeting with the observers? Where is Ashok Gehlot meeting with the observers? Is it just going to be them and Gehlot?
Well, Nabila, Ashok Gehlot, as I mentioned, is meeting with the observer Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken at Hotel Marriott in Jaipur. It is about half an hour from where I am standing right now. I am outside Sachin Pilot's residence and about half an hour from here, but quite near to the airport, Nabila, Ashok Gehlot is in meeting with Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge, perhaps before they leave for Delhi to meet the party high command. Nabila.
Right. Dev, thank you very much. I'm going to come back to you, though. Our continued coverage on this stays Congress in doldrums in the state of Rajasthan, one of the very few states that they hold power. It seems like that's slipping away, with at least 85 of the Congress MLAs who are supporting Gehlot have come out to tender their resignation. The resignation is now in the hands of the Speaker, CP Joshi. Whether he's going to accept those resignations or not, time will tell. India Today to stay on this story for now. A short break. Do stay with us.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs. I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, here's some big news coming in on Shashi Tharoor's front as Congress leadership crisis they're deepening. Shashi Tharoor breaking his silence. Tharoor speaks on the running for Congress president. He says, "You will know my support when I file my nomination. I will file only after ensuring support from 3/4 states in the country. Many had called me asking me to stand for the polls, which is why I've taken the decision to contest." Shashi Tharoor now not wading into the Rajasthan controversy, but instead speaking for himself and says, "You will know my support when I file my nomination. I will file my nomination only after I ensure I get support from at least 3/4 states in the country." Listen it.
ഇത് നോമിനേഷൻ ഫോം നമ്മൾ സബ്മിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ പിന്തുണ കാണാൻ സാധിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങില്ല. എനിക്ക് പിന്നെ ഇന്ത്യ മുഴുവൻ മുക്കാലും സംസ്ഥാനത്തുനിന്ന് ഒരു പിന്തുണ കിട്ടുമ്പോഴേ ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷേ അത്രത്തോളം ആൾക്കാരെ എന്നെ വിളിച്ച് അഭ്യർത്ഥിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ മത്സരിക്കുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ചിന്തിക്കണം. കേരളത്തിൽ നിശ്ചയമായിട്ട് പലവരും പിന്തുണ തരും. ചിലവർക്ക് ആ താല്പര്യമില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഡസന്റ് മാറ്റർ. നമ്മളുടെ പാർട്ടിയുടെ അകത്തും ജനാധിപത്യത്തിൽ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ട് എപ്പോഴും ഒരു അഭിപ്രായ വ്യത്യാസങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകും ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് അവകാശമില്ല. ചിലവരുടെ പിന്തുണ 100% ഉണ്ട്.
Let me cut across to Dev Ankur joining us for more on that. Dev, Shashi Tharoor, also the man who is vying for the post of Congress president. He speaks on the running of for himself, says that he will file his nomination only after he ensures that he gets at least 3/4 support from states in the country. The Congress units of at least half and more of the country should really give him the kind of support, and only then will he file his nomination. He says that he's been called by many within the Congress party and urged him to file for Congress president nomination, and which is why he is even mulling over the thought.
Nabila, clearly Shashi Tharoor is one politician who is known to be abreast with the latest information, and he must be keeping a keen eye on the developments that have been happening in Rajasthan. And the recent developments in Rajasthan that took place on Sunday perhaps would have emboldened his candidature if and when that were to happen. And clearly, Nabila, the fact that Ashok Gehlot's stature has got diminished massively in the aftermath of the developments of Sunday means that Shashi Tharoor can feel that he now perhaps has more than a decent chance of becoming the next national president of the Congress, given the fact that the Gandhi family itself does not want to enter into the fray, and Ashok Gehlot, who was known to be the most likely person to become the next Congress president in the absence of any challenge from the Gandhi family, but now the fact that he is being seen as someone who deviated from the path of being a loyalist of the Gandhi family means that Shashi Tharoor can feel that he now has more of a chance than he earlier did of becoming the next National Congress president. Nabila.
All right. Thank you very much, Dev, for joining us on that. Now, the political war over the Rajasthan Chief Minister's post, they're only intensifying. Let's take a quick look at all the top developments coming in on that front. Amid this political crisis, senior Congress leaders Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Makin will be submitting their report to the top leadership. The next step will be to decide after the discussion with the High Command what should be done. In a mega scoop on Rajasthan Congress implosion, sources have stated that the Congress President Sonia Gandhi has asked for a detailed report on this political crisis from Ajay Makin and Mallikarjun Kharge, the observers. And Congress MP Rahul Gandhi took stock of the situation in Rajasthan, sends a senior leader KC Venugopal to Delhi. Venugopal will be likely meeting with Congress President Sonia Gandhi this evening. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi continuing his Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kerala, seen playing football with a bunch of kids. Amid fissures, poster war erupts in Rajasthan. Hoardings featuring Congress MLA Sachin Pilot with a text, Satyamev Jayate, Naye Yug Ki Tayari. All put up on various places spotted in Jaipur. Meanwhile, BJP has taken pot shots at the Congress, hinted at imposition of precedence rule in the state. The Saffron Party also asked the Congress MLAs to stop pretending to resign. All right, now amid mass resignations by the Congress MLAs in Rajasthan over this internal rift, BJP has now started mocking the party's situation in the state of Rajasthan. Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav has shared a picture of the Congress leader, Rahul Gandhi, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, as well as Sachin Pilot, and urged the party to unite itself before trying to unite the country. Taking a jibe at the Congress, BJP State President Satish Punia has said that it is not possible for the Congress to run the state. Questioning the credibility of the Gandhis, BJP's national spokesperson Shahzad Poonawala has launched a scathing attack at the Congress.
जो डिसाइड कर दिया वो सर्वमान्य है और अंतिम सांस तक हमारे साथ क्या बीता 10 साल के अंदर ये आपने देखा। वो कह रहे हैं आप, मुझे नहीं पता क्या है। 10 साल में मेरे परिवार के साथ क्या बीता, हर सितम हमने सहा, आपने देखा। लेकिन कांग्रेस की निष्ठा के प्रति इन 3 पीढ़ियों के अंदर और सिद्धांतों की राजनीति के अंदर कोई हमारे पे आक्षेप नहीं लगा सकता, न ये दाग मैं परशुराम मदेरणा की विरासत पे कभी आने दूंगी। धन्यवाद।
102 लोगों पर क्या कहेंगे आप? वो कह रहे हैं 102 की शर्त लगाई थी, आप उसमें सहमत है कि नहीं है?
किस चीज की शर्त?
वो कह रहे हैं 102 में ही सीएम बने।
नहीं, लेकिन सीएम बदल रहा है, ये किसने बात करी? जब विधायक दल की मीटिंग नहीं हुई, विधायक दल का एजेंडा साफ नहीं किया गया, किस बात पे मीटिंग हो रही है, मैं कैसे कह सकती हूँ? इफ पॉसिबिलिटीज के ऊपर नहीं राजनीति होती है। सूचना सिर्फ इतनी दी गई थी कि सीएलपी की मीटिंग है, अधिकृत ऑब्जर्वर्स कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट के वहां भेजे में आपको विधायक दल में आना है, और न कोई एजेंडा स्पष्ट नहीं किया था।
राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के लिए चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, ये तो स्पष्ट है। तो ऐसे में 1 पर्सन 1 जो पद है उस पर रहने वाले हैं, तो ऐसे में सीएम तो चेंज होना ही होना है।
जब ये बात आएगी और पूछेंगे तब बता देंगे, बट मेरा निर्णय उस वक्त भी ये होगा कि आला कमान जो निर्णय करे वो सर्वमान्य और मुझे मान्य है। लेकिन अब जब हम हमारी अपनी व्यक्तिगत राय रखते हैं तो इसका मतलब हम आला कमान को डिफाई कर रहे हैं। दोनों बात नहीं हो सकती कि हम आला कमान जो कहें वो भी मान लें और अपनी व्यक्तिगत राय भी दे दें। इसलिए मैं पहले भी एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव जो 98 में पारित हुआ था कि आला कमान जो निर्णय लेगा उस पर हम मुस्तैदी से खड़े हैं, मैं उसी 98 के झंडे को लेकर आज खड़ी हूं।
तब आप 102 में शामिल थे, तब आप 102 में शामिल थे।
मैं फिर उसका स्पष्टीकरण दे चुकी हूं। मैं 102 में जब शामिल थी जब उन्हीं होटलों के अंदर अधिकृत विधायक दल की मीटिंग हो रही थी। कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट ने वहां पर 3 अधिकृत ऑब्जर्वर भेजे थे, केसी वेणुगोपाल जी, रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी और अजय माकन। और जब जहां कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट ऑब्जर्वर्स भेजेंगे, जहां ऑफिशियल विधायक दल की मीटिंग होगी, मैं वहां नजर आऊंगी। अगर मानेसर में होती तो मैं वहां आती, टिम्बकटू में होती तो मैं वहां आती, काले पानी में होती तो मैं वहां नजर आती। धन्यवाद।
इसकी मीटिंग में जो विधायक नहीं आए उन विधायकों को, मंत्रियों को बर्खास्त कर दिया गया। कल जो खुद संसदीय कार्य मंत्री सचेतक नहीं आए, उनके खिलाफ भी क्या ऐसा ही एक्शन होना चाहिए?
नहीं, मैंने तो उस वक्त भी कोई टिप्पणी इस एक्शन पे नहीं दी थी और अभी भी नहीं देना चाहती हूँ। मैं मेरी बात बता सकती हूँ कि मैं कांग्रेस की सच्ची सिपाही हूँ। किसान वर्ग के झंडे को बुलंद करना, सार्वजनिक जीवन में सिद्धांतों को बनाए रखना और कांग्रेस प्रति निष्ठा, इन 3 चीजों को लेकर चल रही हूँ। अकेला चलना पड़ेगा तो अभी कोई जाति की राजनीति नहीं हो रही है, अभी वो स्टेज आई नहीं है।
दिव्या जी, आपने कहा 98 में हुआ, 2018 में हुआ,
8 में भी हुआ,
2018
98 में डिसाइड किया आला कमान ने, हमने माना। 2008 में डिसाइड किया, हमने माना। 18 में डिसाइड किया, हमने माना। 20 के अंदर जो डिसाइड हुआ पेरमाउंट होटल और जैसलमेर में, हमने माना। आज और आगे और कल जो डिसाइड होगा आला कमान के, वहां से मानेंगे।
All right, a very fiery spokesperson of the Congress there. Seems like she's part of the Gehlot camp, saying very clearly that the CLP meeting that the Congress High Command had called, or the senior Congress leadership in Rajasthan had decided to hold the CLP meeting, but there was no clarity on what was the agenda of that meeting, that this meeting was only done to discuss certain issues, but not for a change in guard. That's what she says. But clearly it was quite evident that the CLP meeting was going to be called in only to decide the next phase for Rajasthan, as Ashok Gehlot would give away his post and move over to become the Congress president if he wins that election process. Now, amid this mass resignations by the Congress MLAs in Rajasthan over this internal rift, BJP has started mocking the party's situation in the state. Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav sharing pictures of the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, urging the party that first you reunite yourself instead of trying to reunite the nation. All right, these are live visuals that we're currently tracking for you. Ajay Makan, who's stepping out of Marriott Hotel. In fact, Makan had met with Ashok Gehlot on the heels of all this allegation that Ashok Gehlot was a man who orchestrated this entire coup, and that Ajay Makan was going to be sending a detailed report to the Congress High Command. In that report, it completely accuses Ashok Gehlot of orchestrating this drama. Now, Makan has just stepped out of the Marriott Hotel, the same hotel where he's met with the Chief Minister, Ashok Gehlot. Now, India Today continues to stay on this story. Relentless coverage here coming in from the state of Rajasthan. Who's going to be the next CM? Will Ashok Gehlot remain in the post, or will he give that away to contest Congress president's polls? That clarity yet needed. It was supposed to happen last evening, where Ashok Gehlot was supposed to be handing over the reins to Sachin Pilot, but it appears there's a whole new twist in the tale. India Today on top of the story. For now, a short break. Stay with us. coming in right outside the Marriott Hotel. Mallikarjun Kharge speaking to the media.
पार्टी को मजबूत भी करना चाहिए और पार्टी में एकता भी होना चाहिए। इसके लिए जो स्ट्रेटेजी कांग्रेस इसमें करेंगे उनको सबको मानना चाहिए।
डिसिप्लिन की पार्टी में अनुशासन भी होना चाहिए। तो जो
Mallikarjun Kharge there, one of the observers, along with Ajay Makan. He's right now exiting the Marriott Hotel, and he says that the party has one focus, and that there should be discipline within the party. The things that happened was unfortunate, shouldn't have happened. Party is very focused around having strict discipline.
सर मेरी बात नहीं, मेरी ऑडियो नहीं आई थी, मेरी ऑडियो रुक गई थी सर, मेरी ऑडियो रुक गई थी सर, प्लीज मेरी ऑडियो रुक गई थी सर, मेरी ऑडियो रुक गई थी, एक मिनट सर, ऑडियो रुक गई थी सर।
जो कहा वही मैं कहा।
सर
देखो, पार्टी को यूनाइटेडली रखना है और पार्टी के अंदर डिसिप्लिन रहना चाहिए और ये जो चीजें यहाँ घटी उसका रिपोर्ट।
All right, that's Mallikarjun Kharge says it's very important to keep discipline within the party. There shouldn't be this kind of rebellion. The party is very keenly watching the developments, and those who's defying the party's norms will be dealt with strictly. This is Mallikarjun Kharge's words. He is right now one of those observers, emissaries. He and Ajay Makan, both of them came down to Jaipur to oversee this entire CLP meeting, where ideally there was supposed to be a change in guard, where Ashok Gehlot was supposed to gracefully hand over the reins of the CM post, CM chair, to Sachin Pilot, but it seems like overnight there was a huge twist in the tale, with at least 85 of the Congress MLAs supporting Gehlot came out in resignation, gave their resignation to the Speaker CP Joshi at his residence, and said that if Sachin Pilot becomes the CM of Rajasthan, then they will back out. They will not support him. They have already resigned in anticipation of that happening. They said that they want only and only Gehlot to be the CM and no one else. And if at all Gehlot wants to relinquish that post, then it should be someone that Gehlot and those 85 MLAs choose that should be the CM of Rajasthan, and not Sachin Pilot. They're dead against Sachin Pilot. As far as it seems, they're accusing Sachin Pilot of trying to work with the BJP to topple the government in 2020, and said that the Congress has stayed united. It hasn't seen the same fate as they saw in Madhya Pradesh, or for that matter, even in Karnataka or in Maharashtra. Congress has stayed united. Their MLAs have not been, they've not buckled under the pressure of the BJP, who have been attempting to poach them. This is what the Gehlot camp MLAs say, that they have really stood strong with the party and ensured that the Congress government in Rajasthan has almost managed to complete its full term. And let's take a listen yet again. Mallikarjun Kharge, what he said just moments ago.
सर ऑडियो रुक गई सर,
जो कहा वही मैं कहा। देखो, पार्टी को यूनाइटेडली रखना है और पार्टी के अंदर डिसिप्लिन रहना चाहिए और ये जो चीजें यहाँ घटी उसका रिपोर्ट
मैं आपको यहाँ पे मैं वहाँ सर ऑडियो रुक गई सर।
लड़ने के लिए भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के नाम से यात्रा कर रहे हैं कि महंगाई, गरीबी, जुल्म किसी भी कीमत पर बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। जो हालात क्रिएट हुए हैं उसमें राजस्थान एक परिवार है कांग्रेस का। डेमोक्रेसी में हर एमएलए को अपनी बात कहने का हक है। सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, अशोक गहलोत जी पार्टी के नेता है। यदि एमएलए इकट्ठे हो गए संसदीय कार्य मंत्री के घर पर और इकट्ठे होकर कोई बात कह दी तो कोई गुनाह नहीं किया। यही एमएलए इकट्ठे होकर होटल में पार्टी नेतृत्व के आह्वान पर, सोनिया गांधी जी के आह्वान पर, अजय माकन जी के साथ बैठकर और सरकार को बचा रहे थे। तब बीजेपी अटैचियां लेकर घूम रही थी, बहुत लोग अटैचियां लेकर चले गए थे, लेकिन ये लोग एमएलए सब बैठकर होटल में सरकार को बचा रहे थे, सरकार को बचाया। इसलिए सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, अशोक गहलोत जी का कोई विरोध नहीं है। कांग्रेस के साथ खड़े, लड़ेंगे कांग्रेस के साथ बीजेपी से और मरेंगे कांग्रेस के साथ बीजेपी से।
अजय माकन जी ने संकेत दिए हैं कि जो कल
शांति धारीवाल जी के घर पे मीटिंग हुई, वो कहीं ना कहीं पार्टी लाइन से अलग थी, अनुशासन।
यदि ऐसा है, उनको लगता है, वो जो भी नोटिस देंगे, अजय माकन जी हमारे नेता हैं, हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, उस नोटिस को सम्मान लेंगे और जवाब देंगे। यदि ऐसा कोई होगा तो परिवार का मामला है।
तो कहीं ना कहीं ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम है, ये मैसेज दिया जाता है कि सचिन,
ये घटनाक्रम ऐसा है कि जो कल का घटनाक्रम हुआ है, ये मान लेना कल हमारा नेतृत्व कहेगा भाजपा का षड्यंत्र विफल हो गया। बीजेपी राजस्थान में सरकार गिराना चाहती है, जैसा उस वक्त हुआ था वैसा अब चालू हो गया है। अब सरकार बचाना जरूरी है। मैंने मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी से कहा है, आपकी जादूगरी चलानी पड़ेगी। ये बीजेपी वाले पापी जाग गए हैं। आटे दाल चावल की महंगाई, पेट्रोल डीजल की महंगाई, आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं 1 घंटे में 4 आदमी। उससे ध्यान हटाने के लिए बीजेपी अब राजस्थान पे अटैक करेगी। महाराष्ट्र में एक साथ ले गए और तोड़ दिया। उद्धव ठाकरे फैमिली का कितना रुतबा है, डरते थे लोग, उनको तोड़ दिया बीजेपी वालों ने। कितना बड़ा पाप किया। तो यहाँ तो तैयारी बैठी है बीजेपी। यदि हम हिम्मत से जवाब नहीं देंगे, सड़कों पर मुकाबला होने वाला है बीजेपी के साथ। तो आप देख लेना, खून बहाना पड़ेगा कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं को सड़कों पर। सुन लो, मैं कड़वी बात कह रहा हूं, तैयारी है बीजेपी की। मेरी बात बुरी लगती है, मैंने पहले भी कहा था गहलोत साहब को कि सरकार के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र हो रहा है, वो हुआ। गहलोत साहब ने देखा, वो तो इस आदमी की हिम्मत है कि 70 से ज्यादा उम्र हो गई और पोस्ट कोविड में चल रहे हैं, फिर भी इस आदमी ने हिम्मत करके उस वक्त रात को 4-4 बजे तक जग के, मुझे तो आश्चर्य, ये आदमी लड़ा कैसे हमारे साथ उस वक्त जवान बनकर। और ये बड़ी हिम्मत दिखाई इन्होंने। और मैं बता दूंगा आपको, इन्हीं सड़कों पर ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई उतरने वाली है राजस्थान की सड़कों पर। अरे कहाँ, हमको तो नोटिस ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई के आते ही रहे हैं, उनका भी जवाब देते हैं, परिवार के नोटिस का भी दे देंगे। नोटिस से कोई टेंशन है क्या? लेकिन अब ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई के नोटिस आने चालू हो गए। इनकम टैक्स ने राजेंद्र यादव के घर पे रेड की है, मंत्री के घर पे। अब ये घुसेंगे यहाँ पर सड़कों पर, कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता को लड़ना पड़ेगा। फिर प्रताप सिंह खाचरियावास उतरेगा, सड़कों पर बराबर का मुकाबला करेंगे। बीजेपी लाठी चलाएगी तो लाठी का जवाब देंगे, गोली चलाएगी बीजेपी तो गोली का जवाब देंगे, बीजेपी जुल्म करेगी तो जुल्म का जवाब देंगे, बीजेपी एजेंसियां भेजेगी तो एजेंसी का जवाब देंगे। लेकिन अपने मन की बात कांग्रेस की राजस्थान की सरकार को बचाने के लिए कांग्रेस का एक एक कार्यकर्ता, कांग्रेस का एक एक विधायक, कल भी एक था, आज भी एक है, सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी के आह्वान पर खून बहा देंगे सड़कों पर जब वो आवाज देंगे। लेकिन डेमोक्रेसी है, डेमोक्रेसी में अचानक एमएलए को पता चलता है मीटिंग हो गई, कोई अफवाह फैलती है तो क्लियर कर दीजिए, परिवार का मामला क्लियर हो जाएगा। लेकिन बीजेपी जो षड्यंत्र कर रही है सरकार गिराने का, उस षड्यंत्र से बचाने के लिए यदि एमएलए इकट्ठे होकर कोई बात कह रहे हैं तो वो बात सुनी जानी चाहिए।
और इस वक्त हमारे साथ
All right, Pratap Singh Khachariawas, one of the ministers within this government of Rajasthan, has very sternly said that they will get out in the streets and fight for the Congress party if needed. But this is a very important matter that needs to be addressed by the Congress High Command. If MLAs have come together and addressed a concern, that must be taken note of by the Congress High Command. Let me cut across to Dev Ankur joining us. All right, we're going to try and patch his line. But in the meanwhile, some more developments coming in on the same. Rajasthan crisis troubleshooter Kamal Nath now called into Delhi. All right, Rajasthan crisis now only to try and quell the dissent and all that controversy that's unfolding right now in Rajasthan. Troubleshooter Kamal Nath has been called into Delhi. Kamal Nath will be meeting Congress leadership in Delhi. Kamal Nath is all set to mediate between Gehlot and pilot camp. This is the Congress High Command who's decided that Kamal Nath of Madhya Pradesh, he'll be now called in to try and firefight the situation for the Congress party in Rajasthan. Kamal Nath is said to be the man who will mediate between the Gehlot and the pilot camp. There's a huge fissure and a divide between the pilot and the Gehlot camp right now in Rajasthan. Close to 85 MLAs of the Congress party. Out of the 108 odd MLAs, about 85 of them are with Gehlot. About 19 odd of them are with Sachin Pilot. And this, of course, has come as a big setback to the Congress High Command, who are hoping that there will be smooth transfer of power from Gehlot to Sachin Pilot. That was the decision they wanted to make last evening at that CLP meeting. But instead, there was a huge turn of events. That CLP meeting that was supposed to take place failed to happen because Gehlot camp came into a huddle and started rallying after Gehlot to be the chief minister and remain the chief minister. But now from what we see, the crisis in Rajasthan has escalated to a point where the Congress High Command has set Kamal Nath of Madhya Pradesh to now firefight and make amends between Gehlot and Sachin Pilot camp. Hemendra joining us for a little more on that. Hemendra, a quick word from you. Kamal Nath now lost out to the Congress party in Madhya Pradesh, but he seems to be the right choice by the Congress High Command to make him mediate between Gehlot and Pilot camp. What really led to that choice?
Well, Kamal Nath has already left for Delhi. There was no scheduled program of his to go to Delhi today. In fact, people close to him and in his office, they are saying that he would be back by evening today or most probably by tomorrow morning, because he has a program in Narmadapuram, a public rally tomorrow, and that is going to be on schedule. That's what his office is claiming. But as you remember, Kamal Nath was also sent to Maharashtra, from where he came back within a day. So he's there in Delhi today, and he's likely to talk to people associated with Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, because he has had a long association with him. They are old colleagues, so most likely they are going to talk and try to patch out some agreement, because as you said, more than 85 MLAs are still backing Gehlot, and this easy transition of power that was expected in Rajasthan never really happened. It is not likely to happen. So Kamal Nath, with his experience as Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and also having a long association with Ashok Gehlot, is trying to work out some deal. Whether it works out or not remains to be seen, but nevertheless he's trying.
You know, I'd like to ask you again, Hemendra, same Kamal Nath lost out control of the Congress party in Madhya Pradesh. So is he really the fit person to mediate? Remains to be seen. But I'm going to come back to you, Hemendra. Stay with us. We have some more updates coming in on this political storm unfolding in the state of Rajasthan. Now, this political turmoil for the Congress party in Rajasthan only there deepens. This, as we see, the Congress government in Rajasthan once again rocked with all the controversy. Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and his arch nemesis Sachin Pilot are both in the eye of the storm of this controversy. After Gehlot camp submitted their en masse resignation in a late night huddle on Sunday, the desert storm now continues to unravel. Sachin Pilot has chosen to stay put in Rajasthan until the Congress High Command decides on the CM's post. Gehlot is heading to the national capital to meet with the Congress observers. In fact, this meeting comes in the backdrop of a possible show-cause notice to Rajasthan Chief Minister over this faction organizing a meeting parallelly to the CLP meet in Jaipur on Sunday. Observers report to Sonia Gandhi will likely determine whether Gehlot will get his way or, if at all, he will face action from the High Command. Because right now, the message from these observers, from Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Ajay Makin, that has gone to the Congress High Command is that this was entirely orchestrated by Ashok Gehlot, the Chief Minister. India Today, meanwhile, has accessed a video from Sunday's meeting in which Gehlot faction MLA can be heard not only openly mocking Sachin Pilot, but has also claimed that Rajasthan would witness a rerun of Punjab fiasco if Pilot replaces Gehlot as CM.
एक 102 जो विधायक उस वक्त लॉयल थे, अशोक जी के साथ में थे, उनमें से ही कोई बनाया जाना चाहिए, सचिन पायलट या उसके ग्रुप में से नहीं बनाया जाना चाहिए। तो हमने कहा कि आपकी भावना, जब हम सबसे एक एक करके मिलेंगे तो जो आपकी भावना है एग्जैक्टली वो सारी की सारी भावना जो व्यक्ति कर रहे हैं वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम बताएंगे और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा उसके बाद में अशोक गहलोत जी से बात करके, सबसे बात करके फैसला लेंगे। जो विधायक नहीं आए उनको हम लोग लगातार हम कह रहे थे कि हम 1 to 1 सब लोगों की बात सुनने के लिए यहाँ पर आए हैं, तो कोई भी बात हो आप हमें कहें। खरगे जी और मैं हम अलग से बैठ करके 1 to 1 सबकी बात सुनेंगे और कोई फैसला नहीं हो रहा है। जो आप बात कहेंगे वो बात हम दिल्ली जा करके बताएंगे और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सबकी बात सुनने के बाद 1 to 1 हर एक से बात करने के निर्देश हमारे पास में है। रेजोल्यूशन पास करना है कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के ऊपर छोड़ने का, तो बेशक रेजोल्यूशन पास करें, लेकिन उसके अंदर फैसला उसका 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में होना चाहिए। तो हमने कहा कि अगर अशोक गहलोत जी रेजोल्यूशन मूव करते हैं कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के ऊपर सब चीजें छोड़ी जा रही हैं, और 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में, क्योंकि अब अशोक गहलोत जी खुद ये कह चुके हैं कि वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष का के उम्मीदवार हैं, तो 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में जब वो खुद अध्यक्ष बन जाएंगे तो अपने ही रेजोल्यूशन के ऊपर अपने आप को ही एम्पावर कर रहे हैं, तो इससे बड़ा कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं हो सकता। तो ये आप इसको मत करिए। लेकिन उन्होंने कहा नहीं, ये पब्लिकली आपको कहना पड़ेगा और रेजोल्यूशन का हिस्सा बनाना पड़ेगा।
पार्टी को यूनाइटेडली रखना है और पार्टी के अंदर डिसिप्लिन रहना चाहिए।
10 रुपए भी खर्च नहीं कर सकता था, उसको 10 लाख रुपए का जो है बीमा, उसकी दवाइयाँ जो है प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में भी जो है वो खर्च सरकार कर रही है। इतनी बड़ी बड़ी योजनाओं का अगर फायदा किसी आदमी को मिल सकता है तो सिर्फ अशोक गहलोत को मिल सकता है। अगर इस कुर्सी को बदल दिया गया, अशोक गहलोत को बदल दिया गया, तो आने वाला आदमी जो भी इस पे बैठेगा उसको इतना बड़ा फायदा नहीं मिलेगा और कांग्रेस को नुकसान होगा। तो इसलिए हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसी भी प्रकार से हो, लेकिन अशोक गहलोत यहाँ पर बना रहे। हम नहीं चाहते, हम इस बात को नहीं चाहते कि किसी प्रकार की कोई बात हो। आप हर चीज की जो है आपने कई 2-2 पदे, आज ये बता दे कोई भी हाईकमान में बैठा हुआ आदमी ये बता दे कि कौन से 2 पदे आज अशोक गहलोत के पास जो आप जो है उनका इस्तीफा मांग रहे हो। नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं। कौन से 2 पद है? एक ही पद। कुल मिला के 1 पद है मुख्यमंत्री का। जब दूसरा पद मिल जाए तब जाकर के बात उठेगी। आज क्या बात उठ गई जो आज आप इस्तीफा मांगने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हो? तो ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाएं तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा। तो मेरा आपसे यही निवेदन है कि हाईकमान ऐसे नहीं मान।
सर, माकन साहब आज निकले और उन्होंने कहा कि एक तरह से अनुशासनहीनता है। जब हमने विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई थी तो वहां पर आकर अपनी बात कहते वो।
एक बात आप मानकर चलना, ये बात आपकी सही है कि अनुशासनहीनता की बात जो माकन साहब ने कही वो हमारे प्रभारी हैं, बड़े भाई हैं, हमारे नेता हैं, वो कह सकते हैं। लेकिन एक परिवार में माकन साहब कह रहे हैं अनुशासनहीनता है, ये वही एमएलए हैं जो माकन साहब के साथ 1.5 महीने तक 102 विधायक माकन साहब के साथ होटल में ठहरे हुए थे बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र का जवाब देने के।
कहा मैं उनको नहीं सुनता, आते तो सही मेरे पास।
तो कब मना कर रहे हैं? माकन साहब यदि नहीं तो माकन साहब खुद चले जाते। माकन साहब भी तो हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, नेता हैं, प्रभारी हैं। और जब वो गए तो हम उनसे मिल के आए ना। कल जब वो माकन साहब वहाँ थे तो माकन साहब से मिलने मैं होटल में गया हूँ मेरियट में, मैं मिलकर आया हूँ, डोटासरा जी मिलकर आए हैं, सीएम साहब गए हैं, मैंने खुद ने माकन साहब से बात की, खड़गे साहब से बात की। जब मैं तनोट माता जी से सीएम साहब गहलोत साहब के साथ मैं डोटासरा जी उतरते ही सबसे पहले मैं मैरियट होटल गया हूँ, माकन साहब से मिला हूँ। माकन साहब ने मुझे कहा, मुझे ये पता नहीं था कि एमएलए धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए, क्योंकि मैं खुद तनोट माता जी के उतरा। मेरी बात सुनिए।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to our panelists joining us. Arshdeep Kardial, who is the Congress spokesperson, as well as Shehzad Poonawala joining us of the BJP to give us an understanding on how they see the situation unfold. Arshpreet, over to you first on this Congress crisis in Rajasthan, the one of the few states that the Congress holds fort, unfortunately aren't able to sustain power in a healthy way. From what we see here, it was very well decided that Ashok Gehlot will hand over the reins to Sachin Pilot and will gracefully move over to contest the Congress presidential polls. But even before that could happen in that CLP meet, it seems like there's a huge twist in this tale with his MLAs, 85 of them tendering their resignation. We're shocked and confused. Did you not anticipate something like this coming? Or did you know and played ignorant?
See, number one, it's an internal party matter like every party has. And number two, the only reason we are talking about this, we know about this, is because we let information out. You know, we have accountability, we have transparency. Unlike the BJP, we do not brush things under the carpet. And since our transition is being discussed, we are very much entitled to discuss the transition of the BJP leaders as well. In 7 months, 5 CMs of the Bharatiya Janata Party were replaced. Yedurappa Saab, Trivendra Singh Rawat Saab, Tirath Singh Rawat Saab and Sonowal Saab. At one of the instances, Mr. Yedurappa had to resign because he was not liked by Mr. Advani. At the other instance, he had to resign because he was not liked by Mr. Modi. Then, Mr. Tirath Singh Rawat was made to resign after 4 months of his governance. So therefore, the party, a party like BJP or a country like North Korea or a country like China, we don't get to hear a lot of things about them. What is happening happening in them. That is not because there are no opinions. People do not want to speak. That is because they are not allowed to speak.
You know, but Arshpreet, let's leave the criticism against the other party aside. But let's speak for your own party. If you're looking at the Congress in Rajasthan, we're speaking for your own party. If you're calling this a free and fair process, if you're calling this a free and fair process, it appears that there was already a decision that Ashok Gehlot itself will be leading the Congress party. This is a speculation that Gehlot will be leading the Congress party as a Congress president, and therefore there'll be a change of guard in the state of Rajasthan, and this will be a smooth transfer, a ceremonial figure that Ashok Gehlot will be, with the reins of the power still held by the Gandhi family. If this is a free and fair process, then how did Gehlot be very sure that he is going to be made the Congress president? He seemed quite confident that he's leading the party.
No, please tell me one thing. Who has said that Mr. Gehlot is going to be the president? Is it some prophecy that's to come true? The election is yet to happen. Mr. Gehlot is one of the contenders, and you'll know it, with the passage of time, who's going to be the president of the party. But yes, the odds are good. The odds are in his favor. That is one of the probabilities. Nevertheless, the fact of the matter is that, in our party, we have freedom of speech and expression. Leaders can speak. They are entitled to their opinions. We do not issue diktats to keep them quiet, to snub them, to suppress them, like the Bharatiya Janata Party does. And I gave you an example of 5 CMs who were replaced in 7 months. And number 2, for us, it's not all about power. Like Mr. Nitin Gadkari exposed the BJP. He told us that, nowadays politics is all about...
Is it all about power for your Congress Neta Ashok Gehlot?
It is all about democracy.
So for Ashok Gehlot, is it all about power? It appears that Gehlot, like you said Gehlot, there was no final decision that Gehlot was going to be the president, and maybe that's what Gehlot knew, that he may not be the president. For all you know, he gives up the CM chair and then tomorrow goes to contest Congress polls. He doesn't become the Congress president, then he's lost on both. So he stayed.
It's great that you brought it up. First, we are the only party in the country that has organizational elections. The parties who are commenting upon us are almost like, the people standing in a stadium on the stands, commenting upon how the captain, bowled, how he batted, and who should the captain be, and how it should be led, when they would
but
not
Ashpreet, totally agree with you. When you say,
the problem is.
Agreed. When you say you're the only party holding internal elections. Agreed. But what we left flabbergasted by is the fact that you had absolutely no vision and insight on this kind of rebellion. You had no idea that 85 of your people were going to resign.
For us, it is democracy. For the BJP, it is all about power. Mr. Gadkari has already clarified, that it's all about power. It's all about staying in power. It's not about socio-economic development.
Let me bring in Shehzad Poonawala on that. Shehzad, a quick word from you. When there is democracy, when there is free and fair speak, this kind of commotion is inevitable, says the Congress.
Those who come from the legacy of emergency are talking about internal party democracy. For the last 24 years, we've had 9 presidents, all elected, and they've had 2, Sonia and Rahul. But let me unpack one by one the litany of lies that has been spoken about. And first of all, we have nothing to do with this. This is an internal matter. But yes, we as the citizens of India and as people concerned about Rajasthan for the last few years, ever since this government, which has been conceived in the womb of instability, has come to power, all they've been bothered about is Satta Bachao, Seat Bachao, Mukhyamantri Banao. And therefore, Rajasthan has become number 1 in rapes, number 1 in riots, number 1 in Tushtikaran, number 1 in Bhrashtachar. Their own ministers and MLAs write letters about the corruption in their government. Now, let's leave that aside for a moment. They are talking about internal democracy, and this is being a democratic process that's playing out. 3 questions specifically, Nabila. First of all, when in 2018, there was the first explosion of democracy in Rajasthan unit, they imposed sedition law. Although these people had said we want to do away with the sedition law, they put sedition law on their own MLAs, including the likes of Sachin Pilot and Ved Pratap Solanki, who is a Dalit MLA. Secondly, they talk about too much, this is about democratic expression within the party. Then please tell me how, before the nomination has been filed by Mr. Gehlot, Mr. Ajay Makan and the entire party announces that he will be the 19th, he will be announced as the president, and therefore CLP has to be held. The CLP could have been held after the election process plays out.
Thirdly, that's precisely what Ashpreet is denying. Ashpreet says that that's false allegation, that there was no message conveyed on those lines, that Gehlot will be the president. That's false.
Nabila, you should, okay, let me give you instances of this. Please hear the statement given by Ajay Makan just about 2 hours ago. Before that, you please go and see the statement of other leaders of the Congress party who have come out and said on record, Mr. K. Muralidharan has said that only a person whom Nehru Parivar supports will become the president. Mr. Chidambaram has said on record that the Congress, whoever is the president, the preeminent position will be with Rahul Gandhi. 5 MPs wrote a letter saying that please give us access to the electoral rolls, which was denied by the Congress party. And forget everything else. Arshdeep is sitting here. I don't know if he's read the Congress constitution. He's certainly not read the BJP constitution, under which Article 19 allows for the election process to play out. And it's been done in every instance in the last 24 years for 9 presidents. I am asking him, under Article 19 of the Congress constitution, CWC members have to be elected. 12 out of 23. Please, Mr. Arshdeep, you spoke for a long time. Have the patience to listen. 12 out of 23 members need to be elected. Can you tell me who were elected? Now let me come to the other point. If they are saying that this is about democratic expression, a majority of the MLAs, 100 odd MLAs, have clearly rejected the choice that is being imposed on them by the High Command. So accept this decision. Why are you taking Anushasan Karwai on them? Why is Mr. Ajay Makan threatening them with disciplinary action? So this is contradictory. Congress and democracy are as far as drinking and driving. Just like you don't drink and drive, Congress and democracy don't go in the same statement.
Ashpreet, you want to clarify on that?
Now, please allow me an uninterrupted minute. First of all, a party that has a legacy of double standards is giving us lectures. You know, they say they have a problem with Parivarvad, and then they induct a Jyotiraditya Scindia, and he's rewarded with a ministry. Where go your standards? Where goes your problem of Parivarvad? And number 2, you are giving us lectures on, you know, how to run our own party when your own CMs were replaced in less than 7 months, Shehzad. And all those CMs, what were the reasons? If you could tell us, if you could tell everybody why the CMs were replaced in the first place, you know, we'd be more than happy to hear, because many of them were replaced because they were not satiating or making happy, you know, their prime minister, their president, their vice president. And number 2, where is Mr. Advani? You know, he used to be greeted by Mr. Modi. We do not get to see him in the Lok Sabha. We do not get to see him in the Rajya Sabha. We do not get to see any of the press conferences. Now please hear me out. Now since you are talking about our party, we are entitled to talk about your party.
State of Rajasthan. I have nothing to do with your party. Your party
please tell us.
Can
Please tell us. You can talk about our party. We can also talk about your party. Where is Mr. Advani nowadays? Tell us his address. We would like to hear a little from him also about the BJP's constitution, about the BJP's history, about what he has done for the party. And nevertheless, you know, what was done to Mr. Advani. He's
stay for a moment. Stay for a moment on that. Hold that thought.
Sidelined its president. Former presidents have been sidelined.
More or less, what Ashpreet here, what he's trying to hint at is that Congress at least believes in a free and fair election process where they choose its CM. But many of the BJP-ruled states, it's the High Command generally choosing the chief ministerial face. So that's a decision done by the High Command, and nothing happens in defiance of the High Command. And that's more or less the same situation as...
I've understood his incoherent and totally irrelevant question. You didn't need to paraphrase it and waste the time of the show. But nonetheless, let me address that. And please, can I have the courtesy of making my point without...
Allow Shehzad to complete.
Can I have the courtesy of answering? It's a Skype line.
You know, you have a lot of regard for the party's
courtesy of being not interrupted?
Please tell us where he is. You were interrupting me throughout.
Can I have the courtesy of speaking? I heard his incoherent.
If you can hold on for a moment, please.
You were interrupting me throughout. He wants to talk about Rajasthan.
You know, can I speak, Nabila? How do I speak?
A final statement, please, from Shehzad Punawala.
I have asked him a question.
If you can hold on.
Yeah,
of course, he
Nabila, your PCR can do the needful. Thank you.
Well, I would have really appreciated if the PCR would have done
Nabila, can I speak? It's my opportunity.
Just for a moment, could you hold on, please? Can I have a final word? We are very short on time. Just for a moment, if I can have Ashpreet's volume low for a moment, please. Shehzad, a quick final word.
You know, notwithstanding the fact that you wasted precious airtime on the rantings of an irrelevant Congress spokesperson, let me clarify to you that all our chief ministers are spoken by the legislature party, including Mr. Dhami, who was also then further on elected by the people. And for the first time, a government repeated itself in Uttarakhand. So we don't need lectures on how to run governments from a party which lost 5 out of 5 states, and we won 4 out of 5 states. That's not the point today. Nabila, if this was a free and fair process, I'm asking him a specific question. Mr. Shashi Tharoor and Manish Tiwari have asked for the electoral rolls. Anand Sharma has raised questions on this electoral process. Ajay Makan came out and announced the candidate who's going to win even before he filed his nomination. And this entire process that's playing out in Rajasthan is not an act of democracy. It's in fact the act of gulami, where MLAs are not being allowed to say their voice because the High Command...
Thank you very much. Very short on time at the moment, but Arshpreet and Shehzad, making your points on that. Well, the crisis, though, in Rajasthan still unfolding. The issue hasn't yet settled on who's going to be really the chief minister who will be leading the party until the election that's barely a year away. We're going to continue tracking those developments. For now, it's a short break. On the other hand, we're going to cut across to our entertainment special, Tushar Joshi, who caught up with magician himself and music maestro A.R. Rahman for a little clarity on his music and what's in the next offering.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome to
Israel's Defense Ministry's Edge of Tomorrow program is going to change the course of modern warfare. Because all that you see right now, this is going to exist in real life. The program was unveiled by Israel's Ministry of Defense and Elbit Systems, one of Israel's leading companies producing electronic defense devices. The program will incorporate networked warfare technologies for their soldiers. They basically come up with a suit designed to improve the combat strength of their military. And it will enable the ground forces to stay connected to one another. It's pegged that the program will make Israeli soldiers more lethal, enhance their stamina and awareness, and improve their chances of survival in any situation. The suit will have a set of wearable technologies with many connected subsystems. These will be specialized suits for every kind of soldier on a team. The soldiers will have display goggles with a night vision system and a sleeve that transmits information. If that were not futuristic enough, the suit would have computerized rifles and fire detection capability. The suit is going to turn these soldiers into super soldiers, the kinds that we've already seen in a lot of these superhero movies from recent times. The program is not yet launched and is still under research development.
A very warm welcome. You're watching our special broadcast here, and ahead of release of Mani Ratnam's Ponniyin Selvan, my colleague Tushar Joshi has caught up with the magician himself and the music maestro A.R. Rahman. The duo spoke at length about their journey over the last 3 decades, their collaboration, their hits, the music of the film, and a lot more. Let's take a quick listen to this exclusive conversation.
Welcome to India today. This is truly an honor for 2 reasons. One is because I'm sitting with 2 people who are extremely passionate about what they do. Words obviously fall short to describe the legacy of work. The canvases behind me, the frames behind me speak volumes about the detailing and the efforts that have gone into bringing this film to life. I want to first of all welcome you guys to India today. And I want to speak to you a bit about while growing up, Mani sir, I want to ask you, what were the films that left a mark on you in terms of impressions? When you step into a theatre, the color, the canvas for a child leaves impressions. Anything that stands out for you while growing up that left?
Too many films, too many good films, too many fantastic ones. And that time you don't realize that all these become your inputs. But it definitely leaves a lot of impression on you.
Okay, and Rahman, I want to ask you, there's a definition for melody, right? The first time you both sat in a studio, how would you describe his ears connect with melody? How is that like?
He has this instinct, which is amazing. So sometimes, he picks tunes which are done 90s or 2000, and said, hear this. I was like, when did I do this? And once, actually, that's one of the tunes which gave for Jage. It just gave me I was using the tape recorder cassette that time, which very noisy. I said, okay, we can make a symphony out of this, and like a choral kind of thing. That's what happened. So I trust his instincts quite a lot. Sometimes why didn't you listen to this stuff? Very few times I've said that, and then he's accepted that. Like Nenjikule was one, right. Like that. And yeah.
Right, and I also believe that you joked that how you were almost kidnapped and you were in Bali, where you sort of both locked yourself and isolated yourself from a lot of stuff. How was the recording process like? What was it like, just organically?
So Bali, we went because, if you look at the 9th century conquest, they went to the east, they conquered. And if you look at those Indonesia or Jakarta, there's a lot of influence about Rama and Mahabharata. So we wanted to see whether some of the influence had gone very early, yes, and they retained them. So that was the reason why we went to some of the temples and we heard them sing and all the rituals and all the stuff. So even the music, like the monkey chant. And so most of the melodies came in that 1 week session.
Wow.
He didn't respond to it like, yeah. And then finally, like 3 months later, I like this. They picked up most of the stuff from there.
Okay, great. I also have to ask you that, in terms of visuals, there is so much emphasis on that in these days, in times where the audience is also exposed to so much content. I was looking at the standees outside, and like I said, everything that the actor is wearing, from the anklet to the amulet on the hand to the earrings, is so detailed. Talk to me a bit about that process. Like, was it a lot of research? How did it go about?
Yeah, I mean, as much as we can get close to what we have in terms of evidence, in terms of documentation, and in terms, I think temples essentially formed a thing. And luckily for us, the Chola period has been extensively researched. It's one of the few, eras which have been documented very well, because Cholas by themselves started this practice of writing it down. In temples, on stone carvings, every bit that they have given out, every mason who's been a part of building the temple, everything has been documented.
Right.
How many, water bodies were created, who donated for it, everything is documented. So to a large extent, I think that Chola period is well covered in terms of details. But still, the visual details are something that we have to extrapolate.
Right.
Now we see the temple, we'll see the sculptures, and then we have to take that forward and go close to it.
Absolutely. And what was your first, when was the first time you discovered the books? Because everything that you read, you visualize and then you bring that to life, right? What was it about the books and the story that resonated with you?
I read the book long before I thought I'll get into movies. I read it during my school time.
Oh, wow.
And it's an adventure. It's a pure, fantastic adventure. Probably that's the first adventure book that I've read in Tamil. Before that, you've read them in English, but this is the first full scale, and it's as good as any.
Yes.
You know, it's a 5-part book, and it's absolutely entertaining, and it's absolutely detailed in terms of characters. And it not only tells the story, it tells the history, it tells the culture, it talks about the music at that time, it talks about the politics at that time. So it was fascinating to be able to put all that, you know, mixing facts and fiction together and keeping it really entertaining. I mean, it came in as a weekly.
Right.
Every week it was published, and there were, I'm told that the whole lot of audience would just wait for it to come the next week.
Yes,
so,
I was reading the numbers that the circulation of that weekly went to sky high after this story started coming out. That in itself is so great. Rahman, I want to talk to you a bit about the fact that you have a presence on your Instagram, on your social media space. You're very selective about what you share, but when you share it, there is excitement in fandom. What happens to you when you stumble upon somebody remaking your song, or you hear a piece of somebody trying to do a DJ version of it, or a studio version of it? What is your take on that?
I think that the more I see all this stuff, I think it gets distorted. You know, what the intention of a composer gets distorted. People say, I'm reimagined. Well, who are you to reimagine stuff? So even I'm careful of taking somebody else's work. We have to be respectful. And I think that's the gray area. We need to sort that out.
How do you respond when a producer or a director comes to you and says, let's get this track from you or that film because it did so well, let's give it a 2022 version and remake it?
The thing about my music, yesterday we had the Telugu launch, and one of the producers, Dil Raju, said, every song which you guys have done together sounds fresh now because it was all done in digital mastering. So it already has that quality and everybody appreciates it. So if I need to do that, I should do that. I need to recreate. And of course, people take permission, but you can't take something very recent and remix again because it kind of feels very weird.
If you had to dig into his playlist on his phone, what tracks would you discover? Apart from the stuff that...
He has all my tunes. I usually give him like 20, 30, 40 tunes.
Wow.
And then
I have the bank.
Oh, you're the one to go to there.
He brings it back and say, yeah, exactly. So he's always happy. Okay, if he messes up, I got backup.
Oh, absolutely. That's a treasure that you've got with you.
I do.
I have to speak to you about Aishwarya. I mean, there is no way that I can't speak about her. Just the fact that two of you together, when you go back to Iruvar and you think about the day when she was on set and the first time you said action and the Aishwarya in the film, what is your description of her remarkable journey?
Not very different. I think she was very hardworking then. She learned Tamil at that point of time when she did the first film, and she had a mode she had to do. She would do it like, you know, she would have known all her lines by heart, and she would say it so you can actually direct her beyond it, you know. So I think even now the same. And for this, she's got much longer dialogues, much more elaborate, much more intricate, and she was ready with all of them. And I think it's quite amazing how she's able to do that.
Is she somebody who improvises, or is she somebody who works in the bracket of what has been asked her to give? Because there are two kinds of actors.
I think any actor, this is what I believe in, that any actor should bring something of himself or herself into the character. There's, you know, somebody is just going to do what I say, then it's no use. Then it's, you know, it's going to be two-dimensional. Unless they put in, you know, Aishwarya becomes Nandini. You know, and converts what is written and what is being directed into, internalize it and brings it out. That's when I think we feel that we're seeing somebody genuine.
Right. That's
in this, she looks evil without being evil.
Absolutely.
somebody who looks so pure can be evil.
Yeah.
Is spooky.
That in itself is a great thing to do. I mean, who would have imagined?
So she looks stunning in this one.
She does. She looks absolutely stunning. And I have to quickly pick your brain and ask you, because we don't get this audience with you any time sooner than expected. But what is your take on films? Do you watch films? Do you watch films in the OTT space? Do you go to theaters? Have you watched anything of late that has impressed you?
I do everything. I do everything that you do. Whatever you do, I do.
Have you watched RRR or Brahmastra or anything recent that has...
No, this has got PS1 releasing, so last few months have been, everything else has been in the back burner.
Yeah.
So I'll catch up on all those.
Okay. And Rahman, you've been a regular sort of to say at the Oscars. You've sort of done that whole bit that one does when one goes there. What is your take on the excitement for RRR this year? In general, are you of the opinion that we make a lot of it, or do you think that it's a prestige?
I just wish the best for them, because there's a lot of buzz in international circuit about RRR, and I hope they get what they want. Yeah, my good wishes.
Okay, that's a sweet thing. And I can't end the conversation without asking you guys. I'm not going to ask you a long question, but I just want you to tell me the one word or the one line when I take the name of these films, which have been the legacy that you guys have, and this has come from fans. So I've taken 5 titles. It's very difficult to sort of shortlist that, but I'll start with you, sir. Roja, The Memory, the first thing.
I think it's a great start for a journey with Rahman.
Okay. And do you remember the first time he entered the room, and what was he like, and what was the conversation?
Yeah, I remember everything. It's like yesterday. I remember how he was and how he will compose and I mean, it's a small room. I'm used to working in a huge studio, in Prasad Studio, which is large and things. And here I come for the first time, and it's really a tiny space. And so I'm wondering what is happening here. And then he has got his headphone, he's working on his keyboard. I can't hear anything that he is composing. I'm just sitting there, and the end of it, after some time, he takes the headphone off and then puts it on and he walks out. Oh. He doesn't stay there. And then you listen to sound which is like what I've never heard before. It's so fresh and so pure and so good that it is unbelievable. The small studios and this one young man was able to produce that kind of music.
So I compensated that. So I took him to my Firdaus studio in Dubai. I said, okay, let's watch the movie here, sir. But all the...
You made up for it.
Yeah, big screen and such a big hall there. And, yeah.
Wow, that's literally going back in time and jogging your memory. Bombay,
I think just the theme music of Bombay was something very special.
It gives me goosebumps even now when I think of it.
Actually, we had wanted him to record a song. He had composed this before. He had composed the other songs also. We had shooting going on, and we wanted a song which we are planning to shoot in a very short while. So I finished the day shoot and was coming here, expecting to hear the song that I needed for the shooting the next week. And I come into the studio, and he's not recorded that. He's recorded something else. And then he plays me this theme music. It is just out of the world, I mean, it's just something
divine.
Which is,
out of the world.
I was actually composing for his wife, Hasini ma'am, and in GV's house, brother's house. And I was composing for her, and this thing came. And I told her, like, I'm doing something for somebody else here. Is it okay in your space? I said, who? I said, your husband. So the theme came in that house, actually. And then
Wow, who would have thought? And that theme is just timeless. Yeah. It has stood the test and will stand the test of time. I want to ask you, Dil Se, The Memory.
The memory is, he never told me the story. He said, I want to tell you the story. And just give me 7 stages of love. I said, okay. This is trippy now. And then, so the whole brief was that. He never told me what story.
Was that on a reason? Was that a conscious effort to...
Sometimes you do strange things. I have no logic. I can't imagine why I didn't say that. I must have thought
that
then.
Actually kind of pushed all of us to think on another realm. Which people feel like, even now, feel like that's one of the best soundtracks.
Absolutely.
And because the inspiration is like way above.
Sometimes it's, like even with a lyricist, if you tell the exact situation, they get bound by it.
Yes.
If you don't say it exactly, but if you give them an abstract view, then it becomes,
You're giving away something to other filmmakers.
Yeah, no, I was in, after the Oscars, I went to each studio. My agent wanted to introduce me to all the music supervisors. So he took me to Warner Brothers and Fox and Sony, and we had meetings. The whole studio executives came, and then, so while we were walking from either Warner or Fox, I think one white lady started running behind me. Hey, wait. If you meet Mani Ratnam, just tell him that I watched this Dil Se 40 times. I love that movie.
That's a crazy memory. Was Yuva a lot of fun? Just in case, just the vibe of the film and the music?
I think Yuva had a completely different kind of music, so it was, and I think it's very much Rahman's zone.
And it's so current even now, the tracks, if you go to a club, you can play all of that.
Yeah.
Is that what you think for Yuva?
Yeah, we performed Fana for this whole recent tour, yeah.
I remember that, for Fana, halfway through I was in some screening, in a preview theater, and I get a call from Rahman. It must have been about 11 in the night. So I come outside and pick it up, and he says, I think some magic is happening here. That's when Fana was getting recorded. I think it was just, he was just...
In its earlier stages.
Yeah, it was just flowing, so I think he was going through the car,
Yeah.
So that's...
Yeah, it also came with them, But we were just talking, like, what is the hook? What is the hook of what is the song? And we were talking about something deep, spiritual thing, and I was saying Fana, Bakan. And he said, like, Fana. That's the title of the song. It's like, how will it fit? And F word is nice too.
But it is sort of a spiritual experience, that song, given the words that they keep ringing in your ear, it takes you to a different place. Absolutely, absolutely. And finally, again, it's a very short list, I had to struggle. Guru. What was that like? The first memory that jogs to your mind when I say that?
I think nobody's done a movie like that in India. Nobody's done a movie like that and pulled it off. I think genius. And what casting?
Yes, absolutely. What casting?
One of Abhishek's best, I think.
Absolutely. Again, the music for that, was it a different take given the fact that it's a different sort of a genre of a film? It's sort of based around, a personality. So did you look at the music from a different way?
Yeah, I think also it's a time period that it travels through and the changes that were happening. So somewhere that kind of represented in the music also, in the songs. Each one was of a different kind, to show the trajectory.
Absolutely. I think in this conversation, I have definitely gone through I've time traveled and gone through all these films and absolute gems of tracks.
I think Jage, now every movie I do, they put Jage as a temp music. I said, oh my God, don't do this. And we had to come with another Jage for that, because they match the cut to that. It's so difficult when they put something like Jage, which he only found the tune. In one of my, on the voice memos, he said, why don't we use this tune? And it's like, I can make a symphony out of this, and choral symphony. And,
No, that's called magic. I mean, just the fact that both of you are so genius at what you do.
And of course, Gulzar Saab.
He can't, he just adds the extra. It's perfect.
Once he puts the stuff, then it gets wings. And
it goes to a different level. And again, for, PS1, just the canvas, the excitement, like I was telling you, on social media, because this is a new space now where fans look at films and they are eagerly awaiting. One of the most discussed films, I think it's damn exciting. It's going to be really interesting to see the story behind the Chola dynasty. Very little information, whatever we have, across the world, we are going to get a glimpse into their life. And all the very best. I'm so excited. I can't wait to watch the film on a big screen, probably in an IMAX or, a bigger screen, and take the full experience. And thank you so much for speaking to India today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman are arguably the greatest director-composer duo of all time. They have had at least 30 years of partnership ever since Roja. Looks like they're again set to continue this legacy with their latest collaboration, Ponniyin Selvan. Let's take a look.
30 years of partnership. More than 15 film albums. And innumerable chartbusters later, Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman are arguably the greatest director-composer duo of all time. It almost feels like they're blessed with a Midas touch. Every time they work together on a project, it turns into gold. Their body of work speaks for itself. And looks like the director-composer duo have worked their magic yet again with their latest collaboration, Ponniyin Selvan.
I think it hasn't changed. AR hasn't changed at all. I mean, I still remember this is the same way he was in the first film. He will not let go. He will try to do something different. And he'll add value to the film, tremendous value to the film. And he treats it almost like his first film. So it's fantastic to have somebody like that with you.
But how did it all begin? Well, the magic combination of Ratnam and Rahman started way back in 1992 with the classic Roja.
Kaadal Roja, enge nee enge, kanneer valiyudadi kanneer. Kaadal Roja, enge nee enge, kanneer valiyudadi kanneer. Kannukkul needa, kanneeril needa, kanmoodi paarthal, enjukkul needa, ennaanado, edaanado, sol.
Yes, that was the first time the two came together for a project.
ये हंसी वादियाँ, ये खुला आसमां, आ गए हम कहाँ है मेरे साजना.
The singer had composed Chinna Chinna Asai, one of the songs in the film, which was unconventional in comparison to the music at that time.
चिन्न चिन्न आसै, सिरगडिक्कुम आसै, मुत्तु मुत्तु आसै, मुडिंदु वैत्त आसै.
Rahman had earlier composed ad jingles and brought a different flavor to the film's music. Interestingly, the album of Roja was released by the Bengaluru-based Lahiri Audio and sold a staggering 30 lakh copies in Tamil and Hindi. It was also released in Telugu and Malayalam later on. The success of the film's music paved way for several songs thereafter. Mani Ratnam then made Thiruda Thiruda, a comedy caper, and roped in Rahman for the music. Rahman explored his pop influences such as Michael Jackson in this slickly short song sung by Anupama and Suresh Peters. Picking up the threads from Roja, Mani Ratnam made Bombay in 1995, his second film in the Terror trilogy. The romantic thriller was inspired by the political scenario at that time. Rahman was again brought on board and he composed as many as 8 tracks for this Arvind Swamy and Manisha Koirala starring. Including Kannanule and Kuchi Kuchi Konnamma. The third part, Dil Se, released in 1998, which featured Shah Rukh Khan and Preeti Zinta along with Manisha Koirala. The album of this film was a huge success with chartbusters like Chaiya Chaiya, Dil Se Re, and Jia Jale, among others.
जिया चले जहाँ चले नैनो तले धुआं चले रात भर धुआं चले जानू ना सकेरी जिया चले जहाँ चले नैनो तले धुआं चले.
The duo had also come together for Iruvar, a political drama in 1997. The film narrated the story about friends turned rivals, MGR and Karunanidhi. The film did not fare well at the box office. The music maestro composed Hello Mr. Edirkakshi, a jazzy track featuring Aishwarya Rai, a style that Rahman did not pursue thereafter. Oru Devam Tandeppuve is another hit track that the duo worked together for the 2002's Kannathil Muttamitta. That was followed by many more films and several other songs that multiple Oscar winner composed for the Roja director. The duo worked together yet again in Guru, one of the biggest hits of 2007, which featured Abhishek Bachchan and Aishwarya Rai in key roles. And then there was Ravana in 2010 and Katruveliyade in 2017. The tracks from these films were appreciated and enjoyed by music lovers. And not only did Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman set the benchmarks for the Indian music industry as a whole, but they also challenged their peers to experiment. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
All right, that's all we could pack on this show today. Keep watching In the Club. Until next time, thank you very much. Goodbye for now.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
Watching India Today.
Warm welcome, viewers. We continue to get you the latest coming in from all the tumultuous twists and turns in the politics of Rajasthan. We are right now at the Marriott Hotel. Just here a short while ago, Ashok Gehlot came in to meet the two observers. What was interesting, viewers, is that he came in just for about 5 minutes, just half an hour before both Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge were to leave for the airport to take their flight. He came in just half an hour there. He sat in with Mr. Kharge in one of the rooms. Ajay Makan and Ashok Gehlot did not meet. He had a 5-minute meeting with Mr. Kharge, and from there on, both Ajay Makan and Mr. Kharge have left for the airport. Ashok Gehlot has come in. He's taken, of course, gone back about half an hour ago, but the meeting came to quite a knot. We continue to get you the latest, but first up, I want to cut across to my colleague Nabila for the headlines.
All right, as all that commotion takes place in the state of Rajasthan, Preeti there bringing us the latest developments there. Preeti, do take us through all those details, but I'm going to toss over to our headlines first. A massive escalation in Gehlot versus Pilot saga in Rajasthan after 92 MLAs resign. Pilot in wait-and-watch mode. Sources tell India Today that Gehlot could backtrack on the Congress president's nomination. Gandhi's attempt to damage control, but with little success. Emissary Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge in Rajasthan, but failed to broker truce. Will be submitting a report to Sonia Gandhi in Delhi. BJP AAP mocking Bharat Jodo Yatra amid this Rajasthan churning. AAP claims Congress finished in Rajasthan. BJP declares 2023 assembly polls a done deal now. Attacks on RSS and BJP functionaries in Kerala and Tamil Nadu on the rise. SDPI leader caught on camera issuing open threats to the RSS. Says, we'll finish you in 10 seconds. India Today confronts Bollywood actress Jacqueline Fernandez in court. Jackie evades those questions as she walks out after she gets temporary relief. The court grants her interim bail in this 200 crore extortion scam case. Deadly school shooting in Russian city of Izets. At least 6 killed, 20 injured after gunmen opened fire in school. Shooter now, after that attack, kills himself.
All right, viewers, let me take you through the latest news break that is coming in. News filtering in that KC Venugopal is going to be meeting Sonia Gandhi shortly. He has left the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kerala. He was walking alongside Rahul Gandhi, and as a troubleshooter, he's been sent to Delhi, especially at the back of the entire chaos that is ensuing in Rajasthan. That's the latest news break that we are getting in. Well, the Congress crisis management in a huddle. Rahul Gandhi and KC Venugopal had a long conversation. KC Venugopal is now in the national capital. He's left the Bharat Jodo Yatra midway and will be meeting Sonia Gandhi shortly. Moreover, we're also getting to understand troubleshooter Kamal Nath will also reach Delhi. So a lot happening there, but a lot of questions, viewers, still remain at the involvement of KC Venugopal. He's failed miserably at times to be one of the troubleshooters or managing the crisis where Rajasthan is concerned. He should have many even here feel who are part of the Sachin pilot camp. That KC Venugopal, who's actually a Rajya Sabha MP from Rajasthan and where Congress is concerned, should have played a bigger part in dealing with the crisis here. I want to cut across right now to Dev Ankur Vadhavan, who's getting us the latest coming in from what is taking place in Rajasthan, and Rahul Gautam, who's going to take us through the two names that have come in as a troubleshooter. And it does seem most people now pinning their hopes, Rahul, on Kamal Nath's entry into this political crisis. He's a seasoned troubleshooter of the Congress, one of the very few who can still step in and be taken seriously if he wants to broker peace. What is the brief given to Kamal Nath right now? When is he reaching Delhi?
Nath has already landed in the national capital, and at present he is seeking time from Sonia Gandhi. Now, you rightly pointed out that since Mr. Kamal Nath is a very seasoned politician, and we all know Mr. Gehlot is also one of the tallest leaders as far as Congress party is concerned. Therefore, you would be needing somebody, as tall as, Mr. Kamal Nath, or somebody having, such a high stature as Kamal Nath to speak or engage Mr. Gehlot into dialogue. What had happened last night in Rajasthan is absolutely unprecedented as far as Congress party is concerned. People are asking questions that whether we should keep this under the ambit of indiscipline, or this was an open coup that was engineered by supporters of Gehlot. Also, I must tell you that Mr. Kamal Nath, if you remember, when Maharashtra political crisis started, at that point of time also he was sent by Sonia Gandhi all the way to Mumbai to speak, with Maharashtra MLAs and to keep the flock together. And in the same manner, you can expect that Kamal Nath is certainly going to be flying to Jaipur sometime from now, and obviously he'll be engaging all these MLAs to cut the ice, to have an amicable solution, which is certainly going to come as a face saver for Gandhis. At the same time, it's also going to accommodate Mr. Pilot and Mr. Gehlot. But one thing is very important here, that maybe for the first time, Mr. Ashok Gehlot has defied Gandhis, and this certainly has come as a major embarrassment for 10 Janpath and obviously for 12th Tughlaq Lane, given the fact that just a week back, Mr. Gehlot was hailed as one of the staunch loyalists of Nehru Gandhi family, and then the same person who is now saying that MLAs are not in his control, he's not able to control them, and therefore this situation is spanning out of his hands. So one thing is very important here. On one hand, it seems that now
I'm going to ask you a quick question before we go to the top developments as they've taken place. Put the spotlight on somebody like Kamal Nath. You've been following Kamal Nath's trajectory. What differentiates him with the likes of a KC Venugopal or even an Ajay Maken? Because, I want to put this in perspective, viewers. Ajay Maken did not even meet Ashok Gehlot. There was no meeting between the two. There was a 3-minute meeting between Mallikarjun Kharge and Ashok Gehlot. That's where the role of a Kamal Nath, Rahul, would be crucial, because he knows Ashok Gehlot very well. They've worked together in the past. They've been a team to troubleshoot other issues together. He also is close in terms of, will be able to communicate with Sachin Pilot. So he's one person who the Congress will actually benefit from, other than the likes of KC Venugopal, who are completely cut off from the North Indian Rajasthan politics reality.
Well, absolutely. See, Madhya Pradesh is very similar to Rajasthan. It is not very similar to Kerala, and therefore we all know that Kamal Nath and Mr. Gehlot, they both have worked with Rajiv Gandhi. In fact, they have been serving Congress Party for decades now, and in fact, both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, they always keep them in their good books. So therefore, if anybody can actually speak at this point of time, apart from Gandhi's with Gehlot, is certainly going to be Mr. Kamal Nath, given the fact that Kamal Nath shares a very good rapport with Mr. Gehlot. If you remember, you yourself mentioned that how Mr. Makan didn't even meet or didn't even give audience to Mr. Gehlot at that Marriott hotel, which obviously shows that how there's mistrust, there's lack of bonhomie. But that's not the case with Kamal Nath. If Kamal Nath comes in picture, you can expect that at least Gandhis would be able to convey their message, and you can expect that he'll be able to cut the ice and could reach to an amicable solution which could be accepted by all the stakeholders.
All right, Rahul, you stay with me. I'm going to continue to come across to you for more updates, but let's take our viewers to the top developments. Of course, two of those top developments we just touched through where our breaking news was concerned. KC Venugopal is going to be meeting Sonia Gandhi shortly, but I would reckon all eyes will be on Kamal Nath. The entry of Kamal Nath could help the Congress at a time where it's practically at its lowest ebb in terms of perception, in terms of mockery, in terms of public humiliation, at least what's gone down in Rajasthan. So will Kamal Nath now be sent to Jaipur as clearly the likes of Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge have failed once again, viewers. So we're going to keep a keen eye on that. Let me take you through the other top developments as we continue to track them. The first development, Rajasthan Congress crisis exploding by the minute. Sources close to the CM have stated that he wants to give up the chief ministership and will be okay with anyone that the party leadership decides to take over. Is that something that the chief minister will allow, especially of what has gone down yesterday? There's a big question mark now, viewers, also whether or not Ashok Gehlot will be considered for party president as well. The other big development, troubleshooter Kamal Nath, like we told you, has been summoned to Delhi. He will be meeting Sonia Gandhi and in all probability will be mediating between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot camps. Both camps, both camps are not close per se, but amicable. They enjoy a good relationship with Kamal Nath. Kamal Nath has worked extensively with Ashok Gehlot. He enjoys a good relationship with Sachin Pilot as well. The other top three developments in a mega scoop in Rajasthan Congress implosion, sources stated the Congress President Sonia Gandhi has asked now for a detailed report on the political crisis from the failure of Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge to broker an agreement which was sought for by the Congress High Command. They're going to give a detailed report shortly after they land in Delhi. Their flight took off just about 40 minutes ago. The other big development for Congress MP Rahul Gandhi took stock of the situation on Rajasthan and has now sent senior leader KC Venugopal to Delhi. Venugopal will likely be meeting Congress President Sonia Gandhi this evening. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi was seen playing football during the Bharat Jodo Yatra. The top 5 development. India Today has accessed viewers a video from the Sunday meeting in which a Gehlot faction MLA can be heard not only mocking Sachin Pilot if he were to be made CM, but claiming that Rajasthan would witness a rerun of the Punjab fiasco if Pilot replaced Gehlot as the chief minister. All right, in midst of all of this, viewers, let me quickly take you now through what is happening in Rajasthan through the course of this morning. One, the speculation mounting whether Ashok Gehlot will actually enter the fray as party president. We do know that the High Command, the top brass, the Gandhi is extremely angry, and this is right from Sonia Gandhi, extremely angry with the way things have gone down or the handling of Ashok Gehlot. He might maintain till now that it was beyond him, in the words that he said, कि अब उनकी बस की नहीं है क्योंकि जो सारे एमएलए हैं वो अपने मन की करेंगे, उनके हाथ में अभी कुछ नहीं है. It's something, an excuse which the Congress High Command is not buying and shouldn't actually buy, because what happened yesterday, especially with the video leaked also, has the print or the imprint of the politics of Ashok Gehlot written all over. On the other hand, viewers, the other big development is that Now, many MLAs who were there yesterday at that meeting with CP Joshi, who actually signed on the dotted line to hand over their resignation, some of them have now come out and said that they never intended to sign, they were made to sign that, and they will go with what the High Command says. So is there a fracture somewhere there? Well, we don't quite know yet in terms of where the numbers stand, and it's interesting because these numbers are split within two of the Congress. Right now, clearly the Gehlot camp has not just the majority, but the near entire chunk of the MLAs in Congress where Rajasthan is concerned. Let's listen to all the reactions that are coming in.
102 जो विधायक उस वक्त लॉयल थे, अशोक जी के साथ में थे, उनमें से ही कोई बनाया जाना चाहिए, सचिन पायलट या उसके ग्रुप में से नहीं बनाया जाना चाहिए। तो हमने कहा कि आपकी भावना, जब हम सबसे एक एक करके मिलेंगे तो जो आपकी भावना है एग्जैक्टली वो सारी की सारी भावना जो व्यक्ति कर रहे हैं वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम बताएंगे, और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा उसके बाद में अशोक गहलोत जी से बात करके, सबसे बात करके फैसला लेंगे। जो विधायक नहीं आए उनको हम लोग लगातार हम कह रहे थे कि हम 1 to 1 सब लोगों की बात सुनने के लिए यहाँ पर आए हैं, तो कोई भी बात हो आप हमें कहें, खरगे जी और मैं हम अलग से बैठ करके 1 to 1 सबकी बात सुनेंगे, और कोई फैसला नहीं हो रहा है। जो आप बात कहेंगे वो बात हम दिल्ली जाकर के बताएंगे, और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सबकी बात सुनने के बाद 1 to 1 हर एक से बात करने के निर्देश हमारे पास में है। रेजोल्यूशन पास करना है कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के ऊपर छोड़ने का, तो बेशक रेजोल्यूशन पास करें, लेकिन उसके अंदर फैसला उसका 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में होना चाहिए। तो हमने कहा कि अगर अशोक गहलोत जी रेजोल्यूशन मूव करते हैं कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के ऊपर सब चीजें छोड़ी जा रही हैं, और 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में, क्योंकि अब अशोक गहलोत जी खुद ये कह चुके हैं कि वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष का के उम्मीदवार हैं, तो 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में जब वो खुद अध्यक्ष बन जाएंगे तो अपने ही रेजोल्यूशन के ऊपर अपने आप को ही एम्पावर कर रहे हैं, तो इससे बड़ा कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं हो सकता। तो ये आप इसको मत करिए। लेकिन उन्होंने कहा नहीं, ये पब्लिकली आपको कहना पड़ेगा और रेजोल्यूशन का हिस्सा बनाना पड़ेगा।
पार्टी को यूनाइटेडली रखना है और पार्टी के अंदर डिसिप्लिन रहना चाहिए।
10 रुपए भी खर्च नहीं कर सकता था, उसको 10 लाख रुपए का जो है बीमा, उसकी दवाइयाँ जो है प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में भी जो है वो खर्च सरकार कर रही है। इतनी बड़ी बड़ी योजनाओं का अगर फायदा किसी आदमी को मिल सकता है तो सिर्फ अशोक गहलोत को मिल सकता है। अगर इस कुर्सी को बदल दिया गया, अशोक गहलोत को बदल दिया गया, तो आने वाला आदमी जो भी इस पे बैठेगा उसको इतना बड़ा फायदा नहीं मिलेगा और कांग्रेस को नुकसान होगा। तो इसलिए हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसी भी प्रकार से हो, लेकिन अशोक गहलोत यहाँ पर बना रहे। हम नहीं चाहते, हम इस बात को नहीं चाहते कि किसी प्रकार की कोई बात हो। आप हर चीज की जो है आपने कई 2-2 पदे, आज ये बता दे कोई भी हाई कमान में बैठा हुआ आदमी ये बता दे कि कौन से 2 पदे आज अशोक गहलोत के पास जो आप जो है उनका इस्तीफा मांग रहे हो। नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं। कौन से 2 पद है? एक ही पद है। कुल मिला के 1 पद है मुख्यमंत्री का। जब दूसरा पद मिल जाए तब जाकर के बात उठेगी। आज क्या बात उठ गई जो आज आप इस्तीफा मांगने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हो? तो ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाएं तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा। तो मेरा आपसे यही निवेदन है कि हाईकमान ऐसे नहीं मान।
सर, माकन साहब आज निकले और उन्होंने कहा कि एक तरह से अनुशासनहीनता है। जब हमने विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई थी तो वहां पर आकर अपनी बात कहते वो।
एक बात आप मानकर चलना, ये बात आपकी सही है कि अनुशासनहीनता की बात जो माकन साहब ने कही वो हमारे प्रभारी हैं, बड़े भाई हैं, हमारे नेता हैं, वो कह सकते हैं। लेकिन एक परिवार में माकन साहब कह रहे हैं अनुशासनहीनता है, ये वही एमएलए हैं जो माकन साहब के साथ 1.5 महीने तक 102 विधायक माकन साहब के साथ होटल में ठहरे हुए थे बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र का जवाब देने के।
कहा मैं उनको नहीं सुनता, आते तो सही मेरे पास।
तो कब मना कर रहे हैं? माकन साहब यदि नहीं तो माकन साहब खुद चले जाते। माकन साहब भी तो हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, नेता हैं, प्रभारी हैं, और जब वो गए तो हम उनसे मिलके आए ना। कल जब वो माकन साहब वहाँ थे तो माकन साहब से मिलने मैं होटल में गया हूँ मेरियट में, मैं मिलकर आया हूँ, डोटासरा जी मिलकर आए हैं, सीएम साहब गए हैं, मैंने खुद ने माकन साहब से बात की, खड़गे साहब से बात की। जब मैं तनोट माता जी से सीएम साहब गहलोत साहब के साथ मैं डोटासरा जी उतरते ही सबसे पहले मैं मैरियट होटल गया हूँ, माकन साहब से मिला हूँ। माकन साहब ने मुझे कहा, मुझे ये पता नहीं था कि एमएलए धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए, क्योंकि मैं खुद तनोट माता जी के उतरा। मेरी बात सुनिए आप, तो मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन जब मुझे पता चला धारीवाल जी के यहाँ एमएलए इकट्ठे हो गए तो धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे इकट्ठे क्यों नहीं होंगे? धारीवाल जी भी बहुत डायलॉग मार रहे थे उस वक्त कि तुम चिंता मत करो, कोई बात, तो मुझे संसदीय कार्य मंत्री है, मेरी बात सुनिए। फिर वो इकट्ठे हो गए एमएलए। जब वहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए, मैं धारीवाल जी को लेने गया, धारीवाल जी से मैंने बात कराई, डोटासरा जी की और माकन साहब की। धारीवाल जी ने कहा साहब मुझे नहीं आने दे रहे, और इनकी जो बात है वो सुनकर फिर हम आपसे मिलने आते हैं। एमएलए की बात सुनकर हम मिलने गए सीएम साहब के यहाँ, डोटा उनसे, खड़गे साहब से और माकन साहब से। अधिकतर, आज नवरात्रा है, अधिकतर एमएलए निकल गए थे वापस। फिर डोटासरा जी हम एमएलए को लेने आए, उनका था हमारी ये डिमांड है। डिमांड का मतलब ये थोड़ा ना कि हार्ड एंड फास्ट रूल है, पार्टी आला कमान का सम्मान भी करेंगे, जरूरत होगी तो आला कमान के आदेश पर हम ही लड़ने जाते हैं दिल्ली, देश की सड़कों पर हम लड़ेंगे, खून बहा देंगे अपना।
Because it's the theatre of the absurd, if one is to believe. If the MLAs now are saying that Ashok Gehlot had absolutely no clue, you just saw that video which was leaked from Shanti Dhariwal's unofficial CLP meet. You know, that's what you'd call it, because the resolution never got passed at the official CLP meet, but it did get passed at the unofficial CLP meet where most of these MLAs had gone. But I want to just bring in my colleague Moshmi as well as Dev Ankur Vadhavan, because, you know, we've been tracking the developments and they've been as hectic as they come over the last 24 hours. But Dev, I want to cut across to you first. Give us a sense. There seems to now be a bit of a change of heart in some of the MLAs who were there yesterday at that meeting at Shanti Dhariwal. At the back of the video that has been leaked from that meeting, one thing is clear. This was an out-and-out attempt to bolster the support in favor of Ashok Gehlot. And like we've been talking about, there is no way it could have happened without Ashok Gehlot signing off on it. However, some of those MLAs, and we've spoken to them through the course of this morning, have now gone ahead and said that they didn't even know what they were signing up for. They were told to come there just for an informal discussion, then they were made to sign something, and they actually believe in what the High Command wants. Is there a sense of just one or two of these MLAs, or are there more MLAs now coming up and breaking away from the ranks of this Gehlot faction?
Well, Preeti, that is a very pertinent question. I can tell you that calls were made to MLAs to mention to them that they should land up at Shanti Dhariwal's official residence rather than going for the CLP meet at the Chief Minister's residence. But, you know, we can talk about more on that. But right now, I can tell you, Preeti, I'm outside Shanti Dhariwal's residence. And out here, even now, Preeti, there are about 6 to 7 of the Congress MLAs, ministers, including Shanti Dhariwal, Sports Minister Ashok Chandna, MLAs Rohit Bora, Chetan Dudi, who just left from here, Baljit Yadav, all of them were in a huddle, confabulating, discussing on the next course of action. They want to, you know, convey that the Gehlot camp is united, Preeti. They also want to convey that they have done nothing wrong with holding a parallel CLP meeting of the Congress legislatures, even when the Congress observer Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Makan were waiting at the Chief Minister's residence. They claim that they had genuine grievances. They wanted to convey that to the party high command. And even as I speak, Preeti, if the visual you see, you know, vehicle after vehicle arriving at Shanti Dhariwal's residence. So apparently, Preeti, even on the next day of that fateful day, action is happening at Shanti Dhariwal's residence. There are MLAs, there are ministers inside the residence discussing their next course of action. It seems that the party high command does not want to listen to Ashok Gehlot right now. You mentioned what happened when Gehlot reached the Hotel Marriott. He wanted to meet Kharge and Makin. Makin did not meet him. He refused to meet him, mentioning that he has a flight to catch. Kharge held a meeting for all of 3 minutes and not much was discussed during that meeting. Although our sources are also conveying, Preeti, that Ashok Gehlot has claimed complete ignorance of what was happening at Dhariwal, which seems ludicrous at some level. Shanti Dhariwal is a known confidant, loyalist of Ashok Gehlot, someone who, you know, does not do anything without Gehlot's approval. And all of those MLAs were not just asked to gather at Dhariwal's residence, but also submit their resignations, which were collectively taken to the Speaker's residence and submitted over there. So all of these developments have been informed to the party high command, and the next course of action, Preeti, could entail issuing show cause notices to Shanti Dhariwal and Dr. Mahesh Joshi. These are two cabinet ministers who are considered to be the main orchestrators of the game plan of Ashok Gehlot. So these two men Cabinet Minister Shanti Dhariwal and Cabinet Minister Dr. Mahesh Joshi can be issued show cause notices, and they can be asked to explain why they should not be expelled from the party or action should not be taken against them for the indiscipline that they indulged in holding a parallel CLP meet, even as these observer and party state in charge Ajay Makan were waiting at the Chief Minister's residence. Also, Preeti, Sachin Pilot, we are given to understand, has been in talks with not just the party observer and the state party in charge, but also with the leadership in Delhi, trying to convey his sense of hurt, his feeling of being let down. And the pilot camp MLAs that I've spoken to today, Preeti, claim that these very people who were earlier accusing accusing Sachin Pilot of rebellion, of being a traitor, now what do they have to say about Ashok Gehlot and what he has done? So Ashok Gehlot's stature apparently has gone down by a huge margin, Preeti, in the eyes of party high command, and his position or his candidature now seems unlikely as the Congress's national president, and perhaps the party can ask him not to any longer contest as the party's candidate for the post of the national president. Preeti.
Right. Well, that remains to be seen. But it's interesting, viewers. If the party now decides to take action against the likes of Shanti Dhariwal, who is not just, known as the right-hand man of Ashok Gehlot in Rajasthan politics, but also is a cabinet minister. And if Ashok Gehlot continues to feign, at least publicly, ignorance of this party meet which happened at Dhariwal's residence, would Ashok Gehlot be all right for action to be taken against them? Anti-party disciplinary action. It'd be interesting to note what would be Ashok Gehlot's take in all of this. But I want to quickly include Mosmi into this conversation. Mosmi, is there a sense with Ashok Gehlot that maybe he's gone too far in this game? Because if we have seen the High Command now, through at least its observers, even though extremely weak in the face of a strong regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot, is not cowering down as yet. It's dug in its heels. It says it will not be arm twisted. It will not be blackmailed into conditions. It will only hold unconditional talks. And the sheer fact that Sonia Gandhi is deeply upset with Ashok Gehlot, with what has gone down, where does that peg him in that hierarchical order of being the unofficial candidate for the president? Is that now under a question mark?
The turn of events since the past 24 hours speak volumes about a badly bruised and battered party, Preeti, that has been unable to, register a convincing performance in the past two Lok Sabha elections. And perhaps this Bharat Jodo Yatra was a silver lining in the dark path cloud as far as the Congress's rejuvenation is concerned. But now the Rajasthan politics playing a dampener as far as the Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned, and proving the detractors absolutely correct. And it comes at a time when the man of the Ashok Gehlot was the man of the moment as far as the entire presidential polls were concerned. It was Rahul Gandhi who had in fact always reposed his faith in Ashok Gehlot's performance and potential, and he's always been equated to being the modern Gandhi of the Congress party. And here you have Ashok Gehlot, whose stature is one of the tallest in the Congress, right under his nose, an entire rebellion that really deeply embarrasses not only the Congress party but the Gandhi family. So putting thereby their authority under a big question mark at a time when the Gandhis have steered away from the presidential polls to prove the BJP wrong. Here you have Ashok Gehlot, who under whom all the MLAs rebel in a way that sends a direct message message to the party high command that they are really not clued and connected to what's happening on the ground. And we do believe, one of the most telling incidents today about the increasing distance between Jaipur and Delhi is that Ajay Makan, the in charge of Rajasthan, in fact, left without meeting Ashok Gehlot, the Rajasthan chief minister. Apparently, it was Mallikarjun Kharge who made a call to Ashok Gehlot, and Ashok Gehlot, in fact, turned up at the Marriott, but he did not meet Ajay Makan, and Ajay Makan, in fact, left without meeting Ashok Gehlot or having a discussion. So that speaks volumes about the widening rift between the party leadership, the people who have been appointed to carry out this
the Congress
job.
For so long, I want to ask you, will this rift, which is clearly widening, will it be bridged by the likes of a Kamal Nath? Because now it seems after Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Makan, the troubleshooter who will be brought into Rajasthan will be Mr. Kamal Nath. Will he be able to do what these both couldn't?
Preeti, it's never over till it's over. Still, there are many days left for the nominations to be filed. Kamal Nath, whether he's going to be a troubleshooter or whether he is going to be another candidate for the Congress party, we don't really know. As soon as Kamal Nath's name figured as far as, diffusing this present crisis is concerned, speculations are rife that could he be one of the probables as far as the elections are concerned, because with what's happened yesterday and the MLAs absolutely up in arms as far as, Gehlot remaining the chief minister is concerned till the 19th, the trust deficit is just too wide as far as 10 Janpath and 8 civil lines in Jaipur is concerned. And there you have Kamal Nath, who doesn't have a mass following in the manner that Ashok Gehlot has, stepping in. Though it is not easy to find a replacement for Ashok Gehlot, considering his rich experience, his connect with the grassroots, his manner and the way he talks and deals with the congressmen and women. So really, we will have to see whether the trusted lieutenant of the Gandhi family can really easily be replaced. I don't think that's easy for the Gandhi family. There will be attempts to bridge the divide. There will be attempts to iron out the differences. But we will have to wait and see how that unfolds. Ashok Gehlot left smiling and waving at the media when he met Mallikarjun Kharge. There has been an attempt to say that it wasn't Ashok Gehlot who actually, was behind the entire rebellion, but that's hard to believe. And then the big question is that if you cannot control your state unit, how will you take care of a age-old party that is in tatters? So an entire challenge there for Ashok Gehlot yet again to prove himself after more than 4 decades of a political career where he returned thrice as chief minister.
Well, it is interesting, the way things are panning out. Ashok Gehlot at least has proven that he is practically the man who's going to call the shots where Rajasthan is concerned. The high command can take the highway, literally, if that's what it comes down to. He's proven that, but at what cost? Will he continue to be the president candidate with the unofficial seal of approval by the Gandhis? Unlikely so. The question of Kamal Nath, and Moshmi brought in an important point there, viewers. What is the reason that Kamal Nath has been summoned to Delhi? Is it to troubleshoot with what is now clearly seeming beyond reproach between the the angst of Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot? Because anybody who's followed the situation right now would say it's gone too far. There's no way that the twain will ever meet, especially after what's gone down in the last 24 hours. So is it that Kamal Nath has been brought in for, or is it that will Kamal Nath now be the one with the unofficial blessings to be the next president of the Congress? Lots of speculations on. Trust India Today to keep you on top. Going to go into a break. Be right back.
खेल पत्रकारिता में करियर बनाने का सुनहरा मौका। ज्वाइन करें इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें। Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, with what is a clear confrontation between Ashok Gehlot, his camp of MLAs, and the High Command of the Congress, what happens to Sachin Pilot? Sachin Pilot, till late last night, was expecting that there will be, if all things went down tamely, a one-line resolution at the CLP, which of course never took place, and that resolution would have been that the High Command would decide the successor to Ashok Gehlot. But that didn't quite happen, because Sachin Pilot believed that he had the backing of the High Command, but the 92 MLAs very clearly went against the High Command and said very emphatically, with a resignation, that in the face of Sachin Pilot leading them, they'd rather resign. Now, since the course of this morning, the face-off between Gehlot and Pilot is brewing on multiple fronts. A war of posters has also emerged. Sachin Pilot posters backing him in Jaipur and other cities of Rajasthan have come up. The political crisis in the poll-bound state has clearly posed a direct challenge now to the Gandhis. Sachin, for now, has decided to stay put in Jaipur, stating that he will wait for the Congress High Command to take a decision. Sources also tell India Today that Pilot is counting on Gandhis to intervene and take action against Gehlot after his loyalists staged a rebellion.
क्या होगा? देखिए, जो भी हो, पार्टी आलाकमान जो करेगा, हम सब लोग सहमत हैं। दुर्भाग्य की बात यह है कि मैंने देखा कि इतने जो सीनियर लोग हैं, 6-6, 7-7 बार, 8-8 बार जीत के आए थे, रामनारायण मीणा जी जैसे लोग थे, सीनियर लोग थे, परशुराम मोरदिया जी जैसे लोग थे, कुन्नर साहब थे, जिनकी तबीयत खराब थी, 3-3, 4-4 घंटे उनको बेचारों को वेट करना पड़ा। सब लोग कांग्रेस के साथ हैं। उन्होंने कहा हम तो आलाकमान का फैसला मानते हैं, कांग्रेस ने हमें यहाँ बुलाया, हम सब लोग यहाँ गए, उसमें हम भी शामिल थे। और हम सब लोग कांग्रेस में आस्था व्यक्त करते हैं। सब लोगों को मालूम है कि जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, जहाँ अधिकृत रूप से हमें बुलाया गया था, जहाँ फोन किया गया था, हम वहाँ लोग पहुंच गए थे। उसके बाद जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, हम सब लोग सहमत हैं, जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा उसको मानेंगे सब लोग।
100% उसकी अवहेलना हुई है, अनुशासनहीनता हुई है, घोर अनुशासनहीनता हुई है। और इसके अंदर 2-4 लोगों ने विधायकों को जिस तरीके से भ्रमित करके, मिसगाइड करके और एक प्रकार से बंदी बना के उन्होंने जो नौटंकी की है, ये कहीं से ठीक नहीं है। 1-to-1 करने से 1-to-1 जब करना चाह रहे हैं विधायकों के साथ, माकन जी, खड़गे साहब, आलाकमान के हमारे पर्यवेक्षकों को कहाँ दिक्कत आ रही है, क्यों डर रहे हैं?
बहुत सारे लोग नहीं पहुंच पाए थे, मतलब जयपुर नहीं पहुंच पाए थे, वो रह गए थे। थोड़ा सा जल्दबाजी का तो निर्णय था, लेकिन मैं अभी
नहीं पहुंच पाए थे।
बहुत सारे साथी, कई लोगों से बात हुई जो अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में थे। लेकिन मैं एक चीज़ आपको कहना चाहूँगा, जो भी हुआ है, जो भी घटनाक्रम हुआ है, बहुत जल्दी कांग्रेस हाईकमान हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है। बहुत जल्दी इसका कोई ना कोई रास्ता निकलेगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि जिस तरह मेल मोहब्बत प्यार के साथ में सब कांग्रेस जन चल रहे थे, उसी तरह से आगे भी चलेंगे।
आप लोग अशोक गहलोत के साथ हो या कांग्रेस आलाकमान के साथ?
हम लोग कांग्रेस के साथ है।
तो आप लोगों ने इस्तीफा दे दिया, अब कैसे होगा काम?
कोई इस्तीफा नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं, हम कांग्रेस के साथ हैं और कांग्रेस के साथ रहेंगे।
देखिए, सचिन पायलट का कहना एक ही है कि जो हाईकमान तय करेगा वो फैसला मुझे मंजूर है। कुछ एमएलए जो सीएमआर पहुंच गए थे गेट पर, उनको कहा गया कि नहीं, मीटिंग यहाँ नहीं रखी है, शांति धारीवाल की कर रखी है। इस कंफ्यूजन में भी कुछ लोग वहां गए और इंडिविजुअल एक से हाईकमान के प्रतिनिधि जब बात करने को तैयार थे तो बात करनी चाहिए थी। कोई गिलवा शिकायत है तो उनको कहना चाहिए था। सीक्रेटली कहने का मतलब ही ये होता है कि खुल करके बात कर सके। उस बात को इन लोगों ने टाला, एक अच्छा संकेत नहीं है।
Because what has gone down in Rajasthan is an insult, an embarrassment, and a humiliation as well to Sachin Pilot, but a bigger insult, embarrassment and humiliation to the Congress High Command. Where does the proverbial Congress High Command stand right now, where it cannot enforce its writ on its own political party? It's come down now to the existence of the Congress High Command. Therefore, even in the face of a very strong, muscle-flexing regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot, the Congress High Command short stunt, digging in its heels, saying that it will not fall prey to blackmailing and arm twisting. That talks will be held without conditions, because mind you, the Gehlot camp MLAs have put in 3 conditions. Number 1 of them is that till the Congress president is elected, Ashok Gehlot continues to be the chief minister of Rajasthan. Number 2, that if Ashok Gehlot is no longer the Rajasthan CM and becomes the Congress president under one man, one post, then only from the 102 MLAs who stuck by the Congress at a time when Sachin Pilot allegedly scripted a mutiny with the help of the BJP. It was these 102 MLAs who stood by the Congress, making sure that the government is safe, and that should be the lot that the High Command needs to pick from when it appoints the next Chief Minister. They also had a third demand, which is that Ashok Gehlot has a direct say on who will be the next Chief Minister. It seems that the High Command, as weakened it might be in the face of this pressure, is not playing ball. Ajay Makan said very clearly that none of these conditions will apply, as the Congress party will refuse to talk under conditions. Even Kharge, when he was leaving this hotel where I'm standing, said clearly two things. You've got to keep the party together, but discipline matters in a party. And what went down yesterday was a shining example of indiscipline within the party ranks. So the Congress clearly has its back to the wall, but the big question in front of the Congress High Command is the man that they trusted till yesterday blindly for leading the party as party president, a man who would have been in charge of keeping the flock together, strengthening the party, now stands accused of actually engineering a rebellion of his own MLAs in Rajasthan. Can this man actually be trusted with the position of a president? Well, that's where the irony lies. Which way the Congress will decide, time will tell.
एक पार्टी के साथ जो गद्दारी करते हैं और पैसों से जो पिट जाते हैं, उनके नेतृत्व को हम स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे। अशोक गहलोत एक सादगी पसंद, ईमानदार और पार्टी का पक्का सिपाही है, जिसने 50 साल राजस्थान में कांग्रेस की सेवा की और देश में भी रहे। अशोक गहलोत को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाया जा रहा है, उनका हम स्वागत करते हैं, लेकिन राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने के बाद में राजस्थान के सीएम का कोई फैसला लिया जाए। हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसी भी प्रकार से हो, लेकिन अशोक गहलोत यहाँ पर बना रहे। आपने कई दो पद आज ये बता दे, कोई भी हाईकमान में बैठा हुआ आदमी ये बता दे कि कौन से 2 पद हैं आज अशोक गहलोत के पास जो आप जो है उनका इस्तीफा मांग रहे हो। नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं। कौन से 2 पद हैं? एक ही पद। कुल मिला के 1 पद है मुख्यमंत्री का। जब दूसरा पद मिल जाए तब जाकर के बात उठेगी। आज क्या बात उठ गई जो आज आप इस्तीफा मांगने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हो? तो ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया, वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाएं, तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा।
प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो ये अनुशासनहीनता है ही है। जब एक ऑफिशियल मीटिंग बुलाई गई है और उसी के पैरेलल अनऑफिशियल कोई मीटिंग बुलाए, तो ये प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो अनुशासनहीनता है। आगे इसके ऊपर देखेंगे क्या कार्रवाई होगी।
हमारी मुख्य शर्त जो है वो ये है कि जिन लोगों ने पार्टी से बगावत की, जिन लोगों ने पार्टी की सरकार को तोड़ने की कोशिश की, गिराने की कोशिश की, उनमें से कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने, ये हमारी मुख्य शर्त है। इसके अलावा तो सामान्य बातें हैं, 19 से पहले हो, 19 के बाद हो। अगर हमें 19 के बाद भी हमारी शर्त यही रहती, 19 से पहले भी हमारी शर्त ये है, इसलिए हमने किसी बात पे कोई एडमेंट हो की बात नहीं की। अपनी बात हमने हाईकमान के जो प्रतिनिधि आए थे उनको पहुंचाने की कोशिश की।
All right, now as the political crisis unravels in Rajasthan, Rahul Gandhi-led Bharat Jodo Yatra is now facing a renewed criticism. While Congress-ruled Rajasthan implodes in this fight for Chief Minister's post, Rahul Gandhi has been in Kerala amid this Bharat Jodo Yatra. And he's been playing football with a bunch of kids, engaging in some cultural events. Another Congress-ruled state, as the Bharat Jodo Yatra continues, we're seeing Rajasthan, one of the few Congress-ruled states right now, in doldrums. Rahul Gandhi is once again accused of being tone deaf to another Congress political crisis. In fact, Gehlot and Pilot factions have been locked in a war of words in Jaipur. While Rahul Gandhi is busy with the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kerala, Sonia and Priyanka Gandhi are currently in the national capital. Congress leaders insist that the party is united.
वो बाहर निकल आ गए, आप लोगों को टारगेट कर रहे हैं भारत जोड़ो पे भी और राजस्थान पर कह रहे हैं भारत जोड़ो से यार तो कांग्रेस जोड़ो करो।
नहीं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा चल रहा है, कांग्रेस जुड़ा हुआ है, उनको कोई चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है। चिंता है आज भारत जोड़ने की, और मुझे खुशी है, मैं अभी अहमदाबाद में था और 36वां नेशनल गेम्स का जो मोटो लगाया हुआ है प्रधानमंत्री के फोटो के नीचे, जुड़ेगा भारत जीतेगा भारत, हालांकि वहाँ लिखा हुआ है जुड़ेगा इंडिया जीतेगा इंडिया, तो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा का असर वहाँ तक भी पहुँच गया है।
सवाल सब आपसे यही पूछ रहे हैं कि वहाँ आप भारत जोड़ने के लिए निकले थे, राजस्थान में पार्टी को कौन जोड़ेगा?
देखिए, पार्टी जहाँ तक सवाल है वो तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई टूटी हुई है राजस्थान में। हाँ, वो आपस में जो द्वंद्व है मेरे ख्याल से इसीलिए है कि वो शायद नया एक मुख्यमंत्री चुन रहे हैं। देखिए, ये भी अटकलें हैं क्योंकि गहलोत जी आएंगे क्या अध्यक्ष के लिए, क्या वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के लिए अपना नामांकन भरेंगे, उसके बाद क्या वो मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा देंगे, ये सब अभी कोई चीज़ स्पष्ट नहीं है। तो मुझे तो ठीक से ये भी वहीं पता है कि वहाँ मीटिंग जो हो रही है उसकी रियल उद्देश्य क्या है। अब ये अटकलें हैं कि शायद उससे जानना चाहते होंगे कि अगर गहलोत जी हटते हैं तो अगला मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनता है। तो ये तो एक ऐसा प्रोसेस जो कांग्रेस में कई बार हुआ है, और ऐसा भी कोई नहीं है कि जो विधायक कुछ कहते हैं किसी और को लाके डाल दिया जाता है। जो अमूमन बता रहे हैं वहाँ के विधायकों को ये चिंता है कि किसी को उन पर थोप दिया जाएगा। अभी तक तो कोई एक ऐसी कहानी भी नहीं है कि यहाँ या कहीं और कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति थोपा गया हो। तो ये जो तमाम चीज़ हुई है, मेरे ख्याल से विधायकों के साथ भी जो संवाद करना चाहिए था, वो अगर उसमें थोड़ा स्पष्टता कर दो, खुद गहलोत जी भी एक बार आके कहते हैं कि भाई इस प्रक्रिया में सब लोग मिलके बातचीत कर लो, और हमारे जो पर्यवेक्षक हैं वो थोड़ा लोगों को कॉन्फिडेंस में लेके बात करते, उनकी अगर कोई अंदर की चिंताएं थी उन चिंताओं को शांत कर देते, तो ये सब कहानी बनती ही नहीं।
All right. Meanwhile, the BJP practically rubbing its hands in glee in what is going down where the Congress implosion in Rajasthan is concerned. I want to just take you through some of the reactions, some of the tweets put forth by the BJP at the ongoing of the mass resignation that we saw yesterday by Congress MLAs. Well, Bhupendra Yadav, Union Minister, shared a picture of Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, urging the party to first jodo these two, unite Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot before thinking of Bharat Jodo. Taking a dig at the Congress, BJP State President Satish Punia said that it is not possible for Congress to run the state. Questioning the credibility of the Gandhis, Shehzad Poonawalla, BJP spokesperson, launched a scathing attack. He also took a dig at the Congress General Secretary Ajay Makan and questioned his leadership skills. The Aam Aadmi Party wasn't quite far behind. Aam Aadmi Party also jumped into the political turmoil. AAP's MP Raghav Chadda took to Twitter claiming not only Arvind Kejriwal is the option left as the Congress finished in the state of Rajasthan.
मुझे लगता है एंटरटेनमेंट भारत जोड़ो में कम हुआ, अब राजस्थान में भी शुरू हो गया। जहां पहले ही कानून व्यवस्था ना के बराबर है, वहां पर ऊपर से ये कांग्रेस की लड़ाई ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कांग्रेस के लिए केवल कुर्सी प्यारी है, जनता की सेवा नहीं। वो केवल सत्ता का सुख भोगना चाहते हैं, सेवा नहीं करना चाहते।
It is very clear now that the PFI and the SDPA are targeting BJP and the Hindu activist houses. So I think the Tamil Nadu police, the chief minister, the entire government machinery is just very, very silent and watching the terrorist organization which is functioning in Tamil Nadu. They are trying to threaten Tamil Nadu, the peace of Tamil Nadu. I think the police has to change and they have to concentrate more on capturing, arresting these people, contain the terrorism that is happening in Tamil Nadu. The law and order situation is very, very pathetic.
जो कल का घटनाक्रम हुआ वो सियासी तौर पर पाखंड भी हो सकता है और यदि कोई परिस्थिति किसी भी रूप में बदल भी सकती है, लेकिन मुझे समझ में आता है कि कांग्रेस का आलाकमान कमज़ोर है, जिसको न राजस्थान की कांग्रेस पार्टी से सरोकार है न राजस्थान के आवाम से सरोकार है। कुल मिलाकर हमारी फिक्र है कि इससे राजस्थान की जनता का नुकसान हुआ है। राजस्थान का किसान आत्महत्याएं कर रहा है, बेरोजगार परेशान है, अपराध चरम सीमा पर हैं, भ्रष्टाचार चरम सीमा पर है। तो विरासत में अशोक गहलोत ने एक ऐसी सरकार छोड़ी है कोई देवता आके भी यदि इसको पलटना चाहे तो मुझे लगता है परिस्थितियों को बदल नहीं पाएगा। और कांग्रेस के लिए राजस्थान का मुझे लगता है ये एक आखिरी प्रयास है। उसके बाद 2023 और 23 के बाद कांग्रेस राजस्थान से हमेशा के लिए विदा होगी।
जो हो रहा है राजस्थान में वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का आंतरिक मामला है और इसीलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस विषय में कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है, परंतु एक नागरिक के रूप में और खास करके राजस्थान से जुड़े हुए होने के नाते जिस प्रकार से राजस्थान को लगातार अस्थिरता में ढकेला गया है, केवल और केवल कुछ कांग्रेसियों की सत्ता की लालसा की वजह से।
All right, viewers, with that, a continuous coverage on the other side on the implosion of the Congress party in the state of Rajasthan. Multiple developments taking place. Both the observers have touched down in Delhi. They're going to be meeting Sonia Gandhi. Kamal Nath has been summoned in, and suspended animation continues in both the Gehlot and the Sachin camp. The Sachin camp quite thin as compared to the Gehlot over 90 MLAs that they are claiming. Quick break. Stay with us.
Are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome. about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
Yo, the news here on India Today, the big Rajasthan Royal Rumble. An India Today news break from last night has set the news agenda once again. And that's the reason why India Today is the most watched channel in the country. I'm Shiv Arur. Let's take you straight to the headlines. Massive escalation in Gehlot versus Pilot saga in Rajasthan after 92 MLAs resign. Pilot in wait-and-watch mode. Sources tell India Today Ashok Gehlot could backtrack on Congress president nomination. It's a total mess in Jaipur. Meanwhile, the Gandhis attempt damage control, but with zero success. Emissaries Ajay Maken, Mallikarjun Kharge are in Rajasthan, but they have totally failed to broker a truce so far. Will submit a report on their abject failure to Sonia Gandhi in Delhi. BJP Aam Aadmi Party mocked the Bharat Jodo Yatra amidst the Rajasthan turmoil. Aam Aadmi Party claims Congress is finished in Rajasthan. BJP declares 2023 assembly polls a done deal. Attacks on RSS and BJP functionaries in Kerala and Tamil Nadu on the rise. SDPI leader caught on camera issuing open threat to RSS, says we'll finish you in 10 seconds. India Today confronts Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez in court in Delhi. Jackie evades questions. Big relief, however, as court grants her interim bail in the 200 crore rupees Sukesh Chandrasekhar con scandal. Deadly school shooting in Russian city of Izhevsk. At least 6 killed, 20 injured after gunmen opened fire inside a school. Shooter kills himself. And taking you straight back to Jaipur, where the big story of the day is. Preeti has you covered. It's over to Preeti now.
Thank you, Shivan. Let's quickly dip into the latest news break that is coming in right now. Kamal Nath is on his way to the national capital. Well, he's been summoned after clearly Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken failed to broker any truce between the warring factions of the Gehlot camp. And of course, till now, not quite warring, but keeping quiet is the Sachin Pilot camp. Not too many of the MLAs with him though, but the man who will now step in all probability, will be Kamal Nath. Sources claim he's further likely now to come to Rajasthan, Jaipur and mediate in the crisis between Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken. However, there is a side story to it all, viewers, as there always is when it comes down to politics. Speculations also rife. Could he now be the pick for the unofficial candidate of the Gandhis for the post of president? Because clearly Ashok Gehlot has pretty much showed the High Command where it stands when it comes down to Rajasthan politics. Put the Congress High Command in its place, though Gehlot might continue to maintain he has nothing to do with it. But whatever's transpired with the Gehlot camp MLAs in the last 24 hours has the Gehlot way of politics written all over it. So now, for troubleshooting, it seems the Congress High Command has asked Kamal Nath. He's on his way to Delhi, is what we are getting to understand. Let's cut across to our reporters to get a larger understanding on what is the reason that Kamal Nath has been sent in. Because, because it's interesting if you look at it. KC Venugopal from the Bharat Jodo Yatra is also now in Delhi. He's meeting Sonia Gandhi. But KC Venugopal, it's interesting, viewers, he has been nominated from the state of Rajasthan to a Rajya Sabha chair. Having said that, KC Venugopal has failed at every possible level to communicate with either the Gehlot faction or with the Sachin Pilot faction. KC Venugopal and the failure of Ajay Maken alongside Mallikarjun Kharge. Could it be made up by somebody like Kamal Nath? Well, that's the big question. Kamal Nath is an old seasoned hand of the Congress. He has been a troubleshooter for Sonia Gandhi. In this case, he's worked very closely with Ashok Gehlot, with Rajiv Gandhi. He and Ashok Gehlot enjoy a good equation, and importantly an equation where maybe Ashok Gehlot will speak with him. Because what happened here today, just about an hour and a half ago, is while Ajay Maken was leaving Jaipur for Delhi, he didn't even speak with Ashok Gehlot, who was here at this very hotel that I'm standing at, and had a courtesy 3-minute meeting with Mallikarjun Kharge. So in that respect, Ashok Gehlot has and should or will hold Kamal Nath in higher esteem. They've been party colleagues. They understand the working of the party, and Kamal Nath has the sensibility to be able to understand Gehlot's side as well. So in that context, Ashok Gehlot will entertain a Kamal Nath a lot more than he would an Ajay Maken, for example. On the other hand, Kamal Nath was fairly close, has worked with Sachin Pilot's father, Mr. Rajesh Pilot as well. Sachin Pilot and Kamal Nath himself enjoy a good working relationship, especially when Sachin Pilot was the youngest cabinet minister of India at the age of 25, telecom. At that point of time, he's worked with Kamal Nath as well. So, Kamal Nath is a man who clearly has favor with both parties. But will he be able to bridge the divide, which many would suggest is too wide right now? I want to cut across to Rahul Gautam on the reason which Kamal Nath has been summoned to Delhi. There are two points of views on this, Rahul. That is what is being speculated. Point of view number one, Kamal Nath being summoned because Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken have failed at an abysmal level to work things out in Rajasthan. They've gone back with their report of their failure to the Congress High Command. The Congress High Command might look at somebody like a Kamal Nath to come in, old seasoned hand, knows both the warring factions fairly well. Or do you think there's more to it than what meets the eye? Is Kamal Nath being summoned to Delhi for possibly being now the chosen unofficial candidate for the post of president, because clearly Ashok Gehlot has proven himself to be not meritorious enough with what has gone down in the last 24 hours? Rahul, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you please repeat your question?
Yes, Rahul. So there are 2 points of views. Point of view number one, Kamal Nath being brought into Delhi to mediate after the failure of the first two emissaries. Point number two, Kamal Nath being brought into Delhi because he might be now picked as the unofficial candidate for the post of president, because Mr. Gehlot has proven himself to be not as meritorious as what the Congress would have thought of him.
Absolutely, these are two possible scenarios on which now Congress High Command can walk forward. First of all, obviously, we all know that Kamal Nath, is one of the tallest leaders as far as Congress party, and you would require somebody of such big stature to speak with a Gehlot so that, you could cut the ice and some amicable solution could be reached. On the other hand, given the fact that it seems that Mr. Gehlot was behind all what had happened last night, and therefore the Gandhis are miffed, and therefore they have decided that they'll ask Kamal Nath to contest elections with their blessings. Now, if this is going to happen, it's going to be a tectonic shift as far as Nehru Gandhi family is concerned, given the fact that just a week back, Mr. Gehlot, who was hailed as one of the staunch loyalists of Nehru Gandhi family, is not a trustworthy person anymore, and therefore you are having entry of Mr. Kamal Nath. Also, we have to understand that whether Mr. Kamal Nath is going to accept this responsibility or not, because obviously he has been busy in Madhya Madhya Pradesh. In fact, recently he led his party in recently concluded civic bodies elections. So therefore, whether he is going to go Gehlot's way and whether he's going to say that, I'm not going to contest this election, given the fact that there are a lot of things at stake as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. So as far as Gandhis are concerned, they are at fix. What had happened last night obviously has come as a huge embarrassment for them, given the fact that it was nothing short of a coup that had happened in Jaipur. Mr. Gehlot almost parted his ways, and the kind of support, the kind of show of strength he showed last night in Jaipur only shows that he is ready to go to any extent only to stay in Jaipur. And this is one thing which is certainly going to become a bone of contention as far as Nehru Gandhi family is concerned and Gehlot.
All right, stay on with me. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Moshmi, who's joining us from Jaipur. Moshmi, what is the scenario right now playing in Jaipur? Because Kamal Nath coming in, would he actually be able to bridge a divide, which now many see as there is no climb down from? It's gone too far now, too much water down that bridge.
Preeti, this entire Kamal Nath coming in stems from the issue that is being raked up now. Sandeep Dixit had slammed the observers, saying that the entire matter has been mishandled by the observers who were supposed to assess and read the situation. So now the role of the observers being put under scanner by many critics who say that if the mood and the tempo in the Ashok Gehlot camp or in the camp of the MLAs was absolutely different, then why didn't the observers assess that trouble was brewing? And one of the reasons that is being cited for the panic in the MLA camp is that it was on Saturday night that frantic calls were made to MLAs. Apparently Ashok Gehlot was informed then that a meeting of the MLAs has to take place, and it was only on Friday that the session of the Vidhan Sabha had gotten over. So the MLA said, what is the crisis, what is the emergency, and why such a panic, and at such a short notice a meeting is being called. So from there on, that was the trigger that in fact built that sense that there was an attempt by the party high command to bulldoze their opinion on MLAs, and also adding to that trigger was the Sachin Pilot camp that was brazen and was publicly posturing that it was Sachin Pilot who will be heading the helm of affairs in the Rajasthan government. So and Sachin Pilot apparently made visits to the Vidhan Sabha that have also created a lot of buzz. Now there is no issue with that, but when there is a lot of distrust and misunderstanding in the Congress unit in Rajasthan, there should have been an attempt earlier to enroll people, enroll MLAs, and then perhaps get the diktat of the party high command in place here. So that's the trouble and that's the trigger, and so we are seeing another troubleshooter. Ashok Gehlot was supposed to be a troubleshooter for the party and one of the best of the best. Now you have Kamal Nath stepping in. He's another troubleshooter. So we will have to wait and see how he does take this huge challenge at hand, because we do know that Kamal Nath has often been saying that he's just too busy with the affairs of Madhya Pradesh, whether he was in Maharashtra and just made a fleeting visit during the government crisis in Maharashtra, and now in Rajasthan, his entire attention and heart, like Ashok Gehlot, is more in his home state.
All right. Moshmi, stay on with me, because what's happening in the middle of all of this is, if the BJP is rubbing its hands in glee, there are other political parties that are also leveraging maximum political mileage, and the Aam Aadmi Party is one of them. Arvind Kejriwal, a short while ago, has stated, and that's the news that we are breaking, that the Congress Party cannot keep its house together anymore, is unable to maintain their party. Both the parties, Congress and BJP, manipulate, is what Arvind Kejriwal is saying. This is also coming at a time, viewers, where the Aam Aadmi Party would be watching things very closely in the state of Rajasthan. They've been eyeing Rajasthan in just, what is interesting in all of this is Just days before Dussehra, Arvind Kejriwal was to formally launch Aam Aadmi Party's campaign in the state of Rajasthan in Jaipur. He is to be here on the 3rd of October, if I'm not wrong. And for him now to also jump in is pretty much what the political landscape of Rajasthan looks like. Let's listen in to what Arvind Kejriwal said.
देखिए, हमें राजनीति करनी तो आती नहीं है। हम तो जनता के लिए काम करते हैं, जनता के लिए स्कूल बनाते हैं, जनता के लिए अस्पताल बनाते हैं, जनता के लिए बिजली माफ़ करते हैं, बिजली फ्री करते हैं, सड़कें बनाते हैं, पानी देते हैं और वही बातें करते हैं और वही चीज़ें हैं जो जनता को चाहिए। जनता भी राजनीति पसंद नहीं करती है। जनता को भी ये तोड़ फोड़ की राजनीति, इसको ख़रीद लिया, उस एमएलए को ख़रीद लिया, वो जनता को पसंद नहीं आता है। हम जनता की राजनीति करते हैं, इसीलिए जनता हमें पसंद कर रही है। पहले दिल्ली में सरकार बनाई, फिर पंजाब में सरकार बनाई, अब गुजरात के अंदर मुश्किल से 5-6 महीने हुए हैं हम लोगों को गए हुए और ऐसा माहौल हो गया गुजरात के अंदर। सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। तो आम लोग बहुत तेज़ी से जुड़ रहे हैं हमारे साथ, क्योंकि हम आम लोगों के मुद्दों की बात करते हैं, हम उनके बच्चों की शिक्षा की, उनके रोज़गार की बात करते हैं, उनको पक्का करने की बात करते हैं, उनकी तनख्वाह की बात करते हैं, बिजली फ्री करने की बात करते हैं।
सर, राजस्थान में जो हो रहा है, लग रहा है कि देश को कांग्रेस से उम्मीद अब टूट गई है।
ऐसे लग तो रहा है, मतलब जिस तरह से वो अपना घर नहीं संभाल पा रहे, तो अब एक तरह से अगर देखा जाए तो दोनों ही पार्टियां जो हैं वो ये जोड़ तोड़ करती रहती हैं। कोई दोनों में से कोई पार्टी ये कहती है कि हमें वोट दो, हम आपके बच्चों के लिए स्कूल बना देंगे। कोई पार्टी कहती है कि हमें वोट दो, हम आपके परिवार के लिए अस्पताल बना देंगे। कोई पार्टी कहती है कि हम आपकी दवाइयाँ फ्री कर देंगे, आपका इलाज फ्री कर देंगे। कोई पार्टी कहती है कि हम आपकी बिजली मुफ्त कर देंगे। वो तो उल्टा कहते हैं कि ये केजरीवाल मुफ्त कर रहा है, केजरीवाल को मुफ्त देना बंद करो, केजरीवाल को मुफ्त नहीं देना चाहिए। अब बताइए, गरीब लोगों को अगर मुफ्त शिक्षा नहीं मिलेगी, मुफ्त इलाज नहीं मिलेगा, मुफ्त बिजली नहीं मिलेगी, गरीब आदमी कहाँ जाएगा? तो आज पूरे देश को मैं समझता हूँ कि उम्मीद केवल और केवल आम आदमी पार्टी से है और बाकी सभी पार्टियों ने जो है वो 75 साल के अंदर अपना घर भरने के सिवा और कुछ नहीं किया बाकी लोगों ने।
All right, so this is Arvind Kejriwal jumping in the fray, but not just that. Even when developments of a clear implosion within the Congress started unfolding late last night, Raghav Chadha tweeted out saying that the Congress is finished and the other option now is no one else but the man you just heard, Arvind Kejriwal. With that, I want to quickly move on to the top developments that are coming in with the Congress in crisis in the state of Rajasthan. Once again, let me take you through those top developments, viewers. Development number 1 is at this moment that Rajasthan crisis exploding by the minute. Sources close to the Rajasthan CM has stated that he would want to give up the chief ministership and will be okay with anyone that the party leadership decides. Will that happen is the big question, because right now it does seem that the Gehlot camp has dug in its heels. This could just be pure posturing. In midst of the ongoing tussle in Rajasthan, troubleshooter Kamal Nath has now been summoned to Delhi. Madhya Pradesh Congress chief will be meeting the party high command, will be mediating between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. In a mega scoop on Rajasthan Congress implosion, sources stated Congress President Sonia Gandhi has asked now for a detailed report on the political crisis from Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi took stock of the situation in Rajasthan and has sent his emissary, KC Venugopal, to Delhi. Venugopal will likely be meeting Congress President Sonia Gandhi in the evening. India Today, meanwhile, has accessed a video from the Sunday meeting in which a Gehlot faction MLA can be heard not only openly mocking Sachin Pilot if he were to be made CM, but claiming that Rajasthan would witness a Punjab rerun if it decides to replace Gehlot. Well, it's happened before. This time around, this mega desert storm in the state of Rajasthan threatens to rip the Congress apart. Well, understandably so, viewers. It's Congress against Congress, with what is taking place right now. After the Gehlot camp submitted their en masse resignation in the late-night huddle on Sunday, Sachin Pilot has chosen to stay put in Rajasthan until the Congress High Command decision on the CM post. Gehlot has in fact met with the Congress observers. Ajay Makan did not meet him. Only Mallikarjun Kharge held a meeting of 3 minutes with Ashok Gehlot. The observers, now back in the national capital, will be meeting Sonia Gandhi.
आए हैं और सीधे 10 जनपद में हम श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जो हमारी अध्यक्षा हैं उनसे मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं। खरगे जी और हम दोनों के दोनों जाएंगे।
अभी इसी वक्त हम जाएंगे, जो कुछ घटनाएं घटी है उसके बारे में तफसील से मैडम हमारे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को बताएंगे, फिर उसके बाद जो फैसला होगा।
अच्छा सर, आने से पहले आप सीएम से मिले, आने से पहले सीएम साहब से मिले, क्या बात हुई? आने से पहले सीएम से मिले आप?
अरे कुछ नहीं, कर्सी कॉल
सुलझ जाएगा, मामला सुलझ जाएगा।
गहलोत साहब से नाराजगी है क्या अभी भी? कोई बहुत डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन दिखाई गई है। वो कह रहे हैं कि आप गहलोत साहब से नहीं मिले सर। अजय सर, आपका गहलोत साहब से मिलना नहीं हुआ? चलिए, नसीब साहब कहाँ है?
संजय
क्या यार, मैं एक आदमी
अरे मैं वही चार्ट रिपोर्ट पकड़
All right, because Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge have just landed in the national capital. They just left the hotel that I'm standing at in Delhi. They're directly going on to meet Sonia Gandhi. Abject failure, both of them, that have been. Yesterday, while the rebellion was brewing at Dhariwal, Shanti Dhariwal's residence, both the gentlemen were actually lodged in a room right behind me at the Hotel Marriott. They should have actually been on.
वहाँ पर कांग्रेस विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई थी और उस संबंध में जो भी हमको कहना था आज सुबह मैंने कह दिया है। मैं सिर्फ इतना बताना चाहता हूँ कि हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए अब 10 जनपद कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए जा रहे हैं।
सर, कमलनाथ दिल्ली आए हैं, मैडम से मिलने साथ जाएंगे?
देखिए, हमें कुछ इस चीज के बारे में सिर्फ इसके कि हम वहां से यहाँ आए हैं और सीधे 10 जनपद में हम श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जो हमारी अध्यक्षा हैं उनसे मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं। खरगे जी और हम दोनों के दोनों जाएंगे।
अभी इसी वक्त हम जाएंगे, जो कुछ घटनाएं घटी है उसके बारे में तफसील से मैडम हमारे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को बताएंगे, फिर उसके बाद जो फैसला होगा।
अच्छा सर, आने से पहले आप सीएम से मिले, आने से पहले सीएम साहब से मिले, क्या बात हुई? आने से पहले सीएम से मिले आप?
अरे कुछ नहीं, कर्सी कॉल
सुलझ जाएगा, मामला सुलझ जाएगा।
All right, viewers. Both the observers now have gone to issue a detailed report to Sonia Gandhi. Meanwhile, after their failure, Kamal Nath is seemingly summoned. Will he now play mediator between both the Gehlot and the Sachin pilot camp? But let's move on right now and get you the latest on where does Sachin pilot lie in all of this, viewers? Because now it seems to be a fight directly between the Congress and the High Command. Okay, we're going to continue to get your reactions where Sachin pilot is coming in. Listen in.
देखिए, जो भी हो, पार्टी आलाकमान जो करेगा हम सब लोग सहमत हैं। दुर्भाग्य की बात यह है कि मैंने देखा कि इतने जो सीनियर लोग हैं, 6-6, 7-7 बार, 8-8 बार जीत के आए थे। रामनारायण मीणा जी जैसे लोग थे, सीनियर लोग थे, परशुराम मोरदिया जी जैसे लोग थे, कुन्नर साहब थे, जिनकी तबीयत खराब थी, 3-3, 4-4 घंटे उनको बेचारों को वेट करना पड़ा। सब लोग कांग्रेस के साथ हैं। उन्होंने कहा हम तो आलाकमान का फैसला मानते हैं, कांग्रेस ने हमें यहाँ बुलाया, हम सब लोग यहाँ गए, उसमें हम भी शामिल थे और हम सब लोग कांग्रेस में आस्था व्यक्त करते हैं। सब लोगों को मालूम है कि जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, जहाँ अधिकृत रूप से हमें बुलाया गया था, जहाँ फोन किया गया था, हम वहाँ लोग पहुंच गए थे। उसके बाद जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, हम सब लोग सहमत हैं। जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा उसको मानेंगे सब लोग।
100% उसकी अवहेलना हुई है, अनुशासनहीनता हुई है, घोर अनुशासनहीनता हुई है और इसके अंदर 2-4 लोगों ने विधायकों को जिस तरीके से भ्रमित करके, मिसगाइड करके और एक प्रकार से बंदी बना के उन्होंने जो नोटंकी की है, ये कहीं से ठीक नहीं है। 1-to-1 करने से 1-to-1 जब करना चाह रहे हैं विधायकों के साथ, माकन जी, खड़गे साहब, आला कमान के हमारे पर्यवेक्षक को कहाँ दिक्कत आ रही है, क्यों डर रहे हैं?
बहुत सारे लोग नहीं पहुंच पाए थे, मतलब जयपुर नहीं पहुंच पाए थे, वो रह गए थे। थोड़ा सा जल्दबाजी का तो निर्णय था, लेकिन मैं अभी
नहीं पहुंच पाए थे।
बहुत सारे साथी, कई लोगों से बात हुई जो अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में थे। लेकिन मैं एक चीज़ आपको कहना चाहूँगा, जो भी हुआ है, जो भी घटनाक्रम हुआ है, बहुत जल्दी कांग्रेस हाईकमान हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है। बहुत जल्दी इसका कोई ना कोई रास्ता निकलेगा और मैं समझता हूँ कि जिस तरह मेल मोहब्बत प्यार के साथ में सब कांग्रेसियन चल रहे थे, उसी तरह से आगे भी चलेंगे।
आप लोग अशोक गहलोत के साथ हो या कांग्रेस हाईकमान के साथ?
हम लोग कांग्रेस के साथ है।
तो आप लोगों ने इस्तीफा दे दिया, अब कैसे होगा काम?
कोई इस्तीफा नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं, हम कांग्रेस के साथ हैं और कांग्रेस के साथ रहेंगे।
देखिए, सचिन पायलट का कहना एक ही है कि जो हाईकमान तय करेगा वो फैसला मुझे मंजूर है। कुछ एमएलए जो सीएमआर पहुंच गए थे गेट पर, उनको कहा गया कि नहीं, मीटिंग यहाँ नहीं रखी है, शांति धारीवाल कर रखी है। इस कंफ्यूजन में भी कुछ लोग वहाँ गए हैं और इंडिविजुअल एक एक से हाईकमान के प्रतिनिधि जब बात करने को तैयार थे तो बात करनी चाहिए थी। कोई गिलवा शिकायत है तो उनको कहना चाहिए था। सीक्रेटली कहने का मतलब ही ये होता है कि खुल करके बात कर सके। उस बात को इन लोगों ने टाला, एक अच्छा संकेत नहीं।
I want to cut across immediately to my colleague Maushmi, who's joining us live right now from Jaipur. Maushmi, you know, in all of this now, what has become a fight between the Congress High Command and the Gehlot MLAs, where does Sachin Pilot lie? For now, studied silence from Sachin Pilot. The ministers who support him, the MLAs who support him are coming out, and there is one constant refrain, and it seems that's exactly what Sachin Pilot is looking at, because there are not too many options, is to pin all hopes on the Congress High Command and hope that even in the face of, the strong regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot, the Congress High Command doesn't weaken, because it's the test of their existence right now, that they could not enforce their writ. Will they dig in their heels this time around? And that seems to be, at least as of now, the only option left for Sachin Pilot.
Preeti, that's true that Sachin Pilot has run out of options. All he has to do is wait and watch, and that's why you see a very studied silence from Sachin Pilot. Although his camp has been making continuous statements, but very importantly, it's been a long wait for Sachin Pilot ever since 2018. In 2018, when the Congress got more than 100 seats, it was at that point of time that Sachin Pilot was all set to take over the reins and become the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, but that didn't happen, and he was the only PCC president who didn't become a Chief Minister. If you look at Rajasthan or Chhattisgarh, where Bhupesh Baghel and Kamal Nath actually were anointed. But even then, the wait has been long for Sachin Pilot. But, many of Sachin Pilot's critics do point out to the fact that it's been 2 years ever since Sachin Pilot rebelled. And if the party leadership had given him certain assurances and he decided not to quit the Congress party and join the BJP rank and file, then he should have made amends in the past 2 years. He should have reached out to the Gehlot camp and the Congress camp, other than his loyalists. But all he did was, maintain that distance, and that ice never actually broke. So there was always a kind of tension that was prevailing between the Gehlot camp and the Sachin Pilot camp. Many leaders say that if he was a true leader and was looking at heading the Rajasthan government at some point of time, there could have been a course correction as far as, the bitterness of the past could have been removed. But then, it is actually from both sides that the relationship needed to be worked, and that's where the role of the Rajasthan in charge really comes in. Ajay Makan, was he able to iron out the differences between the two leaders, Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, so that, there could have been a trickle-down effect and the rank and file could have got that message loud and clear. But that didn't seem to happen, and that's where, Preeti, the question of the party high command comes into play. The party leadership, a weak a weakened organization at the grassroots level. The Congress is evaporating state after state, and Rajasthan was its prize trophy. Rajasthan was a state where the coups didn't work out. So it was a matter of pride for not only Ashok Gehlot, but for the leadership to flaunt the Rajasthan model. And that's one reason that you see that in the past, the Udaipur Chintan Shivir, if you look at the rally against inflation, all of that happened in Rajasthan. And no wonder the Chief Minister of Rajasthan was all pitched to become the president of the Congress party. That's how the Congress, in fact, kept Rajasthan ahead. And now with this entire goof up or harakiri of sorts, you can call it, that has happened, viewers, you have to understand that this has damaged and battered the Congress even further. And it comes at a time when the Bharat Jodo Yatra, Preeti, is on. So this is like a disaster of sorts as far as optics are concerned, as far as your ideological battle is concerned, as far as your unity in the party is concerned.
All right, Maushmi, we'll continue to come to you, but one thing is for clear, the Congress has its back against the wall. It is practically a fight now for the existence of the High Command, because why would a High Command exist if it cannot even instill and make sure that its writ is implemented? Because what happened yesterday, viewers, in the evening was a direct challenge to that very High Command. And even though the Congress completely weakened at the top level, has zero bargaining power with somebody as strong as Ashok Gehlot as a Chief Minister of Rajasthan, but will the Congress High Command dig in its heels? Well, that's the big question. One of the main reasons it's called in Kamal Nath right now could very well be a tool in that process. While Congress-ruled state Rajasthan imploded in the fight for the Chief Minister's post, Rahul Gandhi has been in Kerala still for the Bharat Jodo Yatra. From playing football to engaging in cultural events, Rahul Gandhi is once again accused of being tone deaf to the political crisis in his own party. The Gehlot and Pilot factions have been locked in a war in Jaipur, while Rahul Gandhi is busy with the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are firefighting in the national capital.
एक पार्टी के साथ जो गद्दारी करते हैं और पैसों से जो पिट जाते हैं, उनके नेतृत्व को हम स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे। अशोक गहलोत एक सादगी पसंद, ईमानदार और पार्टी का पक्का सिपाही है, जिसने 50 साल राजस्थान में कांग्रेस की सेवा की और देश में भी रहे। अशोक गहलोत को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाया जा रहा है, उनका हम स्वागत करते हैं, लेकिन राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने के बाद में राजस्थान के सीएम का कोई फैसला लिया जाए।
हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसी भी प्रकार से हो, लेकिन अशोक गहलोत यहाँ पर बना रहे। आपने कई दो पद हैं, आज ये बता दे कोई भी हाई कमान में बैठा हुआ आदमी ये बता दे कि कौन से 2 पद हैं आज अशोक गहलोत के पास जो आप जो है उनका इस्तीफा मांग रहे हो? नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं। कौन से 2 पद हैं? एक ही पद है। कुल मिला के 1 पद है मुख्यमंत्री का। जब दूसरा पद मिल जाए तब जाकर के बात उठेगी। आज क्या बात उठ गई जो आज आप इस्तीफा मांगने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हो? तो ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया, वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाए तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा।
प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो ये अनुशासनहीनता है ही है। जब एक ऑफिशियल मीटिंग बुलाई गई है और उसी के पैरेलल अनऑफिशियल कोई मीटिंग बुलाए तो ये प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो अनुशासनहीनता है। आगे इसके ऊपर देखेंगे क्या कार्रवाई होगी।
हमारी मुख्य शर्त जो है वो ये है कि जिन लोगों ने पार्टी से बगावत की, जिन लोगों ने पार्टी की सरकार को तोड़ने की कोशिश की, गिराने की कोशिश की, उनमें से कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने, ये हमारी मुख्य शर्त है। इसके अलावा तो सामान्य बातें हैं, 19 से पहले हो, 19 के बाद हो। अगर हमें 19 के बाद भी हमारी शर्त यही रहती, 19 से पहले भी हमारी शर्त यह है, इसलिए हमने किसी बात पे कोई एडमेंट हो की बात नहीं की। अपनी बात हमने हाईकमान के जो प्रतिनिधि आए थे उनको पहुंचाने की कोशिश की।
Well, the Congress don't have too many options right now. The Gandhis are on a back foot. This has been unprecedented, viewers, with what has happened, but expected so. Many would ask, if the Congress was at power, if the High Command had a bargaining power, something to actually give and offer, then would these MLAs have done what they did? Because yesterday, it wasn't slighting Sachin Pilot. It was a direct slight to the Gandhis themselves. And that is what has gone down. There's word coming in that, Sonia Gandhi deeply upset with the way things have panned out. And on the other account, word also very strong speculations in Rajasthan, Jaipur, that Ashok Gehlot might not, viewers, file nomination after all. Well, these are speculations as of now, but that's the word that is coming in the face of the Gehlot pilots factions locked in a war in Jaipur. So that's the latest, viewers. Listen in to the reactions.
How many kilometers you will finish?
Now, like 400 and something. 400.
बीजेपी के आज बड़े बड़े मंत्री जो हैं वो बाहर निकल आ गए हैं, आप लोगों को टारगेट कर रहे हैं भारत जोड़ो पे भी, और राजस्थान पर कह रहे हैं भारत जोड़ो से यार तो कांग्रेस जोड़ो करो।
नहीं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा चल रहा है, कांग्रेस जुड़ा हुआ है, उनको कोई चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है। चिंता है आज भारत जोड़ने की। और मुझे खुशी है, मैं अभी अहमदाबाद में था और 36वां नेशनल गेम्स का जो मोटो लगाया हुआ है प्रधानमंत्री के फोटो के नीचे, जुड़ेगा भारत जीतेगा भारत, हालांकि वहाँ लिखा हुआ है जुड़ेगा इंडिया जीतेगा इंडिया। तो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा का असर वहाँ तक भी पहुँच गया है।
सवाल सब आपसे यही पूछ रहे हैं कि वहाँ आप भारत जोड़ने के लिए निकले थे, राजस्थान में पार्टी को कौन जोड़ेगा?
देखिए, पार्टी जहाँ तक सवाल है वो तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई टूटी हुई है राजस्थान में। हाँ, वो आपस में जो द्वंद्व है मेरे ख्याल से इसीलिए है कि वो शायद नया एक मुख्यमंत्री चुन रहे हैं। देखिए, ये भी अटकलें हैं क्योंकि गहलोत जी आएंगे क्या अध्यक्ष के लिए, क्या वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के लिए अपना नामांकन भरेंगे, उसके बाद क्या वो मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा देंगे, ये सब अभी कोई चीज़ स्पष्ट नहीं है। तो मुझे तो ठीक से ये भी वहीं पता है कि वहाँ मीटिंग जो हो रही है उसकी रियल उद्देश्य क्या है। अब ये अटकलें हैं कि शायद उससे जानना चाहते होंगे कि अगर गहलोत जी हटते हैं तो अगला मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनता है। तो ये तो एक ऐसा प्रोसेस जो कांग्रेस में कई बार हुआ है, और ऐसा भी कोई नहीं है कि जो विधायक कुछ कहते हैं किसी और को लाके डाल दिया जाता है। जो अमूमन बता रहे हैं वहाँ के विधायकों को ये चिंता है कि किसी को उन पर थोप दिया जाएगा। अभी तक तो कोई एक ऐसी कहानी भी नहीं है कि यहाँ या कहीं और कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति थोपा गया हो। तो ये जो तमाम चीज़ हुई है, मेरे ख्याल से विधायकों के साथ भी जो संवाद करना चाहिए था, अगर उसमें थोड़ा स्पष्टता कर दो, खुद गहलोत जी भी एक बार आके कहते हैं कि भाई इस प्रक्रिया में सब लोग मिलके बातचीत कर लो, और हमारे जो पर्यवेक्षक हैं वो थोड़ा लोगों को कॉन्फिडेंस में लेके बात करते, उनकी अगर कोई अंदर की चिंताएं थी उन चिंताओं को शांत कर देते, तो ये सब कहानी बनती ही नहीं।
In all this political drama, viewers, and all the chaos, the Congress imploding in Rajasthan, the Bharatiya Janata Party is rubbing its hands inly. Understandably, the state goes into election in the next 1 year, the BJP hoping to storm Rajasthan with a huge mandate. What's gone down? Bhupendra Yadav tweeted out this image that we're going to just show you a short while ago of leader Rahul Gandhi, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. All three of them standing together with a caption asking Rahul Gandhi to jodo Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot first before he even thinks of Bharat Jodo. Spokespersons from the Bharatiya Janata Party attacking the Congress, especially the running by the top management of the Congress, so as to say the likes of Ajay Makan. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party has also jumped into the political turmoil. AAP's Raghav Chadda took to Twitter claiming that the only option now is Arvind Kejriwal as the Congress is finished.
मुझे लगता है एंटरटेनमेंट भारत जोड़ो में कम हुआ, अब राजस्थान में भी शुरू हो गया। जहां पहले ही कानून व्यवस्था ना के बराबर है, वहां पर ऊपर से ये कांग्रेस की लड़ाई ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कांग्रेस के लिए केवल कुर्सी प्यारी है, जनता की सेवा नहीं। वो केवल सत्ता का सुख भोगना चाहते हैं, सेवा नहीं करना चाहते।
पूरे मंत्रिमंडल ने त्यागपत्र दे ही दिया है तो अकेले मुख्यमंत्री क्या करेंगे? ऐसे समय में मुख्यमंत्री जी को मंत्रिमंडल की आपात बैठक बुलाकर सदन को भंग करने की सिफारिश करनी चाहिए, अगर उनमें हिम्मत है तो। अगर उन्होंने आलाकमान को ललकारा है तो निश्चित तौर पर इस टकरार का नुकसान राजस्थान के लोगों को तो है ही,
परंतु राजनीतिक सूचना यह कहती है कि उनको अपने फैसले पर अटल रहकर अब मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक बुलाकर और विधानसभा भंग करने की सिफारिश करनी चाहिए।
लोकतंत्र में तो कुछ होते ही रहता है ना, जो अपने लोगों को खुश नहीं रखे, अपने लोगों को मिला जुला के नहीं चले, तो उसके परिणाम तो लोकतंत्र में यही चलता है। लोकतंत्र में जिसको आप सप्रेस कीजिएगा वो तो कुछ करेगा।
जो कल का घटनाक्रम हुआ वो सियासी तौर पर पाखंड भी हो सकता है और यदि कोई परिस्थिति किसी भी रूप में बदल भी सकती है, लेकिन मुझे समझ में आता है कि कांग्रेस का आलाकमान कमजोर है, जिसको न राजस्थान की कांग्रेस पार्टी से सरोकार है, न राजस्थान के आवाम से सरोकार है। कुल मिलाकर हमारी फिक्र है कि इससे राजस्थान की जनता का नुकसान हुआ है। राजस्थान का किसान आत्महत्याएं कर रहा है, बेरोजगार परेशान है, अपराध चरम सीमा पर हैं, भ्रष्टाचार चरम सीमा पर है। तो विरासत में अशोक गहलोत ने एक ऐसी सरकार छोड़ी है, कोई देवता आके भी यदि इसको पलटना चाहे तो मुझे लगता है परिस्थितियों को बदल नहीं पाएगा। और कांग्रेस के लिए राजस्थान का मुझे लगता है ये एक आखिरी प्रयास है। उसके बाद 2023 और 23 के बाद कांग्रेस राजस्थान से हमेशा के लिए विदा होगी।
ये दो खेमों में बटी हुई सरकार है और कल तो स्पष्ट नजारा सामने नजर आया। ऐसा लगता है जैसे बाड़ेबंदी की सरकार 4 सालों से हम देख रहे हैं। राजस्थान की दुर्दशा कर दी इन्होंने, इस सरकार ने। ऐसी अनस्टेबल गवर्नमेंट कांग्रेस ने दी है और उसके कारण राजस्थान में डेवलपमेंट रुका, गवर्नेंस गायब हुई। गवर्नेंस नाम की तो चीज ही नजर नहीं आ रहा। अब तो मुझे लगता नहीं सरकार है या नहीं। कांग्रेस का जो ये डामाडोल हो रहा है, कांग्रेस का पूरा जो मामला है पूरा टूट रहा है।
जो हो रहा है राजस्थान में वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का आंतरिक मामला है और इसीलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस विषय में कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है, परंतु एक नागरिक के रूप में और खास करके राजस्थान से जुड़े हुए होने के नाते जिस प्रकार से राजस्थान को लगातार अस्थिरता में ढकेला गया है, केवल और केवल कुछ कांग्रेसियों की सत्ता की लालसा की वजह से।
With that, viewers, it's a wrap on this edition of news. But trust India Today to keep the spotlight on the desert storm brewing, raging right now, threatening to tear the Congress apart in the state of Rajasthan. Thank you for joining us.
You are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name is Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now. And that was it. After that it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Ever heard of zombie fires? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada and Alaska. So what are zombie fires really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
And there's more breaking news coming in on the unending, unfolding saga in the Rajasthan mess for the Congress party. Mallikarjun Kharge has reached Sonia Gandhi's residence 10 Janpath in Delhi to submit his report after having completely failed to fix the disaster that has unfolded over the last 24 hours in Rajasthan. Mallikarjun Kharge as a senior observer, Ajay Maken as the state in charge for Rajasthan had both gone to Rajasthan to try and fix the unexpected disaster that erupted yesterday with the rebellion of Ashok Gehlot, who has decided he does not want to be the Congress president. And that entire political bombshell has now detonated on the high command of the party. Gandhi loyalist Mallikarjun Kharge was dispatched along with Ajay Maken to Jaipur to try and see if they can contain the damage of this highly unexpected eruption from Ashok Gehlot, who until now had been labelled as loyalist number one for the Gandhi Parivar. Well, clearly no longer that, because he's a man who's clinging to his chief ministerial chair in Jaipur. Where does that leave Sachin Pilot? Where does that leave the MLAs who've resigned? Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken have abjectly failed in their mission to avert a crisis from expanding and damaging the high command itself. Mallikarjun Kharge, once a senior leader, but now the failure writ large on each and every crisis that the Congress party appears to be lurching from one to the other, continuously without rest, without respite. Let's go across to India Today's Ashutosh Mishra joining us live from outside Sonia Gandhi's residence 10 Janpath. Ashu, what's the latest you're picking up from 10 Janpath? Mallikarjun Kharge returning after having totally failed to contain this crisis in Rajasthan. Airport पे Jaipur airport पे दी थी यार यहाँ पे. I don't think Ashutosh can hear me. I'm going to try and fix that audio in just a moment. But those are pictures of Mallikarjun Kharge arriving there. Let's just listen into the leader.
हम जाएंगे जो कुछ घटनाएं घटी है उसके बारे में तफसील से मैडम हमारे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को बताएंगे, फिर उसके बाद जो फैसला होगा.
मैं सिर्फ इतना बताना चाहता हूं कि हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए अब 10 जनपद कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए जा रहे हैं.
हम जाएंगे जो कुछ घटनाएं घटी है उसके बारे में तफसील से मैडम हमारे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को बताएंगे, फिर उसके बाद जो फैसला होगा.
मैं सिर्फ इतना बताना चाहता हूं कि हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए अब 10 जनपद कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए जा रहे हैं.
Remember, Kharge and Ajay Maken are expected to submit some kind of a report as we speak. Mallikarjun Kharge has that report in his hand. He's going to be delivering it to Sonia Gandhi and basically saying this is the state of play in Rajasthan. I doubt that he's going to be honest enough to say that he has failed in averting and containing the crisis in Rajasthan. But this entire failure reflects terribly on the entire Congress party high command. Nobody was able to detect that Ashok Gehlot was going to play his hand so aggressively and so stubbornly despite being an ultra loyalist of the Gandhis. The entire story has turned 180 degrees since late last night, and ever since India Today broke that story, pretty much setting the news agenda, embarrassing every other channel that had got it wrong, and you can see how it's unfolding at this time. Ashu, I hope you can hear me. Ashutosh is outside 10 Janpat. That's Sonia Gandhi's residence in VIP Delhi. What's the latest you're picking up? The Mallikarjun Kharge, another huge failure on his part to try and, avert this crisis. And he's gone to 10 Janpat now. What are you picking up, Ashu?
Well, Shiv, not to forget to mention Ajay Maken as well. Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken, two observers sent to Rajasthan, and now they are back to square one, and we are again within 48 hours back to the same question: who will be the next Congress president? As now was we hearing that Ashok Gehlot may not even file nomination, and since now these two people, Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge, at Delhi airport said they are going to submit the report about what has happened in Rajasthan. But perhaps the Congress High Command, the leadership, already know what has happened in Rajasthan. Everything was so visible, so audible, and so noisy that everyone knows what has happened in Rajasthan. The way old guard loyalists have literally turned out a rebel, and now at an extent saying that after becoming president, he will take decision who will be the next chief minister. So when you hear, these words from the old guard and your loyalists from the party, perhaps more than 3 decades, then it clearly, gives another thought process to the entire leadership. And that perhaps what is happening here right at 10 Janpat, where I'm standing at the moment. Just been 5 minutes when Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge reached at 10 Janpat residence.
We'll come back to you, Ashu, in just a short while from now. We're going to slip into a small break because our coverage is going to be continuous. We broke the story. We've got all those voices first. We've spoken to Mallikarjun Kharge. We'll try and get a word in from the Gandhis as well, because like other channels who are wondering whether they can get to the Gandhis or not, we're going to keep trying because they've been silent for over 24 hours since this entire story broke. So stay with us. Time for a break. On the other side, you don't want to miss what's coming up. It's a special India Today presentation, Fault in Our Hand. It's the deepest dive so far into what ails the Congress party. Could there be a better time to watch this documentary than now? It's coming up next, Fault in Our Hand.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has 2 sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You see this glazed donut? It's obviously glazed, glowing and glistening, but not greasy. Do you wish for your skin to look like that without it looking greasy? You can now achieve the ultimate glazed donut skin by following a skincare routine that is gold standard for skincare. Your skin can now look glazed, glowing, glistening without looking greasy. This trend has taken social media by storm and we are not complaining. Just look at these influencers with glazed donut skin. They look fresh, well hydrated, look like spring impersonated. Here are some simple, easy steps that can help you achieve this look. Firstly, cleanse the skin with a non-irritating face wash. Second, you need to use a hydrating serum that contains hyaluronic acid. Will even help you plump your skin up to get that fresh look. Thirdly, make your skin's moisture barrier intact. Use a moisturizer even if you have oily skin. A rich moisturizer if your skin is on the drier side. Just make sure the products are non-comedogenic in nature. If you don't look hydrated and like a glazed donut, then you're probably not doing the right thing. Lastly, always wear sunscreen before stepping out. Come rain, snow, hell or high water. Say it again with us. I will always wear sunscreen before stepping out. And voila, here is your glazed donut look. Of course, eating well, sleeping well will help you a lot. And some of our Indian influencers are now stamping this trend.
Well, unfortunately, I've always had troubled skin, acne prone, oily, all the issues in the world. Imagine them, I have them. But then, of course, a good skincare regime is very important to ensure that you get that glazed donut-like effect. The glazed skin trend that is actually going viral on Instagram and all over the internet, which is all about well-nourished, well-moisturized, glowing skin. That is not just makeup, but actually is a glow from within.
Yeah, I guess you just have to be mindful about what you eat and you drink your water, you hydrate yourself, moisturize your skin, use your sunscreen, and I think you're good to go. Yeah.
We anticipate this glazed donut skin is here to stay, especially since it builds on popular skincare principles like glass skin and slugging. Simply put, the glazed donut face reminds us that glowing, almost reflective skin is the skin of the moment. Let's all now thank Hailey Bieber for this rather delicious trend. With inputs from Riya Modi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
We are seeing the melting down almost of the grand old party.
There's been no change in party leadership.
Congress leaders were certain that the BJP is the one who made the family firm.
24 Akbar Road, the heart of Delhi's VVIP zone. This is the All India Congress Committee headquarters. Once a throbbing power center of the nation,
you would have jolly well done something up till now in the past 5 years.
Now, the pokey corridors wear an eerie look.
I think the only constant in life is change. And an organization or a political party has to keep changing itself to adapt to the new realities.
There isn't a fundamental ideological dilution. I think what has really happened is that you've made adjustments according to how situations have evolved.
Ours is a very is a party with a very rich dictionary of wisdom. We take time in adjusting, we take time in understanding.
Elections are won and lost, but the work of a nation never ends. With all my strength, I shall continue to serve the people of India.
But before we venture into the anatomy of the crisis writ large on these lonely walls, let's paint you a picture in the language that politicians speak. Since 2014, when the Narendra Modi-led NDA tsunami hit them, the Congress has been in steady freefall, losing 39 out of the 49 state elections held. Close to 200 MPs and MLAs have left the party, almost all of them unceremoniously. Defeated in state after state, the Congress is in full-fledged power in only 2 states. That's Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. The picture in Parliament is worse in many ways. The Congress managed just 52 Lok Sabha seats in 2019. Mind you, this was the exact same party that dominated the House with 206 seats when the UPA 2 came to power. This was back in 2009.
Namaskar. Should I start? The Congress party has done pretty badly. There's a lot for us to think about. And as Vice President of the party, I hold myself responsible for what has happened. Thank you.
The Congress party is certainly in a state of crisis, yes. Cumulatively, we have won less than 100 seats nationwide in the last 2 general elections. So there is definitely an electoral crisis. So we really need to reinvent ourselves. We really need to reposition ourselves.
I don't think it's true that the Congress party is not doing enough. Of course, we've not won as many elections as we'd like to win. But that doesn't mean that there is the will has gone away. We're fighting with hunger, we're fighting to win. We're not contesting for the sake of contesting.
You look at the Congress party office, the 24 Akbar Road, it has a one barrack 12/8 room nameplate outside saying that the Congress Central Election Authority, we want to sit and deliberate upon, that room is not sufficient. There is no mechanism to, fight elections.
Anybody within the Congress party who is under this false notion that this is just a temporary aberration or a setback from which the Congress party can just automatically recover, they are living in a fool's paradise. This is an existential crisis.
In early 2022, the Congress scored its latest epic string of losses, failing to win in all 5 states that went to polls.
Of course, like I said earlier, I think it's important for the Congress to win state elections, because unless we capture those states and get people's mandate there, we won't be able to dislodge the NDA government in 2024. Of course, we've lost a few elections in UP and other Bengal, other states, but that's been a problem for last 25 years. It's nothing new that has come up.
So I think you've got to accept some realities, and some harsh realities on the ground are that we have not been in power in Uttar Pradesh for almost over 35 years now. You're right, we put a lot into this campaign. I think we took a leap of faith in electoral politics and put women in mainstream. Yes, we did lose out, but I don't think it has dissuaded us. I think it has only made our resolve deeper.
भागने का क्या सवाल है? We are here to fight. We are not fighting for winning an election here or an election there. We've won many more elections than the BJP can ever dream of. So forget elections.
See, the fundamental difference between us and the BJP's election machinery is that the BJP has got social organizations outside the political firmament which seem to have mass contact with people constantly. For example, they have the RSS, they have the ABVP, they have the Bajrang Dal, whereas the Congress party doesn't have social organizations which have mass contact outside the election campaign. So it's not enough only to have mass contact or outreach during elections and expect results.
Alarmingly for the party, this included the state of Punjab, where they were expected to comfortably win before a bungled change of guard.
nothing symbolizes the disastrous nature of Congress's election management than what happened in Punjab. What kind of logic did you have in place when you decided to replace Captain Amrinder Singh? Who do you replace him with? A relative non-entity like Charanjit Singh Channi, who, as we speak, is today in Canada, not even wanting to return after his defeat from 2 seats. And your other choice in Navjot Singh Sidhu is in jail, serving a prison sentence.
The Congress is in a state of denial. And there is a saying in Hindi कि हमारे बाप दादा ने घी खाया था, हमारी हथेली सूंघ लो. There is too much of past reliances there.
With no end to the political blood loss and the numbers becoming more daunting with each passing day, the interim president, Sonia Gandhi, had no choice but to hit the alarm button.
Well, the train, Chetak Express, has arrived here. You can see behind me.
The who's who of the party flocked to a luxury resort for emergency contemplation.
3 दिन के चिंतन शिविर में बहुत सारी बातें आएगी। कांग्रेस मजबूती से इस चिंतन शिविर से निकलेगी।
कई अहम फैसले होंगे क्योंकि अब वक्त आ गया कि हम इंतजार नहीं कर सकते।
आउटकम तो भी आना है। चिंतन शिविर होना यही एक अहम बात अपने आप।
नई उमंग, एक नया जोश, एक नई दृष्टि।
This is Mosmi Singh in Udaipur for India Today. Perhaps there was a belief in the party high command that if there is a post-mortem, Rahul Gandhi's role or Priyanka Gandhi Wadra's role in UP would be analysed critically, and there would be a lot of knives that will be out for the Gandhi leadership. And that's one reason that just very shortly before the Chintan Shivir, this Nav Sankalp Shivir was recoined by the Congress strategists who were close to the Rahul Gandhi camp.
राहुल जी कई बड़े फैसले लिए गए, क्या कहेंगे?
नमस्कार
राहुल जी।
What was supposed to be an introspection conclave turned into a brainstorming session for the next national election in 2024.
हमारे संगठन के सामने परिस्थितियां उत्पन्न हुई है, वे अभूतपूर्व है। असाधारण परिस्थितियों का मुकाबला असाधारण तरीके से ही किया जा सकता है।
Sonia Gandhi's call was loud and clear to the party. It was time to hit the reset button and provide a clear new direction for the Congress on how to pick up the pieces, how to stand up and fight back for its space.
Such brainstormings should not be once in a 5-year event or once in a 5 or 10-year event. They should be held biannually, because political parties or organizations which do not think together are really not able to wrap their head around the challenges which confront them.
Make sure that we change with positivity, but those changes must yield results. We must be looked at as a party of the future that delivers, that people have a resounding faith in, and that we can rise to the challenge. And that organizational change, attitude change, perception change, I think it all comes together.
So yes, you have to wake up, you have to smell the coffee, you've got to get together, re-strategize, get back to the drawing board, and I think that is what happened in Udaipur. I had a seat at the table where I could voice my opinion on issues about economy or politics, and I think which other party does that?
What followed was restructuring, at least in terms of the party's communication. On the back of rising inflation, of price rise and of soaring unemployment, the Congress party decided to take the concerns of common citizens to the streets. That Friday, a statement was silently being made.
See any threat to Congress from the BJP in near future?
Communalism is the real enemy here. The BJP is one part of increasing communalism.
How are you enjoying the onset of dictatorship in India? Are you enjoying it? जो समाज को बांटा जा रहा है, उसके बारे में हम चर्चा करना चाहते हैं.
Well, every opposition party has to be aggressive. I mean, after all, when you are in the opposition, what is your role? Your role is to really articulate the concerns of the people, which you think that the government of the day or the dispensation or the administration which is in office is ignoring.
Because this government was voted in with I think some amount of faith that they're going to do some things. What they have instead done is colossal jumlas, and so people are angry. So when we talk, I think we reflect the people of this country.
And it took them a whole day to come up with this narrative, to say that this is because of it coincides with the Bhumi Puja of the Ram temple.
कांग्रेस ने इसमें हिडन तरीके से अपनी अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाया है, मगर आज 5 अगस्त है। आज ही के दिन करोड़ों लोगों की आस्था का केंद्र जो राम जन्मभूमि है, वहां पर इस देश के लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भूमि पूजन किया था।
And that's what the BJP is also doing. They're saying this is just optics.
But I don't think that's true, because there's been a sustained campaign against price rise, inflation, unemployment are 3 issues that we've been talking about for past few years.
If we are talking about price rise, if we are talking about GST, it's out of curriculum for them.
The ruling dispensation always counters that with a very vociferous narrative, divisive talks. They try to divert the attention.
They have their own self-limiting politics. They can only think in terms of polarization. They can only think in divisive politics.
While all Congress leaders descended onto the streets of the national capital, 2 leaders spearheaded the charge and were at the epicenter of the dharna: Rahul Gandhi and his sister Priyanka.
धरने पे बैठ गए हैं आके बैरिकेड क्रॉस करने के एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें देखिए। राहुल गांधी बैठे हुए हैं, बिल्कुल फ्रंट से लीड कर रहे हैं इस वक्त।
कुछ भी चीज़ हासिल करनी होती है टीम वर्क से होता है।
तो प्रियंका को राजनीति में कब ला रहे हैं?
अब वो आप उनसे पूछिए। मगर ये आप जो कह रहे हैं इसका श्रेय ये एक व्यक्ति का नहीं है।
That gave the BJP enough ammunition to pounce on the party and further amplify the charge.
The Congress is not a party, it's a private limited company. It's a family firm. It's a family-run enterprise.
Whenever you talk about the Congress party, so it's not so much of your angst against the Congress party, it's Rahul Gandhi that you have a problem with.
Definitely. Rahul Gandhi humiliated me like anything. Gogoi humiliated like me anything. So in a personal note, this is a sweet victory.
The problem is with the way a family is running a historical movement. It is all about the way that a family has captured the organization. You talk about Gandhi family, nobody talks Mahatma Gandhi, Tushar Gandhi, Rajmohan Gandhi. They talk about Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi.
What is the obsession for the ruling party with the Gandhi Parivar?
Well, that's a question which you should ask the BJP. I think it's in a part of our DNA to have that obsession with the individual. And I don't think that really does any service if you are looking at the well-being of 140 crore people.
How can that be? This is a bigger political question, because this is not confined to Congress. In Indian political system, there are many states where a party is actually captured or ruled by a family, and most of the decisions are taken in dining table.
And that brings us to the question that everyone seems to ask: why can't the Congress look beyond the Gandhis?
Consensus is more than a buzzword for the Congress. Very often it has meant its very survival, because the party is split prone. In 1978, there was another split when Mrs. Gandhi formed the Congress I.
Welcome to News Track. In our lead story, Sonia Gandhi. Will she live up to their expectations?
As the party started losing its hold without a charismatic leader, Sonia was seen as a potential savior. Though Sonia's political acumen has never been put to the test, congressmen see her as the inheritor of the Nehru legacy.
One criticism that has always been made against Indira Gandhi, it's made against you, it's been made against the Gandhi family, is promoting dynasty.
कई पुश्तों से देश की लगातार सेवा की है।
politics, you are elected and you are defeated democratically.
और उनके कुछ सिद्धांत थे जिनके साथ उन्होंने कभी समझौता नहीं किया.
It is with the utmost humility that I will always be walking in the shadow of giants.
So much more is expected of us because we have a certain surname, because we belong to a certain family.
मैं इंदिरा जी की बहू हूँ और किसी से नहीं डरती.
Why can't they look beyond Rahul Gandhi, who wields power with no position, zero accountability, despite leading his party to two shattering, humiliating defeats?
See, Rahul Gandhi is himself to be blamed. He's a very unconventional politician. Everyone knows in 2017, Rahul Gandhi had actually fought, he had put up a very good fight in Gujarat. But this time around, what is Rahul Gandhi doing? Instead of fighting assembly elections in Gujarat and in Himachal, he is going for a yatra, a political yatra. Now, how do you quantify the success of a yatra?
Frankly, if I was Rahul Gandhi, I would say, you want me to apologize for a world statesman like Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru? And by allowing yourself to be burdened by it, I think he's just weakened, the whole, dynastic story.
If the BJP is obsessed with what Mr. Gandhi is doing or Sonia Gandhi is doing or Priyanka Gandhi is doing, then that's their problem. These are leaders of the Congress party. They're leading from the front. I think they take on the BJP and the government of India head on.
This government constantly refuses to accept responsibility. भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे. हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं. समझ गए बात?
I come from a rural constituency like Maharajganj. When I go back to my constituency and I ask normal people or I ask the Congress workers, who is your leader? They don't name any of the people that you named here. They name Rahul Gandhi as their leader. So should I be hypocritical? Should I, because I need to adjust in Latvian conversations, come back and say, oh yeah, somebody else should be a leader? If they believe Rahul Gandhi is the leader, who am I to make a hypocrisy of this? And 100 out of 100 people tell me that their leader is Rahul Gandhi.
Why they attack leaders of the Congress party? It's an old obsession. It's nothing new. It's been happening for years together. It's not about one individual. It's about the opposition, the Congress party, doing what the people expect it to do.
I'm questioning those people in the BJP who keep running our leadership down. Who are you? This is my leadership. I get to choose my leadership. Rahul Gandhi is the man who started his role as the leader in the opposition with the Soot Boot Ki Sarkar, and that slogan really rattled the Prime Minister. I haven't seen him wear a suit boot after that.
The reason BJP put so much focus on Rahul Gandhi is because they are rattled by him. The BJP is so obsessed with Rahul Gandhi is just because they fear something.
Most people in the Congress say they are trying to threaten the country. They are creating an atmosphere of fear and hatred. I can respond to one kind of allegation. Are we threatening him or are we threatened by him? Well, I think Rahul Gandhi is the biggest asset. But unfortunately, he is not an asset for the Congress. We treat him like an asset. We don't need lectures about who's not securing democratic rights and the free and fair democracy in this country from a person like Rahul Gandhi. His own track record should tell us a lot.
The fact is that Rahul Gandhi is extremely relevant, not just to the BJP. He scares the living daylights out of them.
मुझे कहते हैं सही बात बोलने के लिए माफी बोलूं, माफी मांगू. मेरा नाम राहुल सावरकर नहीं है, मेरा नाम राहुल गांधी है.
But he's also extremely relevant to India's politics because he represents the exact opposite of what Mr. Modi stands for.
To my mind, the BJP's most successful campaign in the last decade has been the pappufication of Rahul Gandhi.
कांग्रेस पप्पू का गुलगुला बन गई है.
पप्पू हैं और पप्पू बाबू प्लीज
चाहे पप्पू हों
बैठ जाए. पप्पू है कि नहीं?
उनके एक युवा नेता हैं, अभी भाषण सीख रहे हैं.
आपके लिए मैं पप्पू हूँ, आपके लिए मैं अलग अलग गाली दे सकते हो, मगर मेरे अंदर आपके खिलाफ इतना सा भी गुस्सा, इतना सा भी क्रोध, इतनी सी भी नफरत नहीं है. मैं कांग्रेस हूँ और ये सब कांग्रेस हैं और कांग्रेस ने और इस भावना ने इस देश को बनाया है. इस बात को आप कभी मत भूलिए.
They have consistently targeted Rahul Gandhi, often unfairly, to the point where Rahul Gandhi's credibility as a leader has been almost decimated.
Vilification of Rahul ji gets attraction not only because BJP does it. A huge section of media is complicit in it. My interaction with him or my leader, the SVG, we have found him very sincere, committed to certain ideas on which people don't speak. There are challenges to Congress and Rahul ji. We understand. But those challenges can be met, can be overcome.
I can say the same about the BJP, for example. Are all decisions in the BJP consensual, are unanimous? Are not 2 or 3 people running the government, running the party? So these allegations, counter allegations don't hold much water. What's more important is, as a political party, are you rising to the occasion? Whether you're in government or opposition, you have a job to do. You'll win elections, you lose elections. But you don't stray from what your commitments are.
So here's the picture. After the rout in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, where the Congress managed an embarrassing 52 seats, Rahul took responsibility and stepped down as president.
Congress President Rahul Gandhi, in his address to the CWC, offered his resignation as the party president.
I know the strength of the Congress when it is in power.
Frankly, today it doesn't matter what I think went wrong. What matters is that the people of India have decided that Narendra Modi is going to be the Prime Minister.
And I know that the Congress is doubly strong when it is sitting on the opposition benches.
Hopefully, he will look after the interest of this country. Thank you very much.
But he was clearly in a huff, obliquely blaming party elders for not toeing his line. Rahul Gandhi may have quit the highest position of responsibility in the party, but most leaders still followed his sulking, retreating figure.
Here is the man who talks his mind, who's not compromised, who's not tainted at all, and asks tough questions. Show me one politician in India who can do that. That's a simple answer.
A large party will have differences. I mean, a large party, like particularly a Congress party, which is not, as rigid as the BJP, will have differences. People will have ideas. I love the Congress for that. The differences in the Congress is actually a healthy sign of a vibrant democratic institution.
The letter which was written 2 years back was not a form of dissent. The letter was not written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The letter was written by people who've spent a lifetime in the Congress party, bringing certain things to the attention of the Congress president, that in our estimation, these are some of the issues which need to be addressed. It was not about dissent, it was not about challenging A leader or B leader or C leader. It was about issues which we thought were germane enough to be flagged for the attention of the AICC Secretariat.
I mean, it's an interesting bit that you say that somebody would want to be a fly on the wall when we discuss Congress strategy. They will be very pleasantly surprised. Some of the debates are extremely hot. They seem to be pulling in all kinds of directions. But I think the unique thing about whether it is Rahul ji or whether it is Priyanka ji, there is a lot of efforts to not make this a top-down, one-man, one-writ looming large.
From being called a reluctant part-time politician to the very fulcrum of Congress's decline, Rahul Gandhi is target number one, not just for his rivals, but for many within the party itself.
If for 20 years the Congress Working Committee did not force a change, while it's easy to blame the Gandhis today, I think it is a collective responsibility of the seniors within the party who abdicated their own role the way they should have fulfilled it.
Politics is not about body language on one day. It's not about the single sharp soundbite. Rahul Gandhi has practiced for the longest time a kind of erratic form, a whimsical form of politics, where one day you are involved in activity, next day you've disappeared. Politics, whether you like it or not, requires a sustained engagement with your organization, with the people, 24/7.
To battle the rumblings of rebellion at home, Rahul has ordered fresh presidential elections for the party in October. So here's a little bit of history, just so you know that the party has had non-Gandhis become party presidents. UN Debar and K. Kamaraj are among the few. The pattern changed when Indira Gandhi took over in 1978. Soon after, the party was ousted from the centre for the first time. And after her assassination in 1984, her son Rajiv took over proceedings that lasted 6 years. Post his demise, P.V. Narasimha Rao and Sitaram Kesari had brief terms till Sonia Gandhi came to the front to spearhead the party since 1998. From there on, there's been no looking back.
Simply having a new head is not going to change the party. You're going to need to energize the party at every level if it is to become truly competitive and take on the kind of juggernaut that the BJP is today.
I do believe that this is an opportunity for the Congress party to look beyond the Gandhis. Nothing wrong at all. Let somebody else take over. So whether it's Shashi Tharoor, Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, anybody, I mean, they can all take a shot at it. And it doesn't mean that Priyanka will be irrelevant or Rahul will be irrelevant.
None of them are elected. They are all selected and handpicked. And therefore, what is happening in the form of an election is nothing but a sham and a fixed match and a coronation.
I don't know who chose Nadda, nor am I interested in knowing. I don't know which election made Amit Shah the president of BJP for 2 terms. I'm not interested. But why are they obsessed with my leadership?
If the Congress party is saying this as an argument that what we do is our business, then the Congress has no business to preach democracy to the entire country. So there is elections in the BJP, there is coronation in the Congress, and for the Congress to say that you can't ask us questions is the sign and symbol of intolerance.
Who do you see as Congress president?
I don't think there should be a Congress president. This party should now, there is no relevance. Why there should be president? It should wind up.
Congress has lost its relevance.
I don't think that after that generation is over, Sardar Patel, Mahatma Gandhi, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, then why now Congress should exist?
Before even stepping into the battlefield of election strategies and crafting that fight against the BJP, his or her priority will be to put an end to the internal bleeding that's debilitated the party for years since 2014, to rebuild the party organisation from the ground up and, importantly, instill a long-absent discipline within the ranks. Since 2014, the party has endured multiple setbacks, with leaders ending their long associations with the Congress, from Himanta Biswa Sarma in 2015 to Ghulam Nabi Azad more recently. The party has lost nearly 30 high-profile names. What made things worse and more bitter was many of those dumping the Congress were simply walking across to the enemy camp, to the BJP.
If you want to do politics, you have to do politics with the blessings of people. In democracy, it is always by the people.
I think to do politics of the opposition in today's circumstances is an extremely tough, tall task. With all due respect to all of those who've gone to other sides, how do you make your peace with the fact that you've joined hands with a political force that you've opposed all your life?
I do not know how Congress can level allegation against a person or against any individual who till other day was in the party. People to raat mein hi corrupt nahi banta hai. How you discover his bad virtue only on the day when he joined BJP? If he is a bad, he must be bad from very beginning. Then why you have given him ticket for MLA? Why you have given ticket for MP? That means you are a washing machine. As long as the person is in Congress, you will keep on watching his sin.
People might be unhappy in the organizational structure. That I understand. Many people would be unhappy with the organizational structure. But to leave the party and to go and join a party which is 180 degrees different from you ideologically proves that you never had an ideology in the first place.
First of all, what is your ideology? Ideology is the India first. Whenever you are in Congress, whenever you are in BJP, भारत का कल्याण हो, लोगों का कल्याण है, वही तो आपका आइडियोलॉजी है. So when you are changing that ideology, we have come from Congress to BJP because we have seen a bigger opportunity of serving people under the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But ideology remains same.
look at the number of people who left the Congress party, let's say in the 1980s and 90s. What happens to people who left the Congress party? How well do they do? Did you know that Madhav Rao Scindia left the Congress party and formed his own party? Come to the south. Mr. A.K. Anthony in 1982 left the Congress party, formed his own party. What happened in Northeast? Mr. Sangma. So what happens to these individuals? A, they either come back to the Congress party, or B, they get their party subsumed into the Congress, or C, like in Mr. Pawar's model, they get to work with the Congress party together. There's one worthy exception to this rule, is Mamata Banerjee. She got expelled on the 22nd of December 1997. And today, she's a 3-time chief minister with almost a 3/4 majority in Bengal. And Congress in Bengal have become zero, so have the left. So that's the worthy exception.
We refer to 2023 as a game changer. Why is that? Because 9 states go into elections in the year. In 2 of them, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, the Congress is fighting to stay in power for a successive term.
Frankly, I don't know personally, but yes, I know that in Rajasthan we have a government which is a Congress government. In the last 30 years, we've seen a flip every 5 years. So it's a BJP government, then a Congress government. It's time we break that tradition and have a repeat of the Congress government. History will repeat itself. You know, if you don't do something different to reach out and to make sure we have a serious attempt at winning people's blessings again in next year, December.
Politics, there is no void ever. And in fact, every state, the Congress has more than one capable leader. And that's something, that's a strength we have.
And in Madhya Pradesh, where they were deposed after the high-profile exit of a member of Rahul's inner circle, the hope is to stay as a strong opposition at least.
In 2018, which was the best year that the Congress has had in the last decade, they won Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. And they were part of a government in Karnataka. And yet, they were demolished a year later. General elections are very different to state elections.
Which is why I believe if the Congress were to change the game, have a new leader, get aggressive, go and motivate your cadres and talk to people, the young of India, trust me, the story can change.
And then there's the election that will be closely watched, Karnataka, where the Congress will be looking for political revenge against the BJP after the latter broke up a Congress-JDS government midway by way of defections and ruthless power play.
Always Congress party in Karnataka had paid away. Even at the time when Janata Party came to power in the national level, when Indira Gandhi was being defeated, it is Karnataka. It has created hundreds of leaders in this country. First time when I contested an election, I was a student leader. As a student, I contested the election. And now I am there with a lot of very rich experience. We want this state to be seen in a different angle, which has very big strength, which has contributed to the growth of this country.
But before that sudden fight begins, the Congress has been caught sitting on its hands on an extremely crucial decision.
I think it is very important for the Congress to sort this thing out. I mean, there are compelling reasons on both sides that, should there be a chief ministerial face and should there not be a chief ministerial face. The Congress is always very tentative and indecisive. And it falls between the two stools. It must take a call. It must experiment.
No outfit knows this better than the Congress party. In every state, there's always been at least a two-way fight for the party's chief ministerial face ahead of an election.
That decision is with the party, and even the BJP or any other party, sometimes they announce depending on the circumstances, but usually the Congress party doesn't announce a face that so-and-so will be chief minister because it's a collective effort. And then whoever the legislative members of the party decide becomes the leader and the person becomes chief minister. This rivalry issue, it's also because you have strong leaders, right? So I'm not at all that worried about who will get what position. It's the party has to win.
We saw it happen in Chhattisgarh.
To your point about differences in the open, yes, I wish there were fewer differences in the open. But then, we are a melting pot. We allow people to disagree with the leadership, so it's all right.
When you use the word management of egos, I differ. It's not egos, it's aspirations. Why do you expect a temporary, an artificial hunky-dory atmosphere within an organization. Why should there be artifice?
No one can forget the infamous ongoing hostilities in Rajasthan.
The Congress, I think that charge is not true, but perhaps I think a better alignment of two generations is what we require to do moving forward, and then have a cohesive sort of a coming together of two forces, and that will be formidable.
Then there was the public verbal spats that broke out in Punjab again in the run-up to an election.
कांग्रेस खुद के कारणों से कमजोर हो रही है, उनको किसी बाहरी दुश्मन की जरूरत ही नहीं है, और कांग्रेस पार्टी कोई भी चुनाव जीतने की इच्छा शक्ति के साथ लड़ती ही नहीं है। उनके अंदर वो विल पावर नहीं है कि वो चुनाव जीतने के लिए लड़े। वो चुनाव शुरुआत ही इसी से करते हैं कि हमें तो चुनाव हारना है। तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को बाहर के किसी व्यक्ति को लड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, वो आपस में लड़ने के लिए काफी है, आपस में एक दूसरे को कमजोर करने के लिए काफी है।
Like Punjab, where the Congress was the front runner and should have won the elections until they committed harakiri or political suicide, I hope the Congress doesn't do that in Karnataka. That's a state that the Congress party can actually win.
Two Congress leaders taking potshots publicly at each other. Former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Party President D.K. Shivkumar.
See, it is not important that I be the Chief Minister or X be the Chief Minister. There are so many leaders who have contributed for the growth of the party in the state. There are various leaders. Not 1, 2, 3, 4. There are more than 10 leaders are there. Like Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge was the president. He was a leader of the opposition who have contributed for the growth of the party, strengthening the party, keeping the party united. We believe everyone has to work together.
The last thing I think the Congress needs to now do is allow factionalism to destroy the Karnataka Congress, because then, it will be yet another case of the Congress never missing an opportunity to miss an opportunity.
See, there is no any friction or any groups in the party. Congress has only one group, that is the Congress group. No individual group is being allowed. I don't believe in it. I believe in collective leadership. There are various leaders in our party. We will all join together. We will see that Congress party coming to power is important. It is not me or Siddaramaiah is not important here. We have to serve the people. We are working together. We will see that the Congress will be in power.
I welcome this idea of multiple ambitious leaders vying for position within units. See, there is a methodology within the Congress hierarchy to sort out these issues. But if there is somebody who's going to become the overwhelming favorite leader among the cadre, I don't think anybody can prevent that person from becoming a leader.
And now to our final chapter. What does the future hold for the Congress party? Ironically, an astrologer had said that the party's fate line is blurred, referring to the party's famous emblem.
You have to stop the BJP in 2024, and therefore they need to move heaven and earth. That if there's any one party that can stop the BJP even today, it is the Congress.
The obituary of the Congress party is a pet project of a lot of people. It's a 137-year-old party, let's not forget that. Understands how to respond to situations, learns, unlearns. Histories of India and the Congress party are so intertwined with each other that it cannot be separated.
The party which now gives dictation to everyone that all political parties shall be finished. Bharatiya Janata Party is the only party in India. They must not forget they were at two. They had to struggle for so many years. I wish them luck. But at the same time, they should not ridicule other political parties, including Congress.
The Congress at the moment is facing the most ruthless, energetic, resourceful election machine in the history of independent India in the form of the Modi-Shah BJP.
The Congress party's future is very much in its own hands. Political parties in the past have been guilty of not evolving, of completely losing their relevance, and that is literally the Congress's battle today.
You see, that's a call which eventually the people of India will take. And there are 543 seats in the Lok Sabha which will be up for grabs. The question is that who has the footprint to be able to really have that pan-India presence in an efficacious manner.
We may have lost two elections, but don't forget we won two elections back to back, 2004 and 2009. Nothing remains the same. people who got huge victories have had to suffer huge losses. And that may and very well will apply to the BJP and NDA.
See, the Congress's strength is the fact that the people must perceive us as the natural party of governance in the centre. And at the moment, they don't perceive us as that, but that can be regained.
137 years of legacy. The battle for identity pre-independence, the contribution to India's freedom movement, and some of the country's most iconic leaders, yet a continuing fall into darkness. The Congress has only itself to blame and only itself to save.
But the fulcrum and the bedrock of a pan-India opposition and the pole and the pivot can only be the Congress, because it's the only party that has presence, like I said, all across India. And of course, that's something that the BJP is very wary of.
This is the march of time, and these are the cycle of events. And you're absolutely fine that across the world, there have been instances where political parties have got eclipsed. The Liberals, the Whigs, they're classical examples. But in my estimation, I think those fears or those apprehensions or that skepticism with regard to the Indian National Congress may be a tad exaggerated. In my estimation, things will settle down because there is an intrinsic genius which the Indian people have of discerning as to what is good and what is bad for them.
It's flawed to say that the Congress could ever become irrelevant. I think Congress, in many ways, represents large sections of our people. We stand for diversity, we stand for all languages, we stand for all regions. How can we ever become irrelevant? Yes, electoral setbacks will set us thinking, they will set us re-strategizing, but I don't think we can ever become irrelevant.
A vibrant democracy that believes in the power of the opposition will no doubt be rooting for a Congress revival.
The Congress have to do well in those 3-4 states where they have one-on-one contests with BJP, and I say well means not necessarily win but not lose too badly also in some states like Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh.
I think let's not hurry. Let's not conclude that Rahul's time is over, he cannot do anything. For that matter, Congress time is over, they cannot do anything. The same fate line got Congress absolute majority in AP. That was the first election on Punjab. I reiterate what I said. राजनीति की तस्वीर बदलनी है ना, तो राजनीति को देखने का तरीका बदलना होगा.
But whether the next few years translate into a true rebirth or a continued descent into dust is completely in the party's hands.
Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
You look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, you know, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is
optics. Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him, because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh, and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance pitch that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
You know, I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are two areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the third state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
Imagine waking up to a new catastrophe every day. The world that we live in is leading towards a future where in a year there will be 560 catastrophes. This is not a plot of a horror movie, but instead this will be our reality, according to the UN. Yes, the UN has said if we don't act on climate change now, by the year 2030, we will have 560 catastrophes a year.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
दिल चाहता है कभी ना बीते चमकीले दिन हो, दिल चाहता है हम ना रहे कभी यारों के बिन, जब दिन भर हो प्यारी बातें, झूमे शामें गाए रातें, मस्ती में रहे डूबा डूबा हमेशा समा, हमको राहों में यूं ही मिलती रहे खुशियाँ, दिल चाहता है।
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
जैसे कहीं चांद की पायल गूंजे, जैसे कहीं शीशे के जाम गिरे और छल से टूटे, जैसे कोई चुपके सितारे बजाए, जैसे कोई चांदनी रात में गाए, जैसे कोई हॉल से पास बुलाए। कैसी मीठी बातें थी वो, कैसे मुलाकातें थी वो, जब मैंने जाना था नजरों से कैसे पिघलते हैं दिल और आरज़ू पाती है कैसे मंजिल और कैसे उतरता है चांद ज़मीन पर, कैसे कभी लगता है स्वर्ग अगर है तो बस यहीं पर।
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Over a dozen targeted attacks, petrol bomb attacks that have been reported in the last 3 to 4 days in the states of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. You'd think the administration takes it seriously, but we've been seeing these attacks against RSS functionaries, against BJP functionaries in Tamil Nadu. The DMK, meanwhile, has cried conspiracy, saying that this is an attempt by the BJP and RSS to create unrest in the state and to create a certain narrative. Join me at 6 p.m. this evening on India Today as we discuss what's been playing out after the raids against the PFI in both Kerala as well as Tamil Nadu.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by Galaxy Z Fold 4. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
PFI rampage days after raids. Petrol bomb attacks continue unabated. Dozens of RSS BJP leaders targeted. BJP hits out, but DMK calls it a conspiracy.
What is very unfortunate in the whole episode is the way the government of Tamil Nadu is handling this whole process. Not even a single condemnation from the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
Tamil Nadu, Kerala on edge over violence. SDPI leaders 10-second warning to RSS.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this evening we're going to be talking about the fallout of the raids against the PFI, which we saw a couple of days ago. Since then, in two states, Tamil Nadu as well as Kerala, we've been seeing non-stop unprecedented violence, so much so that there have been targeted attacks, targeted violence against RSS and BJP functionaries of petrol bomb attacks. Now, in Tamil Nadu, there's a lot of talk about this because the administration has said that all of this is a conspiracy. We're going to be talking about that and getting you all the reactions. As always, let's begin with the headlines. Massive escalation in Gehlot versus pilot saga in Rajasthan. After 92 MLAs resigned, pilot in wait-and-watch mode. Sources tell India Today Gehlot could backtrack on the Congress president nomination. Gandhi's attempt to damage control, but with zero success. Emissaries Ajay Makan and Mallikarjun Kharge in Rajasthan, but failed to broker truce. Submit report to Sonia Gandhi in Delhi. BJP AAP mock Bharat Jodo amid Rajasthan churn. AAP claims Congress is finished in Rajasthan. BJP declares 2023 assembly polls a done deal. India Today confronts Bollywood diva Jacqueline Fernandez in court. Jackie evades all questions. Big relief for her as court grants interim bail in Sukesh Kaun's scandal. As the anti-hijab, pro-hijab stir spreads worldwide, a showdown also in Kerala where a girl dropped out from school for not being allowed to wear her headscarf. Deadly school shooting in the Russian city of Izhevsk. At least 6 killed, 20 injured after gunmen opened fire in school. Shooter kills himself after the massacre. The radical outfit Popular Front of India has been staging all of these massive protests, resorting to violence in states like Kerala and Tamil Nadu. In the last 3 to 4 days, dozens of petrol bomb attacks have been reported. You see those on your screens as well. What we're showing you are just a few instances. Let me again highlight, these are just a few instances of petrol bomb attacks that have been reported, and all of them are either RSS functionaries or BJP functionaries who've been targeted, and their residences, that too, where petrol bombs have been hurled. These attacks has transitioned into blatant calls for violence from the SDPI, the political wing of the PFI. The BJP has denounced these targeted attacks, even writing to Home Minister Amit Shah. The DMK government, interestingly, is defiant. They're actually calling these petrol bomb attacks a conspiracy.
In a matter of 4 days, this is the violence that has been unleashed in Tamil Nadu. Kanyakumari, Madurai, Tambaram, Coimbatore, Kunyamuttur. These are just a handful of petrol bombs attacks on BJP and RSS functionaries reported in the state, all prompted by the crackdown on PFI by the NIA. With homes of their cadre being targeted with bombs across the state, the Tamil Nadu BJP has sought Home Minister Amit Shah's intervention.
In 19 places, petrol bombs or property damage or office attacks has happened. What is very unfortunate in the whole episode is the way the government of Tamil Nadu is handling this whole process. Not even a single condemnation from the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
But despite the shocking crimes in Tamil Nadu, the DMK government is in denial.
This is Murasoli, the mouthpiece of DMK, where in the last page there have been 12 news articles that Murasoli claims is taken from the internet, and it actually suggests that these 12 crimes from nearly 2 years period, only BJP, RSS and Hindu Munani Netas have committed such petrol bomb crimes in the past because for political gains, and Murasoli is now showing probably that the Tamil Nadu police should go ahead and probe in such an angle, thereby kind of saying that this could be an inside job.
Sometimes when the people were harassed, they attack. See, this government is misusing NIA, the act is there, but it is misused. Government will take care of law and order situation. It is taking care of the law and order situation now. See, only after BJP's entry that such things are happening.
It's a similar situation in Kerala, where days after violence rocked the state, targeted attacks have been reported on RSS functionaries. The PFI's political wing, SDPI, is resorting to open calls for violence with zero fear of the law.
ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം നന്നായി അറിയാം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ് ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം.
The BJP is now demanding answers from the left government and accusing the Vijayan government of vote bank politics.
These organizations should have been dealt in the same way how our government dealt with the terrorist organizations in Kashmir and other parts like the Indian Mujahideen, etc., how they were dealt with. But unfortunately, the repeated governments of Kerala were reluctant to do so because they were influenced by the thought of Muslim organized vote bank.
With the violence that's been unleashed and several PFI as well as SDPI workers being held, the agenda of this radical outfit is crystal clear, and it's leading to now a growing chorus for a ban on PFI. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai and Shibi Mol in Thiruvananthapuram, Bureau Report, India Today.
The BJP is going all out against the PFI. Let's get your details of what BJP President JP Nadda had to say. He is in Kerala and he's made a strong comment saying Kerala is becoming the hotspot of terrorism, the hotspot of fringe elements as well. JP Nadda, in his all-out attack at the Kerala government, said communal tensions are clearly mounting and there's passive support being provided by the left government to people who create violence. So he's accusing the left government, the Pinarayi Vijayan government, of completely backing violence in the state of Kerala. Let's play out for you exactly what the BJP president said.
Kerala is now becoming hotspot of terrorism. Kerala is becoming a hotspot of fringe elements. Life is not safe. An ordinary citizen is not finding himself to be safe. Communal tensions are mounting, and tacit support of the left-led government to the people who create violence, who support violence, who believe in violence. The support by the state government is something which is very, very serious and which we have to understand.
So that is the comment that's been made, in fact, by JP Nadda as he's lashed out at the left government, saying that Kerala is becoming now a hotspot for terrorism and for communal violence. particularly talking about what's been happening in the last few days since the PF5 raids, the violence that's rocked many parts of Kerala, the attacks against several BJP and RSS functionaries in the state. JP Nadda has accused the left government of quite simply doing nothing. Let's get you a reaction now from the Kerala government. Mr. M.B. Rajesh, Kerala Minister, is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Rajesh, what do you have to say to JP Nadda's comment when he says that the left government, the Pinarayi Vijayan government, is supporting those who create violence in Kerala? Apologies. We'll reconnect with Mr. Rajesh in just a bit. Mr. M.A. Baby is joining us on this broadcast. Sir, good evening. What do you make of BJP Chief JP Nadda's comment that the left government, the Pinarayi Vijayan government, is propagating, backing those who create violence in Kerala? Mr. Baby, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Sir, your reaction to what Mr. Nadda has said when he accuses the left government of spreading violence in Kerala?
It's a travesty of truth. We are not surprised at the kind of disinformation campaign that BJP leaders are doing. You see, they have overseen a massacre of minority people in the state of Gujarat for a religion-based polarization in the entire state of Gujarat. And we all know that it was a laboratory of violence which RSS-controlled BJP and Sangha Parivar carried out in the state of Bihar when the chief minister of that state was the present prime minister of the country. Then in order to capture Uttar Pradesh, the biggest state with maximum number of Lok Sabha members, then BJP President Mr. Amit Shah was deputed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to engineer communal riots and murder of so many people belonging to minority communities in the state of Gujarat, in the state of Uttar Pradesh.
Okay.
That is how the state of Uttar Pradesh was captured by BJP.
The reason, Mr. Baby, you're seeing very strong comments being made by the BJP leadership is because there have been attacks against RSS functionaries in Kerala. What's being done to stop that, these kind of targeted attacks?
It is the RSS agenda of inciting violence, organizing communal riots and making political advantage out of that. Similarly, in Kerala too, RSS has been carrying out violent attacks, murderous attacks against the activists of CPIM. And with no other options, there are areas where CPIM workers have been compelled to defend themselves. This is something which everybody knows in the state of Kerala. But the fact that it is RSS and Sangha Parivar who are eliminating political opponents, they have so many outfits carrying out their politics of violence. The murder of Dr. Kalburgi in Karnataka, the assassination of renowned journalist Gauri Lankesh in Karnataka, what happened to Dabokar, Panpare, what happened to
Sir, but that doesn't, none of that, as condemnable as those incidents are, it doesn't take away from the violence that's happening currently in Kerala either.
No, in Kerala, we have never incited any violence. But our comrades had to defend ourselves when RSS unleashed attacks against us. This is the fact of the matter.
All right, Mr. Baby, thank you very much for taking the time out and joining us here in India Today. So the left hitting back there at Nadda, saying it's the RSS that's stoking this kind of violence in the state of Kerala. It's essentially the same story in Tamil Nadu, where dozens of petrol bomb attacks have been reported in the state in the last few days. And joining us this evening is Mr. C. Rajshekharan, advocate and founder of Voice of TN. We also have Mr. Narayanan Tirupati, spokesperson of the Tamil Nadu BJP. Vanakkam to both of you. Mr. Narayanan Tirupati, I'd like to begin with you and your reaction to what the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam has said. They're saying all of this is a conspiracy. These attacks that are happening right now in Tamil Nadu against RSS and BJP functionaries is a conspiracy by you.
Yes, that has come out in Morosali, the party's official organ of the party, the DMK's newspaper. But today, the Tamil Nadu police has arrested more than 11 to 15 Islamic fundamentalists belonging to PFI and SDPI. So there is a contradiction between the government stand and the DMK stand. So either Mr. Stalin, the chief minister, has to say that the police is wrong, or he has to call the bluff of the his own party's organ, Morosali. What is right and what is wrong? See, this is what the Tamil Nadu is facing now. Huge attacks on the BJP leaders and the cadres, premises, shops, and also the vehicles are set ablaze. These things are happening. But Morosali wants to go in support of these extremists, these people who are burning the houses, burning the vehicles. Whereas the police says that all these have been done by the SFI and the SDPI. So I want either the chief minister to clarify the government stand, or the DMK's president, Mr. Stalin, to clarify the party stand.
Yeah, we've been trying to get the DMK on board for this discussion. Unfortunately, they weren't willing to join us this evening to talk about what's been happening. So we tried to get in the DMK also. But Mr. Rajshekharan, what do you make of what's happening right now in Tamil Nadu? There will be questions about the law and order also in the state, about how something like this can be happening so brazenly.
Akshita, whoever had involved in these kind of crimes, especially hurling petrol bombs, attacking any citizen of the state, they should not be spared. Be it BJP, be it SFI, PFI or SDPI or DMK, ADMK, Congress, any party, RSS or Sangh Parivar, anybody. Whoever indulges in any law and order breakdown issues, if they create problems for the citizens, attack citizens by hurling petrol bombs and attack them with whatever swords and rods, etc., we cannot tolerate. That is
but the question, Mr. Rajshekharan,
no, I'll tell you.
The question that's being asked is, how can we ensure free investigation if the DMK has already declared this a conspiracy?
See, I'll tell you, there is a past track record. I'll tell you one point. There is an example to quote. See, you say UP is a safe state. You know how many youngsters, youth are coming down from UP to work in Tamil Nadu? I would challenge anybody. Tamil Nadu is the safest state in the whole of the country. And Tamil Nadu's law and order is the best, is at the pink of everything. Because if you take the track record of Tamil Nadu police, it has been compared with Scotland Yard police for their investigation skills, for their law and order maintenance, for their anything to do with policing.
In Coimbatore, Kanyakumari, Madurai, Tambaram, and I'm just naming a few here. These are just a few of the places where we've seen these petrol bomb attacks happening.
No. See, the investigation is underway. You cannot insinuate something because there are earlier proof and evidence and FIR also registered against BJP workers and BJP members and RSS.
Okay, I'm going to have to press pause on this debate, unfortunately. Thanks, gentlemen. I'll press pause. We're cutting across to all the reactions coming in on the Rajasthan political crisis. Ajay Makan speaking.
आप कहाँ जगह है इधर रखो चलिए हो गया सर सबका हाँ देखिए कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा मैं यार जगह कहाँ है
जगह कहाँ इस पर गिर जाएंगे सारे ठीक है सर
मैं अब शुरू कर रहा हूँ। ये दोनों सेम ही तो है। देखिए, कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने और मैंने बहुत विस्तार से राजस्थान के अंदर जो विधायक दल की मीटिंग करने के लिए हम लोग गए थे उसके बारे में विस्तार से पूरी की पूरी चर्चा करी और अपनी बात बताई। कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा ने हमारे से एक लिखित रिपोर्ट पूरे घटनाक्रम के ऊपर मांगी है और वो लिखित रिपोर्ट आज रात या कल सुबह तक के हम कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को दे देंगे। कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हमने बहुत विस्तार से सारी की सारी बातों को बताया था। आज सुबह जयपुर के अंदर मैंने दो तीन बातों को बताया था जिसको मैं फिर से दोहराना चाहूंगा। सबसे पहले तो जो कांग्रेस विधायक दल की मीटिंग कल शाम को 7 बजे की रखी गई थी, ये मुख्यमंत्री जी के कहने के ऊपर उनकी सहमति से उनके कहने के ऊपर समय और स्थान दोनों के दोनों तय किए गए थे और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा का बड़ा स्पष्ट निर्देश था कि वहां पर हर विधायक से एक एक करके अलग अलग सबकी राय जान करके वापस रिपोर्ट उनको देनी है और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को एक एक करके जब सारी रिपोर्ट सब विधायकों से बात करके देनी थी तो फैसला वहां पे नहीं, फैसला यहां पर वापस आकर कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम रिपोर्ट देते और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सबसे बात करके उसके बाद में फैसला होता। तो ये स्पष्ट हम लोगों ने कल से सब लोगों को कह रहे थे, अभी दोबारा से कहना चाहते हैं। हमारे पास में कुछ विधायकों के नुमाइंदे जो मंत्री थे वो लोग आए और 3 शर्तें उस वक्त रखी गई। एक शर्त उसके अंदर ये था कि कोई भी निर्णय जो भी रेजोल्यूशन होगा उस रेजोल्यूशन का के ऊपर फैसला 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में होना चाहिए और ये रेजोल्यूशन का हिस्सा बनना चाहिए। तो उस पे हमारा ये कहना था कि ये कैसे संभव है कि वो व्यक्ति जो रेजोल्यूशन मूव कर रहे हैं कि सारे अधिकार कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष को दिए जाएं, वो व्यक्ति कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष का चुनाव लड़ना चाहते हैं और 19 अक्टूबर को अगर चुनाव जीत जाते हैं तो उसके बाद वो खुद फैसला करेंगे, तो ये कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं है तो क्या है। दूसरा उन्होंने ये कहा कि हर विधायक से आप अलग अलग नहीं मिलिए बल्कि आप ग्रुप में मिलिए, समूह में मिलिए। इस पे हमारा ये कहना था कि कभी भी ऐसा कांग्रेस में नहीं होता है कि विधायक दल की मीटिंग के अंदर समूह में बात करी जाए, सब विधायकों से अलग अलग बात करी जाती है ताकि सब लोग फ्री एंड फेयर तरीके से अपनी बात को कह सके, कभी भी ग्रुप में बात नहीं होती। तीसरा उन्होंने ये कहा कि जो 102 लॉयल जो विधायक अशोक गहलोत जी के खेमे में हैं उन्हीं में से बनाया जाना चाहिए जो लोग उस वक्त दो साल पहले अशोक गहलोत जी के साथ में थे। तो इस पे हमने ये कहा कि जो भी फैसला होगा आप लोगों की बात को स्पष्ट तरीके से कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा के सामने रखा जाएगा, हर एक विधायक जो कहेगा वो रखा जाएगा और कांग्रेस में कभी भी जो भी हम लोग प्रस्ताव पास करते हैं उसके साथ कंडीशंस नहीं लगाई जाती हैं, बगैर कंडीशंस के जाती हैं और सारी बातें कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को बताई जाती हैं और वो फिर अपनी विवेक से और सब लोगों से चर्चा करके, मुख्यमंत्री जी और वरिष्ठ नेताओं से चर्चा करके उसके ऊपर फैसला होता है। तो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण ये सारी की सारी बातें होने के बाद भी वो मीटिंग नहीं हो पाई। हमने पूरी की पूरी जानकारी कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को, जैसे मैंने कहा, हमने दिया है। उन्होंने लिखित रिपोर्ट विस्तार से इसके बारे में मांगी है, जो लिखित रिपोर्ट हम लोग आज रात को या कल सुबह तक के हम दे देंगे। धन्यवाद। देखिए एक मिनट, हमने सारी की सारी बातें कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को बताया है। जैसे मैंने सुबह भी कहा कि जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक जब करी जाती है, जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक रखी जाती है तो उसके पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायक दल की बैठक के पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायकों की अगर मीटिंग बुलाई जाए तो वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से इनडिसिप्लिन है, वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से अनुशासन विरोधी है। तो ये मैंने सुबह भी कहा था, अभी भी मैंने कहा, और ये बात हमने कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को रखा है, और वो रिपोर्ट हम लोग कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष को हम लोग लिखित में रिपोर्ट आज रात या कल सुबह तक दे देंगे। आई थिंक मैं समझता हूं मैंने सारी की सारी बातें बता दी। धन्यवाद।
Okay, so detailed message there from Ajay Markan, one of the emissaries sent across by the Gandhis, one of the observers who was sent across to quell all the problems in Rajasthan. He has confirmed that they will be sending across a full detailed report to Sonia Gandhi by the late tonight or tomorrow morning. But what's very, very clear from what Ajay Markan just said is that right now, Ashok Gehlot is enemy number one. He's gone ahead and hit out at Ashok Gehlot for all that played out yesterday, all the drama that the Congress High Command has had to deal with. Ajay Markan not really mincing his words, saying very clearly that what Gehlot has done, and this is a clear conflict of interest, is the message that Ajay Markan has put forth. He's also confirmed that the exact sequence of events, what played out, what led to all of this drama and embarrassment for the Congress is something that is being right now put together in a report which will be submitted to Sonia Gandhi either late tonight or by tomorrow morning. Post that, we'll know what next step really the Gandhis will take, because right now any attempts being made by this high command to reach out to the MLAs in Rajasthan has failed. It's completely flopped. The idea of Markan and Kharge being in Rajasthan was to kind of reach out to these MLAs. The message that went across from the Gandhis yesterday to Ajay Markan and Mallikarjun Kharge is do what you have to put out this fire. Reach out to these MLAs, speak to them, identify what their grouse is and address it. But all of these MLAs who've resigned have so far refused to have any one-on-one meet. And Ajay Markan has also confirmed that, saying there was no way I could meet with them. Remember, he didn't meet with Ashok Gehlot. Mallikarjun Kharge did meet. He didn't meet Gehlot. Instead, has flown back to Delhi to apprise Sonia Gandhi. And let's get you the inside track here on India Today. Sources telling us that Gehlot now is out of the Congress president race. Kharge, Mukul Vasnik and KC Venugopal are likely to be filing their nomination soon. So already Plan B kicking into motion here. We're also getting in images of the Gehlot camp leaders watching a polo match, enjoying themselves while essentially all of this drama plays out, while the Congress High Command is trying to put out this fire in Rajasthan. The Gehlot camp seems completely at ease with no problems. But the information we're picking up, and the big breaking news here on India Today, as we've kept you ahead on this big story, is that Ashok Gehlot is now out of the contention for Congress president. He's out of the race, which means he will not be filing his nomination. Several other names now coming in. Mallikarjun Kharge, Mukul Vasnik, KC Venugopal, all of whom are trusted aides of the Gandhis, are likely to file their nomination soon for the post of Congress president. But then again, Ashok Gehlot too was a very close aide of the Gandhis. And today, look what's happened. So now with what's played out, it's clear that the Gandhis are miffed with Ashok Gehlot, and they're sending across that message to him. He's out of the Congress president race, in all likelihood will then thereby remain Chief Minister of Rajasthan. But what really can the Gandhis do? Because it's clear that Gehlot completely calls the shots in Rajasthan. And with that news break, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you a video that's gone completely viral. It's become the biggest talking point on social media. Superstar Vikram, who stars in Mani Ratnam's epic Ponniyin Selvan, has put out a speech, a monologue on the importance, on the legacy of Cholas. A speech that you need to hear. We're getting you that in just a bit.
Without plaster. What they have done is they have an outer wall. Then inside that they have a corridor of 6 feet, which is
can't count the number of times my teachers have said, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, addressed as his daughter and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha, because even without
They
realizing,
actually want
he's
to call
always
me Buddha, but
While China started military campaigns against Taiwan, America sent its speaker Nancy Pelosi on the island. This left China in fumes, and America has now decided to delay Taiwan Policy Act of 2022. While China speaks about One China policy, calls Taiwan as its part, America is planning to discuss the Taiwan Policy Act 2022 in September. US Senator Lindsey Graham said, "When it comes to Taiwan, our response should be that we are for democracy and against communist aggression. We live in dangerous times. China is sizing up America and our commitment to Taiwan. The danger will only grow worse if we show weakness in the face of Chinese threats and aggression towards Taiwan." The Biden administration is trying to make changes to the bipartisan bill to increase military and economic relationship between the US and Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi thinks China is trying to establish a sort of a new normal by performing military activities. First point to note is Taiwan is defined as a major non-NATO ally in the Act. This would mean it would be the US closest global partner, especially on trade and security cooperation. The second point is there is a need to upgrade the mission from Cultural Center to Taiwan Representative Office. This would require confirmation for the head of the office. The US would continue to maintain One China policy. Therefore, the experts believe that there is a need to revise America's Taiwan policy. Rename the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office to Taiwan Representative Office. This needs to go through a legal process. Implementation of an enhanced defense partnership between the United States and Taiwan. Amend the Foreign Assistance Act to designate Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally. Provide Taiwan's preferences for foreign assistance and arms exports. Notify Congress before termination of the designation. Inclusion of Taiwan in international organizations. This will address Taiwan's representation and sovereignty. Even the United States cannot oppose any initiative that would change Taiwan's status without consent. US federal government employees can learn, live, and work in Taiwan for up to 2 years under Taiwan Fellowship Act. Taiwan would have a voice in bilateral and multilateral dialogues. Sanction regime will safeguard Taiwan from hostilities in or around the island. No one would be allowed to interfere with its territorial integrity. In fact, a sanctions regime will be imposed against the People's Republic of China. Nothing has been mentioned on restoration of diplomatic relations with Taiwan or altering the United States government's position on Taiwan's international status.
PCOS, PCOD, and endometriosis. These are some very common health problems that women face, and these are much talked about. Yes, these are problems associated with women, but each of these problems have different symptoms and are very, very different from each other. PCOS is polycystic ovary syndrome. PCOD is polycystic ovarian disease. Often these are used interchangeably. However, PCOD is used to depict milder forms of delayed ovulation and hormonal imbalance. PCOS is used to refer to severe hormone imbalance and metabolic disturbances. This can include obesity, insulin resistance, and diabetes. The basic problem with PCOS and PCOD is that the hormones are not being produced on time by the ovaries, and that is why there is a delay in the monthly periods. When the monthly release of egg from the ovaries is delayed, this causes delay in monthly periods. This condition is related to increase in male hormones like increase in facial hair, also gain of weight. While endometriosis, something that even I suffer from, is an extremely difficult and different type of disease. Endometriosis is when the lining of the womb is found in abnormal places, such as outside the uterus, with symptoms like lower abdomen pain. In endometriosis, abnormal endometrial tissue is found over the ovary or at different places. It can be found in the fallopian tubes, for example. So during your periods, the blood gets collected in different parts of the body where it should not get collected. This leads to hemorrhage. It results in swelling and pain in the lower abdomen. Sometimes this pain may be only during periods. In many patients, it can be long-lasting and chronic, even when you're not on your period. So what are the symptoms really to look out in PCOS, PCOD, and endometriosis? There are several celebrities who have spoken about their concerns with PCOS, PCOD, and endometriosis. Katrina Kaif and Selena Jaitley, for example, have spoken about their struggles with endometriosis. Masava Gupta has spoken about her problems with PCOD. Victoria Beckham too has had her struggles with PCOS.
The treatment is till menopause. It requires suppression of the disease till menopause because the disease has a very high chance of recurrence even if a surgery is done. So the medical treatment is commonly in the form of progesterone hormone, which can be pills, which can be implants, which can be injections and intrauterine devices.
PCOS in fact affects 1 in every 10 women. Improvement in dietary habits, including exercise in your daily routine, is extremely important, is what doctors say. While the condition is often managed with medication, these are simple things that you can do in your own life to improve your health. Work out, also consume the right kind of food, and also watch out for period pain that may go out of hand.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The high political drama in Rajasthan has left the Congress High Command embarrassed and groping for answers. Have the Gandhis lost control of the Congress party? What happens next in the Gehlot versus pilot battle? Our special focus on that big political story on the news today.
Welcome back. The countdown for Mani Ratnam's epic Ponniyin Selvan has begun. And its lead actor, superstar Chyan Vikram's fiery speech at a promotional event on the Chola dynasty that struck a chord with the audience. This speech, his monologue, has gone completely viral. And essentially, there's been a huge debate over Ponniyin Selvan about why we haven't celebrated our Chola legacy as much, whether in films or otherwise. I just want to directly take you through exactly what Vikram said that struck such a chord with people across.
England is so illustrious, but England were invaded by the Vikings, and the Europe was in the dark ages during the 9th century. They had nothing going on. You talk about superpowers today. The 9th century, all this happened when we had the biggest maritime naval thing in the world. And it went all the way to Bali, all the way to Malaysia, and went till we sent emissaries to China, friend. We all go to the pyramids, we go see the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Someone said something very nicely. He said, we are actually appreciating a building that doesn't stand. It's falling over and wow, let's take a picture, let's take a selfie, and we're getting excited. But we have temples today that stand and they didn't use plaster. Do you know that for this particular stone, they had to use a ramp, which was 6 kilometers long. They didn't have plaster. It's withstood 6 earthquakes. You know what happens when an earthquake comes? Without plaster. What they have done is they have an outer wall. Then inside that they have a corridor of 6 feet, which is an open, just a corridor. And then they have another structure inside which goes all the way to the top, which is why they can withstand earthquakes, which is why they stood so long. You know what was the superpower doing then? America hadn't been discovered by Columbus till 500 years later. So think about our culture, think about how advanced we were. We need to be proud of this. It's nothing to do with North India, South India, West India, East India. It is, we are Indians, and we need to feel proud about that.
Truly amazing message.